η όμορφη Ελλάδα μας και πώς θα την προωθήσουμε στον κόσμο. Αυτό είμαστε εδώ να συζητήσουμε. Συγγνώμη για την καθυστέρηση, βρισκόμαστε σε ένα πολύ όμορφο τοπίο και για μερικούς από εμάς είναι λίγο δύσκολο να βρεθούμε εδώ. Κυρίες και κύριοι, ονομάζομαι Αχιλλέας Τσάλτας, είμαι αντιπρόεδρος της International Herald Tribune. Καλησπέρα σας, καλώς ορίσατε και ευχαριστούμε για την παρουσία σας εδώ. Dear ministers, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the International Herald Tribune, our dear partners at Kathimerini and our esteemed organisers, Simeon Somokos and company, I would like to thank you all for being here today, and especially I would like to thank our speakers in advance and all our sponsors, especially the Greek National Tourism Organisation, Linkwise and Volvo, as well as our other supporters for making this conference today and tomorrow possible. We are of course honoured to have Minister Olga Kefalogiannis with us today. We will also be graced by the presence of Minister Egemen Baj, who's visiting us from Turkey, and this attests to the fact that this conference is about the Eastern Mediterranean and ways in which the countries of this region can collaborate and bring innovation and development in the luxury end of travel. In the next 2 days, we will explore new geographical, marketing and technological horizons for the luxury and cultural sector. We will identify new trends and forecasts for the industry. Data. Data and its constant analysis is the new god for travel. And we are privileged to have with us tomorrow David Sadik from the Digital Luxury Group, coming all the way from the US to talk to us about that. We will also look at the role of innovation, the role of education to improve the most important aspect of tourism, service, in the travel sector. And we are lucky to have Professor Ray Eunius, coming from the world's foremost hospitality university, the École Hôtelière de Lausanne, with whom we actually partnered last year, or earlier this year rather, I'm already in next year mode. So we partnered with the École Hôtelière de Lausanne earlier this year and launched our inaugural Luxury Hospitality Summit in Switzerland. And Greece, ladies and gentlemen, was there, present, thanks to the vision of Minister Kefalogiannis and Secretary-General Panos Livadas, who's here as well, who both had the foresight to support this event through their sponsorship and take Greece to the world, something that Minister Kefalogiannis is an expert in doing so. And over the next 2 days, ladies and gentlemen, we hope to challenge stakeholders to address sustainability issues in the tourism sector. So, as you can see, there is plenty, and you can rely on the capability of our newspaper and the International Herald Tribune conferences to weave all these issues together. Talking about our newspaper, when people ask me which is the home market of the IHT, my response is that we don't really have a home market. There is no one country or one city that we can claim as a home market, as our home market is the hotel room, the airline seat, as well as yachts. This is where the majority of our readers, about 70% of them, read us as they trot the globe each day, including George Clooney, as you can see on this photo, sitting on his yacht reading the IHT. I'm very glad that we got the opportunity to have this photo there. I thought you might see the resemblance between George and myself. So this is where, on these yachts, in hotel rooms, on the airline seats, this is where our content comes to life. And this is where it will continue to come to life as we rebrand ourselves as the International New York Times next Tuesday on October 15. Yes, well, many of you may have heard of this change, but while our name is changing, our commitment to providing quality content for a global audience is not. Our aim is to capitalize on the journalistic experience of the IHT and the New York Times, enhancing our products and growing our audience while providing a superior service to our existing loyal readers in hotels and airlines, among other places. As the International New York Times, we will be increasing our investment in editorial resources, enhancing our perspective on everything from politics and business to fashion and arts. And of course, conferences like this one, travel, will remain part and parcel of what we do. I would like to share with you a video that gives you a few highlights from our luxury hospitality in Lausanne, of which Greece was a sponsor.
So many of the great hoteliers that you see in the hotels around the world today have come to this mecca, I guess, of hospitality, which is what we're here celebrating tonight.
Hospitality providers here will hopefully be telling us today what their interpretation of the word luxury is.
Not just what you served on the Chateau Yquem with the foie gras, it's how you served. With a smile, with pride, with respect.
Innovation, creativity. That's the name of the game. That's all we need beside love.
And local culture is the ultimate experience for travelers who are saturated with global brands.
Your staff are as important as the guests that come and stay with you.
A luxury experience for me, and it goes across the spectrum, not just hotels, is an experience where my requirements, my needs and my dreams are anticipated and fulfilled before I even know I have them.
What I really enjoyed is hearing so many different opinions on the same topic of what exactly is luxury, because there's so many different ways of looking at luxury, whether that is a gold-plated tap or whether that is an afternoon nap.
I think it's really important to have a luxury summit dedicated to specific fields. I think hospitality is quite a complex market when compared to, say, luxury goods.
I learned something because people really opened up and shared their experience and their work, and I think that's a huge success, that you really learn something, that you can take something away.
Luxury Hospitality 2013 has been a great success. I mean, we've learned so much. I mean, the luxury market is worth $300 billion in 2013. So for all the participants in there, you could see them suddenly, their faces were just wow, because they can get a slice of it.
I do hope you can join us in 2014. This was our Luxury Hospitality Conference in Lausanne. And as I was saying with the Minister Kefalogiannis and Panos Livadas and the rest of the team from the Greek Tourism Ministry, I was very happy to see Greece come out to the world and support something of such an international scale. And this, in a way, has inspired us to also bring the luxury franchise here in Greece. As most of you will know, the IHT has a very strong franchise in the world of luxury. Suzy Menkes, our fashion writer, produces the Fashion Luxury Conference every year, this year in Singapore. So the Mediterranean Luxury Travel Summit comes as part and parcel of the luxury franchise we have established in the IHT. Ladies and gentlemen, what we have heard in conferences like this is that the rise of emerging markets around us is reshaping business models in the luxury hospitality sector. The democratization of travel has created a gap in the high-end niche luxury, and Greece and Turkey and Eastern Mediterranean should be pioneers in filling this gap. This is a golden opportunity to increase yields and not just increase volume. However, we can no longer rest on our laurels and stunning beaches to lure the consumer, as their desire for a new and truer sense of luxury is driving industry innovation everywhere. But whatever we do, ladies and gentlemen, however innovative we are, however special our product is, and God, we all know that the natural beauty, the natural product of this region is second to none in this world. But, there's a big but, this is not enough. And we should shake off any complacency, even if the tourist numbers this year were record numbers. We should do this because whatever we do, we will fail this product, the dazzling infrastructure that we will be building, the innovation, if we do not deliver three things: service, service, and thirdly, service. And I see some of you nodding at this statement. Let me share a personal anecdote of what service means to me. I'll take 2 minutes, Minister, if I may, before I call you up. I was in Singapore just a few weeks ago, and in between meetings, I had about an hour to spare. So with my colleague, we went to the Mandarin Oriental Hotel in Singapore. Impeccable hotel. I went to the restroom, and I went to wash my hands, and you know those nice liquid soaps that they have, I pressed it. And it came out with such force, and the soap landed you know where, right on my crotch. So I looked down, and I thought, oh my God, what am I going to do now? And I thought, it's only soap. So I'll get a napkin with water, wipe it off, and then all this froth started creating. And I ended up leaving the bathroom with a patch this big in front of the most unlikely place. So I had my jacket and I was walking like this around. My colleague sees me and says, what's wrong? So I said to her, well, you know, this and this happened. And she says, oh, right, we've got to fix this. You can't leave it on because, you know, it's very thick, this soap, and it will stain your trousers. And my trousers were very light grey trousers, so I couldn't hide it. And I said, well, what do you want me to do? Take my pants off? And she says, look, we're in Asia, we'll fix this. So we call the waiter. So she explained to him what the problem is, and she said, obviously we need a pair of pants. And the waiter looks at me and says, sir, what size do you wear? And I said, 32. And he said, wait a minute. So he came back with a pair of pants. They were very, very short because, you know, Asian people are a little bit shorter than us. So I looked a little bit like what my mother would say, Sol Dionysus. And They came back to me in 50 minutes before my appointment, and I had clean pressed trousers. Now, if I had done something like that in Paris or in Athens, I'm sure people would look at me and think that I'm crazy to be asking for this. So service, ladies and gentlemen, is what is the single most important ingredient for the Mediterranean luxury travel sector to prosper. And talking about prosperity, talking about luxury, I think it is the right moment to introduce a fellow globetrotter. Olga Kefalogiannis has brought a lot of energy, dynamism, and creativity and flair to tourism in Greece, and I'm sure we will prosper as a result of what you're doing. Minister Kefalogiannis, the floor is yours. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it is a great pleasure to address this important event, the Mediterranean Luxury Travel Summit, and a particular pleasure to welcome our foreign delegates to Athens. I would like to congratulate the prestigious International Herald Tribune, International New York Times as of next week, for the initiative and for a very fruitful collaboration. I would also like to congratulate all those who worked for this impeccable organization of the summit, International Herald Tribune, Kathimerini, Simeon Tsomokos, and their teams. The Eastern Mediterranean is arguably among the most diverse regions in the world. Perhaps nowhere else in the world do we see such an abundance of stimuli for the modern traveler. A unique blend of dramatic landscape, birthplace of ancient civilizations, a region full of vibrant color and tradition. It hosts some of the top destinations worldwide. At the same time, the Eastern Mediterranean is also a troubled region, home to political, religious, and economic controversies. Controversies that often turn to unrest or conflict and deeply affect our financial, political, and social state. And tourism is an activity that is very difficult to remain untouched by external circumstances. After a long period of uncertainty, we are in a position to start seeing things with a little more optimism for our region. My country, Greece, is showing clear signs of economic stabilization, gradually reclaiming its credibility in the global economy. Tourism is a key factor in the Greek government's rejuvenation program, a major contributor to the national economy. We strongly believe that during these difficult years, we have taken significant steps forward. The Greek government is moving ahead, consistently working with local authorities and industry representatives to realize a national strategic plan which will improve quality of tourism infrastructure, increase demand, enhance employment opportunities and income in our communities. Implementing the government's plan, the Ministry of Tourism focuses on two keystones. Firstly, to promote healthy entrepreneurship and forward-thinking investment, and secondly, to ensure sustainability of the tourism product with emphasis on human capital development, environmental protection, and improvement of tourism infrastructure. Our efforts include particular emphasis on differentiation of our tourism offering with the introduction of new products. We have aimed at bringing the necessary amendments to the legislation concerning special forms of tourism, such as medical tourism, wellness and spa, yachting, cultural tourism, religious, gastronomic, and agritourism, among others. We strongly believe that this is a way to support development of the country's human resources and create new jobs. Our strategic choices have been combined with systematic and targeted marketing campaigns in order to show the world the best that Greece has to offer and reverse negative publicity that came along with the serious economic downturn. Indeed, when it comes to safety and stress-free travel, reports show that perceptions towards Greece have changed rapidly for the better. Tourism in Greece is showing clear signs of recovery. Arrivals and travel receipts have increased by more than 10% in the first 7 months of the year, and we still expect a very competitive autumn season. Good news is coming from many of the other European destinations, and especially for countries in the European part of the Mediterranean. Numbers of Russians and Chinese visitors to Europe are rising with spectacular pace, and so is expected to happen with flows from India, Latin America, and the Middle East. But for all the progress we have seen, serious challenges lie ahead. Even though we see some signs of recovery, uncertainty in the traditional tourism source markets of Western Europe is an undeniable fact. Our region is perfectly situated so as to attract visitors from the emerging markets of the world. However, potential travelers from countries outside the European Union have to face time-consuming and costly visa procedures when planning their vacation in Europe. Therefore, simplification of visa procedures is crucial if we wish to boost up arrivals. We must all work together to remove barriers, facilitate growth, and ultimately achieve economic recovery. Political turmoil in our neighborhood has considerably affected travelers' trust. Safety issues have been raised for the entire region and not just for the affected countries. Therefore, one should not gloat over the difficulties that tourism in these countries is going through or the short-term benefits that one might have. It is most certain that long-term stability in the affected countries must quickly return, and this will be for the benefit of every country in the region. In light of these economic and political challenges, the Eastern Mediterranean region can emerge as an integrated, world-class brand name. Luxury tourism can be part of the answer if we seek to increase real income stemming from tourism and extend the tourist season in our countries. It is estimated that the global pool for luxury tourism is around 25 million travelers per year. Even in times of economic downturn, this is a very small percentage of global trade. It is extremely important to identify the specific characteristics of the modern affluent traveler. A large percentage of them can be classified as adventurous or trendsetters. These types of travelers want to see and do everything in their vacation. They're very active, always in search of unique experiences, great food and wine, of culture and vibrant local fare. A smaller proportion tends to be loyal to a specific destination, usually seeking relaxation and rejuvenation. Their choice might be a long cruise in the Mediterranean, rent a luxury villa on a peaceful spot in the sea, or stay in one of the world-renowned luxury hotels. Destinations that specialize in luxury tourism are specifically designed and have similar infrastructure. Airports for private jets, marinas for mega yachts, large cruise ship harbors, luxury shopping areas, 6- or even 7-star hotels, ability to meet every need of the visitor on a 24/7 basis throughout the whole year. Even though there's a considerable number of premium hotel facilities for discerning travelers in Egypt, Turkey, Greece, and elsewhere, reports reveal that the Eastern Mediterranean is not yet an established destination for luxury travel. It is no secret that much of our countryside and coastal areas lack necessary infrastructure. The majority of the region's destinations were up to now geared towards mass tourism. Meanwhile, new destinations in East Asia, the Middle East, Africa, and the Caribbean are emerging as luxury travel competitors. Our job is to develop attractive and competitive products, introduce them to the world, utilizing modern marketing tools, and build the necessary infrastructure that will attract high-end tourist flows. An Eastern Mediterranean paradigm in luxury travel is therefore something we can not only dream of. It is the way forward, it is an excellent niche and opportunity. For the moment, our region is mostly perceived as a destination for sea and sun holidays. Luxury travel is a systematic and rational approach to tackle the problem of seasonality. Here in Greece, for instance, we are working closely with the competent ministries and representatives from the marine tourism sector to form a national policy for marinas, yachting, and cruises. Furthermore, we are committed to improve the quality of tourism infrastructure and services. We have focused on boosting investment on large-scale regional tourism development plans and complex tourism resorts that will be designed to host amenities such as golf courses, marinas, spa facilities, conference centers, and high-end holiday homes. It is a major concern for our government to attract premium tourism investment while preserving the right balance among environmental, economic, and social needs of our communities. The way ahead also lies in inter-regional cooperation. We must all work together and identify the competitive advantages of our region and present it to the world. In close cooperation with local government and businesses, we can build up destination clusters of integrated luxury services. We should also consider promoting our destinations as one entity and not just as isolated tourist enclaves, and utilize advanced online marketing solutions and multimedia technologies. One issue we should also consider is that many luxury travelers tend to be particularly eco-conscious and social-conscious. They expect their service provider to be ethical and environmentally friendly, and they need to know that their provider treats its employees and local communities with respect. They must know that their hotel, cruise company, local travel agent, and even airline has a sustainable tourism scheme. Luxury travel companies and intermediates seek to add value to their product, including promoting sustainable tourism into their brands. Therefore, responsible tourism is still a market niche we can pursue. Furthermore, we should wisely capitalize on the region's intangible cultural heritage, our immense culinary tradition and contemporary lifestyle. We must not forget that our greater luxury asset is our identity. Today, it's a huge challenge to keep this identity intact and promote it in such a way that the luxury of the Eastern Mediterranean experience will appeal to everyone. Our calm and warm seas are ideal for sailing, boasting an abundance of natural harbors combined with colorful seaside cities and towns. Our resorts are situated in the most charming places one can visit. Luxury hotel facilities are combined with breathtaking natural and man-made surroundings. Therefore, the Eastern Mediterranean is a destination that can promise a special travel experience for every demanding traveler. Ladies and gentlemen, our region hosts some of the top brand names in international travel. It is clear now, more than ever before, that governments and the business world in our region should work in close cooperation in order to adapt to the challenges of modern-day tourism. We all hope that political turbulence will soon ease out, and we must all take the necessary steps towards a quick recovery of the affected areas. Countries of the Eastern Mediterranean are connected with strong bonds of friendship, mutual respect, and cultural understanding. Difficult times lead us to leave behind the differences of the past and work together for economic integration, competitiveness, and sustainable development. I thank you for your attention.
Minister, thank you very much for your very incisive speech. There is one thing I'd like to highlight in that. You mentioned 25 million people, tourists, as being in that high-end luxury sector, luxury travelers. And this is, it may sound like not a huge number, but it's a very, very big number, 25 million tourists. The reason I say that is because the luxury industry is the most resilient area that you can tap into as people in the tourism industry. And I say this, we have an experience, personal experience at the IHT. During economic crisis, the only advertising budgets that do not decline are the budgets from Louis Vuitton and Bulgari and the luxury sector. So the observation you made, Minister, is very pertinent, and I do hope that everybody will take heed of your call to concentrate on the luxury sector, the high-end luxury sector. You also mentioned regional cooperation. As I said in my opening remarks, we're graced to have Egemen Baj, Minister for European Union Affairs and Chief Negotiator from Turkey. Egemen Baj is a friend for the International Herald Tribune and the New York Times. We have worked together, especially in the last 2-3 years, very closely in bringing a number of conferences in Istanbul, Turkey. So it is our honor to have you here, Minister, and we look forward to hearing what you have to say about regional cooperation and luxury tourism in the Mediterranean as a whole. Thank you.
Thank you, Achilles, for that introduction. Dear ministers, dear friends, Kalimera. It's good to be back in Athens. I really thank the Herald Tribune, New York Times, and SGT for organizing such a great meeting and inviting us to be here. I think tourism is one of the areas where Turkey and Greece can excel together. We have a saying in Turkish, a neighbor is in the need of even the dust of another neighbor. We have lived in this geography together for thousands of years, and God willing, we will continue to be living together for many more thousands of years. We can achieve a lot more together if we cooperate. History has taught both nations to respect each other. And today, we're probably enjoying one of the best eras in terms of Turkish-Greek relations. The Mediterranean Luxury Travel Summit will hopefully provide a platform for us to explore the challenges in the tourism sector and opportunities for regional development. In a book called Alchemist, there's a very popular quote that I enjoy reminding to my friends, and that is, when you want something, all the universe conspires in helping you achieve it. We really want to enhance our relations with Greece, and we see tourism as a platform for even further opportunities. We felt very positive when Prime Minister Samaras visited Istanbul, along with the ministers present here. Olga was there. She signed a very important MOU with my colleague, Minister Çelik, in terms of cooperation. And I think there is a huge potential for Turkey and Greece to tap into. The international luxury travel income is expected to be over $1 trillion. And when you look at the map and understand what Turkey and Greece could offer together, the Aegean could really be a sea of opportunity and huge income development, rather than to be known as an area of diplomatic debates and long do talks on continental shelves and international disputes and so forth. And I think tourism is an opportunity for us to solve some other issues between our two nations. I think as friends we have to take care of both our necessities and luxuries, and also create a luxurious opportunity for international travelers. But there's one more thing that increases my hope for cooperation. As two nations, we're very much alike. Both the Turks and the Greeks are last-minute planners. We don't like to plan 2 years ahead of time for our vacations. When we are preparing for our final examination, we like to study the night before. And we try to memorize the whole book overnight over a lot of Greek coffee or Turkish coffee, wherever you are based. But that also gives a very pragmatic and practical approach. In limited, short span of time, we have trained ourselves to be very innovative in terms of finding solutions. And nowadays, with luxury travel requiring very practical, innovative, and pragmatic solutions. And I think that gives us a very different vision. Both nations have peak times and non-peak times, and we are always trying to find solutions to make sure our tourism investments continue creating income during non-peak times as well. And we can learn from each other, and through cooperation we can create a lot of opportunities as well. Both countries are blessed with some of the most beautiful sites in the world. And we know that the sun rises from the east. The sun that brightens Greece rises out of Turkey. And with Minister of Maritime here, we know we can learn a lot from your maritime experiences as well. So tourism and maritime together is an area where Turkey and Greece can do a lot together. But we also have to focus and look at the success stories of other countries. There's no use of having 70% of your borders at the sea if you don't know how to swim. There are many countries today which have become major destinations, and both Turkey and Greece are now trying to tap into that huge market. And united, we can do a lot better. Last year, we were the 6th most visited country in the world. In 2002, we had more than 13 million tourists, but 10 years after that, in 2012, we had more than 30 million. This year, in 2013, we're hoping to reach 37 million tourists. And tourism is now a very important source of income for Turkey. Around the same times when Turkey first started her EU ambitions, back in 1960s, our annual tourism income was only $9 million. But today, we are generating approximately $30 billion only in tourism income. But the potential is much higher than that. And I think with political solutions to the challenges between Turkey and Greece, we can achieve a lot more. My Prime Minister Erdogan, repeats time and time again that in history, diplomatic relations among nations would determine their economic relations. But with today's realities, actually the other way around. Economic and commercial relations dictate our diplomatic relations. That is why I'm very hopeful for the future of this relationship. Because I see more and more Greek companies investing in Turkey. Some of the very prominent banks in Turkey are owned by Greek investors. Similarly, and I see in the audience Mr. Şahin, I see Turkish companies are investing more and more into Greece, creating jobs, paying taxes. And that creates a very important platform of trusting, cooperating, and creating common goals, horizons as well. I think we have to tap into that huge market and create a better future for our both nations. But there's one issue which I want to raise with you. It is the visa issue. I know Greece is a friend of Turkey on this matter. But as a member of European Union, Greece has to do a little bit better and convince the other member states. When citizens of Brazil, a country which has 3 times Turkey's population, citizens of Peru or Bolivia can enter Greece without a Schengen visa, Turkish citizens who are your closest neighbors, who are in the same customs union since 1996, with whom you can really work together, who is an ally in NATO, have to wait on lines to get a visa to come to Athens or any other part of the Schengen region. There's something wrong with that. The visa creates a prejudice of distance. Today, I realized once again, Athens is closer to Istanbul than Ankara is. However, the psychological distance is unfortunately not as close. And the most important impediment is the conception, is the perception. Once we lift the visa requirement, I think we will realize that this cooperation is much more feasible and achievable. And I know the Greek people don't have a problem with it. I was here 2 years ago with my wife, totally on a touristic visa, and I was shopping in the streets of Athens, and there were many merchants who recognized me from either media or from their connections, were telling me, convince our government authorities to lift visas to Turks because we want more and more Turkish consumers, customers here. This summer, when I was traveling the islands of Simi or Rhodes with my wife, again, I realized that the people are really enjoying their company together. The dark days of the Cold War are behind us. And as NATO members, we all know we have a responsibility to protect each other. We have no more reasons to arm ourselves against each other or to invest into our defense systems, but we have to invest into our tourism facilities. We have to invest into our own people. We have to invest into our own future, education of the young generation. And therefore, I think we have a very important mission. As Martin Luther King said, only in darkness can you see the stars. I think the dark days are approaching to be behind us. And now we have to be very strong, determined, and solve the outstanding issues. And we need a vision. Of course, I always remember Henry Ford's very smart description when he says vision without execution is just hallucination. We have a vision. We know what needs to be done, but we just have to do it. And my call here in Athens today is it's right time to do it. It's high time to do it. It is in the interest of both nations to do it. Yes, there are issues, and there will always be issues between Turkey and Greece or given any other two given countries. But we have to realize that solving these problems is in the interest of both nations, and there's a huge potential. And as Churchill said, I am certain that if we open a quarrel between the past and the present, we shall find that we have lost the future. So let us not lose the future. Let us build the future together. Thank you for inviting me here.
Thank you, Minister. And as you say, we should focus on similarities. And there are many similarities that we share in order to bring growth, in order to tap into the opportunities that are out there, and also innovation. Talking about cooperation, shipping, obviously, and tourism go hand in hand. So we are very privileged to have Mr. Mirkliadis Varvitsiotis, a prominent member of our government and a member of a prominent family in the political history of Greece. So, Minister, welcome, and we look forward to hearing from you.
Well, thank you. Thank you for your invitation. Thank you for your kind remarks. Actually, my staff have prepared the speech to be in Greek, but I will try to translate it. First, making some comments on what has been said already, especially from our friend, the Minister Bayis, who is making this visit to Athens, and we had the pleasure to hear from him a clear message for cooperation. First of all, I would like to say that I'm very glad that our coast guards are cooperating very good in combating illegal immigration in the Aegean. We have an excellent cooperation, and I want to stress it out publicly. I do it all the time, because there is a misperception that there isn't any cooperation between the Greek and the Turkish authorities in fighting illegal immigration. It's the opposite, which is true. The second is, as Olga already told me, that Greece has already, since last year, has put together and implemented a pilot program for visitors coming from Turkey to the islands of Aegean to have a visa waiver. And this pilot program, we are working with our partners in the European Union to be extended for the years to come. So there is already the visa issue addressed by the Greek government, and it has been addressed in the most fruitful way for both countries. After all, between the Greek islands and the Turkish coast, there is a tremendous touristic flow. I don't have in hand all the numbers, but only in the island of Kos, I may put a number forward, 500,000 visitors did this exchange of visit from the island of Kos to the Turkish coast and vice versa. So there is a big market which is now dominated by Turkish ships. Although it hasn't been that case the years before, now this market is facilitated more by Turkish ships. Therefore, we see an actual cooperation in the tourist and maritime sector, especially in this area. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm here because maritime tourism is one of the cornerstones of what luxury tourism has to offer. Cruise ships, yachting is two of the areas that our ministry and our government is focusing to further develop. Eastern Mediterranean by itself has been one of the most visited areas in the world. And our challenge is to further facilitate the gifts of geography, history, culture, and to bring more income and more people working in this maritime touristic product. Furthermore, Greeks, because of our history and our culture, have natural talents in seaworthiness, in philoxenia, in the passion and the determination for the target, and also with the respect of our tradition. The area of cruise, of the cruise industry, is one of the most important in order to be one of the cornerstones of our development. Among the most popular destinations in the Mediterranean region, Greece is one of them, receiving more than 70% of the visitors of the European ports in one market that numbers more than 20 million passengers yearly, which is growing year by year. We predict that if there is an increase in this market, although there are some people arguing that it's not going to be increased the next year and the year to come because of the political turbulence in the region, as Olga already mentioned. Apart from that, we may be optimistic, and we could say that the total revenue of the market could be more or less of 2 billion euros. Furthermore, it's true that Mediterranean by itself is growing as a market. That's why we are optimistic rather than pessimistic, because from 2004, we have risen to more than 20% of the worldwide cruise travelers from 14% that we were in 2004. For Greece, the numbers are not so good because we are receiving only 600 million yearly from the 15 billions of this European cruise market. Until now, the Greek ports have been ports of call and didn't offer home porting facilities. The Ministry of Maritime Affairs, Shipping, and the Aegean has realized, and we are focused, how to contribute in the further development of cruise industry in our country, confronting, of course, in our sphere of influence, all the various issues that have to deal with this sector. In 2012, we have introduced a law lifting all the boundaries that they were existing in order to facilitate and lifting cabotage and in order to facilitate more cruise ships to have as home port Greek ports. Therefore, ships bearing any flag can do any line and any call they want, like it is in all cruise destinations around the world. Furthermore, we facilitate also, and we will introduce shortly, a piece of legislation facilitating all the works at ports, because it's very important, apart from having this legal structure which facilitates cruise industry, also to have the infrastructure to facilitate cruise visitors. Therefore, we focus in developing our ports, and we focus also in implementing in every port the ISPS code, which is the international safety code for all the ports that they do international trade. I would like also to stress out that only recently the government have decided to further enhance the capabilities of the Port of Piraeus. The Port of Piraeus is going to develop a new pier in order to accommodate 3 very big cruise vessels, more than 300 meters long, therefore becoming one of the 2 ports in the Mediterranean having these capabilities, the Port of Barcelona and the Port of Piraeus. In the last years, in the last decade, Piraeus has increased its traffic by 151%. And I am sure that Piraeus is one of the safest ports we have in the world. We didn't have until now, thanks to St. Nicholas as well, any incident in the Port of Piraeus, and we are very focused, and we are working hard with the Coast Guard to have to maintain this record of 0 accidents in the Port of Piraeus. We did exercises during the summer period, and now we are planning together with the cruise sector to make on-board exercises for evacuation and confronting any security issues, and to be ready and very well trained for the next season. Ladies and gentlemen, apart from the cruise sector, I would like to stress out also the sector of yachting. A fast-growing sector, a sector that throughout Europe is becoming more and more trendy, and a sector that definitely attracts what today we are talking about, luxury travelers. Until now, although Greece has this huge Polynesia, which can make it as the top destination in the Mediterranean for yachting, we haven't been benefited as much as we could from this sector. There has been a logic also between the government and in the media attacking boat owners, yacht owners, making yachting as kind of a criminal act. But now we are determined to facilitate yachting, to facilitate to the boat owners to bury the Greek flag, to keep their yachts here, to lift all the bureaucratic obligations, and also to make their tax environment more friendly. What we say about yachting, and what everybody who has really focused on this issue, anybody who has focused on this issue, and all the studies that we have in hand, say that if we have 100 yachts, they create in the marina 4.4 new jobs and another 100 onshore facilities. Service, maintenance, manning, etc. Therefore, what our aim is to bring more and more yachts in our marinas. Greece now is the home port of 17,000 yachts, while Italy is the home port of 130,000 yachts, and France is the home port of 200,000 yachts. And they don't have this advantage that we are having with our Polynesia. Therefore, we, in cooperation with the Ministry of Tourism, with Olga personally, with Minister Stournaras, we try to conclude this reform in our yachting sector. And it is true that it wasn't so easy to move forward with the discussions, because our main philosophy is to liberalize this market, and we had the resistance of the tax authorities, but I think we have overcome any doubts that they were having. Therefore, what we are aiming to do is, first of all, to increase the competitiveness of the Greek flag, to create more jobs in the sector, and to lift, as I told you already, all the bureaucratic burdens. Our main goal is to increase the private, but also the commercial yachts, to travel more among the Greek ports, and to have them for as long as we can in our seas. And we also want to attract the large cruise industry, yacht industry, which actually doesn't have a base in the Eastern Mediterranean at this time, although its numbers are very high in the Caribbean region. Therefore, what we are going to do is, first, we are going to lift the requirement for a permission in order to have a commercial yacht, to have the minimum requirements of days for charter to be lowered in order to keep your tax exemption status, to have all the sector being monitored by electronic means, so not to have any bureaucracy and any paper, signatures, stamps, or whatever follows this bureaucracy. To lift the obligation that any yacht is having to register at the Coast Guard every time that it reaches a port. And also to open the market to the private yachts. Private yachts can be chartered as well without having the tax benefits of the commercial yachts, and vice versa. Commercial yachts can be used privately without having the tax exemption status. Furthermore, we are going to facilitate and to make it very easy to register with the Greek flag without any other obligations in terms of manning, crewing, etc. And of course, we are going to simplify all the regulations that applies to the movement of the yacht, getting in a port, getting in and out of a port, getting in and out of the country. Ladies and gentlemen, our country has been blessed by a unique marine environment. And this marine environment is something that we have to keep, safeguard for the future generations, but also to safeguard it as the most lucrative part of our country. In our ministry, we are focusing very much in guarding our marine environment. And the Coast Guard, apart from all the other things that it's been doing, fight of the illegal immigration, controlling the ports, smuggling, is very much dedicated in maintaining this marine environment. And actually, although we are not having such a big budget, we try to keep our anti-pollution mechanism to be intact. I believe, having said all this, that if we manage, we, as the political personnel of this country, as the government of this country, to make better our services, the service we are providing to the tourism, to the tourist and marine sectors. But also, if the sectors themselves try to provide more and better services to the client, then I think in a very short period of time, we can see a great shift and transformation in our tourism. And to be from a tourism of mass production to become a luxury tourism, which is the aim, which is also the most beneficial for the economy, but it is also the most beneficial for the environment, for the marine environment that cannot be overused and abused. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Minister, and I'm very happy to hear about the infrastructural developments at Port of Piraeus, but also happy to hear that yachting reform is coming, so I'm sure people like George Clooney will be very happy, and he'll be reading more of the IHT on yachts, on more than 200,000 yachts in the Aegean. Ladies and gentlemen, this concludes the keynote speech part of our conference. We are now entering a more interactive part in the conference of panels and Q&As. We're privileged to have Deputy Minister Notis Mitarakis to lead the next panel. And for this, I will also ask Konstantinos Veriziotis, who's the publisher of Money and Tourism, to join us and moderate the next panel that's coming up. Thank you.
Ladies and ministers, general secretaries, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I feel honored to attend and participate in the first Mediterranean Luxury Travel Summit, outstandingly organized by the International Herald Tribune, Kathimerini, and my friends Simos Tsomokos and Alberto Cano. And I feel fortunate to moderate a panel of distinguished individuals with whom we will discuss investments in the tourism sector in Greece, a sector with solid prospects, which I serve for more than 25 years. I must, however, admit that I am a little nervous. As a journalist, I am used to stand and contribute behind the scenes and not at the forefront of the action. So let's get started, which will help me alleviate some of my stress as well. Investments, our subject, are a matter of survival and critical for the future of the country. They will help creating jobs, consequently reducing unemployment, and help Greece get back on a growth track. During the national effort, it is tourism that carries the way to help us stand tall again. Undoubtedly, the contribution of tourism are very important to build a fresh impression of Greece in the minds of the world citizens. I have the privilege to stand next to three very experienced leaders and known for their investment in tourism. Mr. Notis Mitarakis, Minister of Investments, please allow me of the new governmental title, as he is taking flights out of Athens to promote investments in Greece quite more regularly than a regular commute to his office. He left an exemplary career behind to join the government's efforts and restore confidence to foreign investors. Furthermore, today is the birthday day of Mr. Mitarakis, and we have Μπορεί να έχει και τούρτα. Well, you have the podium.
Honourable Ministers, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. I have the same issue with the preceding speaker, my colleague Mr. Varvitsiotis. I'm standing here in front of you with a speech in Greek, ready to deliver it in English. I would like to thank you, first of all, for the great honour for inviting me at this forum, which is a very important opportunity for policymakers to interact with the market. And I think one thing which is different with today's government is that we take the role of the markets much more seriously, much more centrally in how we conduct policymaking. It is important at this difficult time for our economy, as we're struggling 6 years of recession, to become a more business-friendly economy. We believe that the driver for the future will be the private sector. It means the participant of this forum. So for us, it's very valuable to hear from you, understand better the needs of consumers, of producers, of suppliers, and accommodate this within the policy framework. Today's forum is very important because it doesn't only discuss issues of national interest, but also takes a more regional view, which is very important for the development of the tourist product in the southeastern Mediterranean. And we're very honored by the presence of His Excellency, our Turkish colleague, Minister Bagis, and we thank him for coming here today. For us, 2013 is a very good year for tourism. And the objective going forward has to be to maintain, if not improve the quantity, but improve the quality of the tourist offering. For us, the very positive outcome of 2013 acts as a motivating force, as a driver to do more in the years to come. Importantly, and this is where my department's role comes in, is to attract new investments in tourism that help upgrade our offering, help cope with changing consumer demand, and make Greece a selected destination both at the mass market tourism segment, but more importantly, in the upper echelon. What is the driver for all that? Obviously, to improve and increase the national product and fight unemployment, which for us now is the biggest national problem. It's not only numbers that matter, it's people that matters. And behind the Greek tourism is an excellent workforce, a very committed nation in hospitality, and this competitive advantage of Greece, we think we can further improve in the future. In that sense, we seek investments. And there are no investments without investors. There are not employees without employers. And we have taken steps to make the country more business-friendly, change from red tape to red carpet, and I'll give you a number of specific examples of things we've done up to now, as we're seeking to attract all types of investments, domestic and foreign, small, medium, and large. The growth in the future will come obviously from the private sector. And of course, the government has a role to play. And I would say our role is around three axes. First of all, is improving the investment environment. Second, is making the necessary structural changes in the economy. And thirdly, improving infrastructure and using in that sense also the government balance sheet in a new way to become a catalyst for investments. Of course, you cannot see investments in any market until you achieve two preconditions. Precondition number one is fiscal and political stability. And in the last 15 months, most of our effort was around establishing Greece as a permanent member of the Eurozone. Because let me remind you, 15 months ago, this was not a given by investors. And I can tell you that 15 years down the road, in all the meetings my colleagues and I have around the world, both in the political or in the private sector, we have not had anyone in the last many months that has raised to us the question of whether Greece will be a stable member of the Eurozone. And we've worked very hard to achieve that. It's not a gift. It's an outcome of tremendous sacrifice from the Greek people that has led, in 2012, for the first time, to meet our budget objective. In 2013, to move into a primary surplus. And in 2014, expecting for the first time after 6 years, small, marginal, but positive growth in the economy. The second important pillar is liquidity. And liquidity, I have to say, it's still a big issue for the Greek corporate sector. We all recognize that. From our part, what we have managed to do is, first of all, complete the recapitalization of the Greek banking system in order for it to regain strength lost after the PSI and after 6 consecutive years of recession. At the same time, we see around 15 billion of deposits having returned to the Greek banks, which is a necessary but not sufficient yet condition for the Greek banking system to be able to grow the balance sheet again. We have secured 20.5 billion from the EU in the 2014-2020 EU funding program, and these are important funds for the economy. Will keep us on a stable flow of funds from the EU, despite the fact that many more countries are now eligible for this support. In 2013, and I'll finish the liquidity point with that, we're above target, both in the absorption of the EU structural funds and the absorption of funds under the Greek Development Subsidies and Grant Program. These, as I said, are two important preconditions for investments. And I think there has been a lot of success in the first pillar. There's still things to be done, as the market knows better than us, on the liquidity front. But at least the foundations for that enhancement of liquidity has been placed in a sustainable way. Now let's talk about the axis of how we look at investments, specifically related also to the topic of today's forum. Greece has been known for huge delays and bureaucracy and legal uncertainty around major projects. And this, of course, is not easy by any means to change that impression in a short period of time, as it's well-funded in facts. But the Ministry of Tourism, the Ministry of Development, and all related ministries, in the last 15 months have taken fundamental steps to improve the legal framework, and today we can say with much more confidence that we're ready to accept, license, and implement important major projects in tourism. And this is a direction we want to take. We would like to see in Greece further, bigger tourist developments that consist of have a more complex approach between hotel, residential, tourist houses, golf, marinas, integrated resorts. What do we actually done for that? First of all, with the fast-track law 4146, which we passed together with all the relevant ministries in April, we have improved the fast-track process in specific and very tangible ways. First of all, we created a central licensing authority. So we expect to license major projects in a coherent way without having to go from one department to the other department, but actually in the implementation of the licensing process, we can for the first time take an integrated approach ourselves. The second, we created a special legal instrument, a special type of presidential decree called SKAI, which allows in one legal act, which gets pre-cleared from the Supreme Court, as all the presidential decrees do, to establish the planning characteristics of major plots of land, remove uncertainty for the investors as they're trying to implement this project. And thirdly, we have already a single account manager for any major investment, and that allows, especially foreign investors that may feel less accustomed with the way our country operates, they'll have a single point of contact for the implementation of the investments. We have already had applications to the fast-track process, and we expect in the coming days the relevant ministers to be asked to provide fast-track status in two complex projects, total budget 1.2 billion euros, creating 1,900 jobs. I think an important new piece of legislation that will help these tourist developments create demand is the law that gives residence permits for 5 years, renewable every 5 years, to non-EU nationals that select to buy residential or other type of property in Greece above the value of 250,000 euro. Greece is in a strategic location at an entry point of the EU from the south-southeast, with important cultural links with a number of countries around the world. And this is something we're trying now to explore in a very tangible way, inviting people from these countries not only to come as tourists for 1 week, 2 weeks, 10 days, but actually to spend, those that can, a bigger part of the year in Greece with a residence permit which allows them to stay here for the whole year if they so wish. And this, we think, will drive demand. And the requests for information we had up to now are very encouraging. And actually, not only we have had the first applications, but as it was announced 2 weeks ago by the Ministry of the Interior, we already granted the first many licenses. Up to now, investments in tourism were focusing around the mass market. And as my colleagues in the Ministry of Tourism has told us, the 5- and 4-star hotels in Greece only have a 15% market share in the market. I'm also told that only 5% of the beds in Greece are part of global chains, belong to global reservation systems. And that shows that on one hand, yes, Greece has already 18 million arrivals. We have been in the market since time immemorial, but at the same time, the most profitable maybe segments of that tourist offering are still to be exploited. The Ministry of Tourism, and I'm sure the Minister of Tourism, Ms. Olga Kefalogianni, already spoke in more detail, has passed the special legislation for the integrated tourism resorts, creating an investment opportunity which we expect many to look at and many to take, creating a complex consisting of the actual hotel, the residential, the marinas, the golf, the spa, the conference centers that can help Greece increase the duration of this tourist period. So there is the law on the integrated tourism resorts, as there is a more specialized legal framework for what we call in Greece POTA, areas of complete tourist development, a famous example of which is the well-known Costa Navarino in Messina. The government stands ready to support investment projects. We have a development law, Law 4146, that provides for free equity and/or tax incentives for investments in the tourist industry. It has been a law that has historically been used a lot by the tourist industry, mainly for renovation of existing capacity. But we would expect to see more projects coming through for new developments. We try to make the law more friendly. And since April, for the previous legal framework, and as of November, for the current grant system, we're ready to provide 100% of the government grant in advance, providing also, therefore, a liquidity support for projects. We don't pay the subsidy at the end of the project. We can pay 100% of the subsidy at the beginning of the project, provided there's a letter of guarantee to ensure the state. We now accept applications throughout the year, not only twice the year. And also we will be allowing, before the end of the year, for special agents, mainly coming from the banking system, to be used for inspection and completion of projects alongside the public system we're using now, giving a choice to investors that will increase transparency and at the same time make it faster for applications to be finalized and paid. Just one thing, we had already seen in the first 6 months of 2013, after the passing of the law, a 40% increase in the value of applications for grants. And this is a positive sign that the small and medium-sized Greek companies are coming back into the investment horizon with a slight more optimism than they had probably 15 months ago. We made major steps to increase the competitiveness of the economy through labor reforms, through reducing VAT in catering, which is important for the tourist offering. A new priority for us is reducing the cost of energy, which is not something in our control as we're being supplied a lot of the material we use for energy, but this is something that already has come as a government priority. I wouldn't say more, I wanted to say a few things about cruise, but the previous speaker is a specialist, so I'll pass that page. And I will say as final pillar, what is important thing for the government to do is improve the infrastructure and also use our balance sheet as a catalyst. And when I say use our balance sheet, I don't mean the traditional borrow and spend that led historically to high deficits and high stock of debt. I'm talking about the privatization program, which is using the asset side of the balance sheet, not the liability side, and is doing it in a constructive way, attracting investment. I remind you that land is one of the prime assets that are included in the privatization program, not only existing hotels, but new land, like mainly nearby the Ellinikon Old Airport. And we believe that the acquirers of these lands acquisition of this land by private investors would lead to important investments. We're looking to privatize regional airports, our train system, our ports, and that could further improve infrastructure, as well as complete the 4 major motorways that have been stalled for some time due to the crisis, but also those will allow for more parts of Greece to be included, to be more active in tourism. I think this is more than enough, moderator, as an introduction. Once again, thank you very much for your very kind invitation. I look forward to the panel.
As an elected member of the board of Athens Chamber of Commerce and Industry, I closely monitor the structural reforms that are taking place in our country over the past year. In recent months, there are a number of restructurings and reforms that have been effected or are in the process of implementation that are irrevocably improve the framework for investments in the country. We still have a way to go, but I have to recognize the steps such as the new Investment Act, as the Minister said, the 5-year resident permit on foreigners that buy real estate of over 205,000 euros, the reformation of our tax laws with the intent to make it simpler, stable, and more competitive, the restructuring of central government to reduce bureaucracy and embrace transparency, and simplifying certification and fast-tracking of mid to large-scale investments. Mr. Ferit Şahenk, a well-known and self-made businessman, started small and built an empire. A well-known friend of Greece, has already invested in our country and has a number of projects in the works. We indeed hope to see him more frequently in Athens. I would like to invite Mr. Şahenk to the podium, please.
Excellencies, Deputy Ministers, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I'm delighted to be in Athens, the cradle of history, a city that I always enjoy to be as an international investor. I'm here to represent a typical investor in Greece. That's what they told me. Well, Greece, for me, goes back to my childhood. My grandfather was a hotelier in a small city called Ayvalık, right across from the island Midilli. And we used to watch Greek TV, black and white. That's the only time we could get the football games from Europe at those times in Turkey. So my relationship with Greece really starts with that black and white TV in my grandfather's hotel in Ayvalık, and across from us, a beautiful Midilli, where we used to go sometimes to have also one of the best fish. And still, I should say, you have excellent seafood in Greece. Ladies and gentlemen, standard investment decisions are very much done financially. They look at the income, they look at the revenues, they look at the profits, they look at the numbers like the Goldmans, the Merrills, all these investment banks look in the world. People like us, we dream. People like us, we look at the potential of a country. I see Greece going through an unbelievable change as we speak. I lived this 11, 12 years ago in my country in Turkey. It was hard times. Restructuring, mindset change, thinking out of the box, investment to be done by private enterprise, not by government, politicians going to places and telling their citizens, listen, I cannot give you higher prices for the hazelnuts this year because I don't have the money anymore. I used to believe that Turkey would not go through these times. I would never imagine in 2006 a Greek bank, National Bank of Greece, coming into Turkey and buying one of the best banks in Turkey. And I couldn't imagine when I was a little child watching that TV, black and white, watching basketball and football from Greece, that I would be in front of you today speaking about investment in Greece as an investor who has invested with Greek companies, Greek friends, Greek families. Standing in front of you, I'm now a partner in 4 beautiful marinas in your country, but in our region. Today, mainly, my emphasis will be about the region. As we can see, the potential of Greece and Turkey together, it's immense. The luxury tourism destinations that we go all around the world. You can go to the south of France, you can go to Spain, all these places. I tell you, we are living in the best place. We have history, we have culture, we have the food, we have the nature, and more than that, it's untapped. The only thing that we have to change our mindset. We have to start working together. And we have to believe that we don't have to only cater to 2, 3-star hotel customer base. 3 years ago, we bought a hotel in Turkey. It used to be merely accepting British and German tourists coming from Europe, and they were very much the low-budget tourists. Usually the investors look at this way. Okay, if I'm going to buy this place, I will look at the numbers of today, and I'll do certain multiples, and that's the worth of the hotel. This hotel now, after 3 years, does 5 times in euros the revenue, has a 20% EBITDA margin. Some of you would be interested in the financials. And we cater the top models, top actors. Even in their hotel now, we have what we call pop-up Zuma. I don't know, any of you know the restaurant Zuma? There is one pop-up Zuma, it's the first one, and it is in Turkey. So, I think dreams are very important. That's what I wanted to say. More than 600 Turkish tourists visited Greece in 2012. compared to just 180,000 5 years ago. On the other hand, 670,000 Greek tourists visited Turkey last year, compared to just 280,000 10 years ago. In many of the islands, Simi, Kos, Leros, Patmos, Mykonos, Rhodos, believe me, you have the best marketing people. You have the best salespeople. Most of these restaurateurs, hoteliers, know the Turks by the name. And the last 10 years, we are doing a classical music concert in one of our marinas in Turkey, in Bodrum. The last 5 years, the faces that I see, the municipal heads, the mayors, the businessmen from Greece, I started knowing them by name as well. So, this goes to the governments, I'm sorry. As people, we are ahead of you. As businessmen, we are ahead of you. Please, concretely, create a formal body where Turkish and Greek businessmen who believes in this dream get together and put in front of you a proposal how we can make Aegean, where both countries have a history, a luxury destination. Because I'm looking at the numbers. We started investing in the marinas in 2003. We have 10 marinas now. Our capacity is around 14,000. In the whole Mediterranean, you have about 500,000 berth capacity. This is going to go up to 1 million. There is 800,000 yachts cruising in the Mediterranean. In the next decade, this will go up to 1.6 million. I love Spain, I love France, but I don't want that upside to go to those regions. Let's create an environment where the high-end tourist, luxury tourist, will come to Aegean. Some will choose to be in Greece 3 days, maybe 2 days in Turkey. Some will choose to stay 1 week in Turkey, but maybe 4 days in Greece. But we will attract a package, a value proposition for these guests, not clients, guests, such that they will choose our region. And if we can also get to those, some of the bureaucratic problems that my minister, Mr. Bash, said about visa, this can only also enhance the relationship expansion. We have, as group, 3 hotels in the southern part of Turkey, high-end, very luxury. And what we are doing, we are preparing already boat tours to Greek islands. I know the problems associated with leaving the country, coming back to country as well. But there is a need for it. People love to do it. They want to do it. So, let's do it. Last, for my comments, if you don't mind, I think I'm talking about not tourism. I'm not talking about marinas. I'm not talking about restaurants. I'm talking about entertainment sector. Actually, luxury segment look for entertainment sector. The entertainment economy is an economy where people pay so much money, but they want to receive their money's worth, yes. But they sometimes will pay double the amount for a Moët Chandon champagne at a certain experience, at a certain location, and they will not even look at the price tag. If you are talking about the type of luxury tourism, We have to create a destination. We have to create an experience. If we can go to the emotions of these guests and capture them, I think our region has the best capability for that. So I invite the Turkish and Greek tourism minister to facilitate this, please, because both people deserve it. Secondly, let's make a race, a sailing boat race in the Aegean. It will start from Athens. It will end in Istanbul. Let my tourism minister be the opener of this race in Athens. Let the Greek minister, tourism minister, do the closing in Istanbul. Can we do it? I think we can do it. I think we can do it. I think I talk too much. It's time for work. If you push me to work, if you allow me to work, I'll do it because I believe in the friendship of these two countries and the two lovely people. Thanks for listening to me.
I wonder if the structural reforms I've referred before are enough for foreign investors. Mrs. Katerina Katopi, member of Dolphin Capital, a company that has invested heavily in tourism and has a number of projects under development in Greece and all over the world. Mrs. Katopi.
Thank you, Kostas. Oh, I have a presentation. I'm not sure I'm going to need it, but I might as well because a picture is 1,000 words. Excellencies, Vice Minister, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for giving us the opportunity to be here today. I think I should say a few things about our group for those of you that don't know what Dolphin is. First of all, this is a picture of our hotel, the Amanzoe, which opened this, last summer in the Peloponnese. And within 1 year, it managed to achieve a lot of accolades and a lot of acknowledgement from the international travel community as one of the best, if not the best, luxury resort in the Mediterranean, which actually is a good thing, not just for us, but for Greece as a whole. So a few things about Dolphin. I didn't know exactly what I had to say, so there's too many slides, so you will allow me to flip through them. Dolphin is a company that is listed on the London Stock Exchange on the alternative investment market. Actually, we've raised about 950 million euros over 3 consecutive fundraisers, and we focus on developing very, very high-end leisure integrated resorts in Southeast Mediterranean with a very small allocation to invest elsewhere. Why did we choose this region? Not just because we're Greek and Cypriot. That's a very big part of it, but predominantly because we saw a very big gap in the market in our part of the world. Like my predecessor said, we do have one of the most beautiful areas on the planet, and it's largely underdeveloped when it comes to the luxury tourism sector. So over 40% of our assets are allocated in Greece. We also have investments, I'll flip through. Just so you can have a look. So we have projects in Greece. We have 7 projects in Greece, in the Peloponnese, in Crete, in Magnesia, Viotia, and in the Cyclades, in the Cycladic island of Kea, actually. We have some projects in Turkey, projects in Cyprus, in Croatia, and elsewhere we have also invested in the Dominican Republic and in Panama. How do we go about doing our investments? Most of them are greenfield investments. So we acquire large agricultural pieces of land, we permit them, we design them, we bring in some of the world's best operators and designers and golf designers and hotel designers, and we try to create a dream. That's exactly what we believe in. At the same time, all of our projects have a branded residential element, and each one, depending on where it is, it has other leisure components. It might have a marina, it might have a golf, an equestrian center, and so on and so forth. But I think, these are our shareholders. For those of you who are interested in the financials, they're some of the largest hedge funds and funds in the world. But I think it's more important not to talk about us, but to say a few things about Amanzoe, our hotel in the greater Porto Heli area, which opened about a year ago. And I will just start by saying that, as you can see, it is a hotel. Some of you I know have been there. I hope all of you get to come and see it. And the reason is not just because we've created something that we think is great and has won so many awards, but because we decided in a time of crisis in 2010 to go ahead with the construction of quite an expensive project. A lot of people thought we were crazy, but we said, you know, we're going to go ahead and we're going to do it because at the end of the day, Greece might be great when it comes to yachting, but it's not that great when it comes to hotels. There's a lot of beautiful, small luxury hotels, but there was none, with the exception of Costa Navarino, that were associated with a very, very high-end luxury name. And hopefully we'll see more luxury names coming into the market. So we decided to go ahead and build Amanzoe, which strangely enough is built on a hill and has a private beach club 5 minutes away. Still, yes, I know, it does sound a bit strange, but it's true. So this complex that you see on this slide actually is only 38 pavilions, all of them with private swimming pools, a lot of other facilities. Here we are. Restaurants, the beach club, boutique, art gallery, swimming pools. We have an amphitheater where we host cultural events and jazz nights, lounge bar, a library, a helipad, and a number of other things. The second time that people thought we were crazy was when we opened, actually this year that was basically the first operating year, and the average rate per night is 1,200 to 1,300 euros plus. Everybody thought, again, we were completely insane. Of course, we're not managing it. Aman Resorts is managing the property. And of course, they know what they're doing very well because it's one of the best brands in the world. Well, I think a few statistics are quite important. It would be quite interesting for you. First of all, over 30, I think actually it's 34% of our guests arrive by private plane and use the hotel helicopter to come and go from the hotel. I think that's a pretty large number, and it indicates that our country actually does have the potential to attract all these super wealthy, ultra high net worth individuals that are willing to spend. But we need to give them the product to come here. And hopefully we will see more of that coming. Our guests, everybody was wondering, oh, they're Russians. Actually, no, they're not Russians. They're from the UK, they're from the US, a lot of Germans, French, surely some Russians as well. But Western Europe and the US are the two regions that most of the guests come from. Another interesting statistic, guests in the summer, they stayed for an average of 6 nights. We had people that stayed 2 months with us. So another statistic that actually comes to show that we can attract a very high-end clientele that is willing to spend that amount of money. And what does this mean? It means that obviously everybody benefits. We give jobs, the local communities benefit, and it's a win-win situation. Oh, some images of the hotel, for those of you who have not been here. The other very, very important thing is that, okay, many might wonder, are we going to make the money out of the hotel? We actually have branded residences associated with the hotel, the Amanzoe Villas, and to this date, we've sold 7 of those residences, which I think that in a time of crisis was a very big success, given that the least expensive one we've sold is about 5 million euros, and they are on a hilltop. They are branded by Aman Resorts, and they were sold between 2010 and 2012. That comes to show again the potential that our country has as a destination for people who would like to have a second home, 3rd, 4th, 5th, whatever. And of course, the very strong influence that a brand like Aman Resorts, or maybe Four Seasons, or Taj, or one of the really good hotel brands has along with that. Some images of the villas. Here's one of our villas that has been finished this year. I think I should also say that although we are currently developing our other projects, and they are under construction in Panama and the Dominican Republic, also in Cyprus and in Turkey, okay, we feel very strongly about Greece. We are also headquartered here. And the reason I'm on this panel is because we're investors in this country. And I was also asked beforehand to describe a little bit what, in our view, the problems are and what should be done, and how we view this new environment that is developing over the past 1.5 years. Well, I'll have to agree that indeed very big steps have been taken. The new law that allows, non-EU nationals when they purchase a real estate asset over 250,000 euros to be able to have the residence permit is a very big plus, and I think it will definitely spark new interest in the real estate sector. The other great thing is, of course, the fast track. Actually, one of the 2 investments that were approved last week is one of ours. It's over 400 million. It's again in the region of Portocheli in the Peloponnese. So I think it's a very big plus. Nevertheless, there are a few things which we think should still be changed. First of all is the bureaucracy. It's still lingering on. There are still, of course, very big steps have been taken, and in no means do I disregard this, but on a local level and on not on a government, but on a local level, still a lot needs to be done in order to overcome a lot of hindrances and problems. Indeed, the red tape has been turning into a red carpet, as the Deputy Minister said, but at least we're getting there, which is a great first step, I think. Infrastructure definitely needs to be improved further if we need to attract the super high-end luxury brands and tourists. We need better airports, better ports, better roads. I think largely one of the reasons that a lot of our guests come with a helicopter is because they cannot take that 2-hour drive down to the Peloponnese, which is not one of the best. It's beautiful, but it's not one of the easiest drives in the world. The other thing that should also be changed or improved, I should say, is that the government needs to also brand Greece better. We need to come out better as a country with a complete strategy. We cannot have our logo change every 1 or 2 years. We need a strategy. We need very clear guidelines as to what this country can offer. And I'm sure that also the rest of the hoteliers and people in the touristic development of Greece who are in this room would agree, and they would be willing to work together with the government towards this goal. We need to brand our country and our region much better in order to be able to attract much higher-end luxury tourism. Don't forget, about 8% of the total income in the touristic sector, about 8% rather of the travelers per year are in the very high-end luxury travel. And more than 26% of the total income comes from that super high-end sector. So we should put a little bit more effort into making it happen. We do have, I've been to over 100 countries in the world. Traveling is my passion. And personally, and as a company, I want to see much more happening in this country. We can do it, indeed. And now that the government is taking significant steps, let's hope this is going to continue, and we'll see more investment and more improvements and more luxury branding and more luxury brands coming in this tourism market. Thank you very much.
As a moderator, I have the privilege to make the first question. After we have a discussion, we will have a discussion, so anyone can ask. And allow me to start with our Turkish friend. Except the investments in the marinas area, and not only in Greece, he participated in the acquisition of Astir Palace. And because, as a journalist, I have to think about my colleagues that are in the area who wants news, I want to ask him what we have to wait for him, for his group, those group, and what we have to wait from the Greek-Turkish cooperation.
Thank you very much for this question. First of all, I should say that investment in tourism is a very sacred investment. Firstly, you are becoming part of a society, so you have to respect the culture, the past, and create the future. Secondly, you have to really explain yourself very well. I don't believe in the concept of foreign local investor. Investor is an investor. An investor can be the right investor or the wrong investor. Investor like us, we are entrepreneurs. There are big funds who invest differently, different styles, big companies. As I said, we are dreamers. We are entrepreneurs. Apart from only the financial gain, we want to create a value. I know the past of Astor Palace. I read the history of Astor Palace. If we are allowed, and if we become the winner in a tender of this kind, I know the responsibility of having this place. This is very important. This is a humane thing. We are investors, of course, we all want returns. But when you're going to a place, a couple of months ago, we also won another bid in Istanbul. This is also historical. We know the expectations of the society. Of course, you have to look at the hotels, you have to make the best of it, you can have villas, this and that. But apart from the return, if we do this, if we get this tender, it's also important for both people's relationship. 2006, when National Bank of Greece bought Finansbank, many people couldn't believe that a Greek entity, a bank, could buy a bank in Turkey. So I think we are thinking out of the box. Why a Turkish investor in Greece? That's not the issue. What will happen with Astor Palace? I think that's the most important issue. And I am the type of person who goes to bed when I put my head on the pillow, right before I sleep, I always ask myself this question: am I doing the right thing? This is very important. You know, some of us, we are forgetting about the basic principles of humanity. Are we doing the right thing? So when I look at an investment like Astor Palace, this is how I look at it. Secondly, we are in the entertainment business as a group. We have restaurants, we have hotels. So I know what we will do with that lovely location. And I'm not going to give any copies to other competitors, sorry. Thirdly, it's fantastic, you know, being in this room today, talking so comfortably to an esteemed audience. The days when the Turkish-Greek relations was at a certain different manner. Now how we are looking at investments together. I was trying to explain in my speech, and I'll bore you for 2 more minutes if you don't mind. We go to Greek islands, at the restaurants, the waiters know us by name. They don't call you Turk. They call me, oh, Mr. Şahin is here, Ferit is here. You know, these are the things that we are looking for in the friendship. That's why I think as people, we have gone through these question marks. I think media and bureaucracy should also has to pass through these things. Because at the end, we live here together. Thank you very much.
This is service. Κύριε Υπουργέ, με συγχωρείτε ξεχάστηκα. Minister, we describe a lot of changes, a lot of structural reforms. Mrs. Katopis says a lot of things. Are you optimist for the investment in Greece?
First of all, I would like to thank...
Ήταν πιο προετοιμασμένος από μένα, δεν τον είχα δει.
I'd like to thank Ms. Katopi for her comments. I promise I haven't met her before, and her comments sounded a bit like a birthday gift, so I thank her for the remarks she made for the new investment law. I'll remain cautious until I see it working in practice. We have spent a lot of time talking to the private sector, trying to identify what have been historically the obstacles behind strategic investments. We've tried to produce a piece of legislation that actually accommodates the needs of the market. We have been very fortunate to already have had 2 major applications in the first few months of the new fast-track law, and I can say there's a backlog also of a number of other applications which we anticipate before the end of the year. So demand is there, and the demand makes me slightly optimistic. I'm also optimistic about the macro environment. It seems that Greece is exiting a very long and very deep depression. We have put our economics, our fiscal performance back on track. We have done very aggressive structural reforms, and that also provides a foundation for investments. I am aware, like everyone in the room is aware, that historically we have had enormous delays in licensing major projects. There have been demand there which we could not satisfy. We will see how these new 2 investments go through. One thing I have to assure you is that personally, myself and all my team, for us, the first few projects in Fast Track, it's a personal bet. It's a test case. So we will do our best to finalize them quickly. If we see there are any legal obstacles we haven't identified properly when we pass the first law, we will do the necessary amendments. Delay is not an option.
Thank you, Minister. Mrs. Katopis, you work all over the world. And I heard a lot of times Mr. Kabouridis described how easily can do things in Dominican Republic, for example, and how difficult is to do not the same things, but some things in Greece. What is your opinion, and what you think that we will change here?
Thank you for giving me the opportunity to talk about this. It is indeed much easier. I will tell you an experience. Yes.
Republic.
In the Dominican Republic? Yeah. No, I'll use Panama. Panama is a better example. Okay, we own a private island in Panama. It's a bit bigger than Capri. It's the size of St. Bart's, for those of you who have been to those places. It's in the Pacific side of Panama. It's about 1,500 hectares. On that island, I mean, we're talking about Panama, okay? In 1 year, we managed to get every single license that was required. Planning, environmental, construction, everything that was required in order to go ahead and do that investment in 1 year, okay? And we're talking about an island which is, when you get off the boat or the helicopter, it's like stepping into a National Geographic documentary, okay? We brought in the Smithsonian Institute from the States. They helped us with the planning. The government helped us with the planning. They were there. We did everything by the book, and in 1 year we had everything. And we went ahead. Isn't it a pity not to be able to do this in our country? I have to say, with Amanzoe, for example, we didn't have any issues. Everything went smoothly, went according to plan. We started buying the land in 2007, end of 2007. It was 34 different parcels of land, and in 2010 we started construction. But we do have another 6 projects in Greece, and each one has their own difficulties. But like I said before, one of the 2 investments that were approved last week was ours. Things are changing, so hopefully we are seeing a new era in the country, and the indications are there. So, you know, let's think positive that only good things will happen from now on, because I think we did hit rock bottom, so, you know, we're all learning from the mistakes, and if we don't work together to make it happen now, then I don't know when we will be able to do it. I mean, now is the time for Greece and Turkey and the region. So, yes, thank you.
So we can have... we have a question from the audience. Who want to ask? First question. Second question. We are perfect. So, thank you very much. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Και για το επόμενο πάνελ, καλώ τον καλό φίλο και συνάδελφο, τον Σταμάτη Ζαχαρό από το Capital, να συντονίσει και να καλέσει τους ομιλητές. Ευχαριστούμε πολύ.
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. My name is Stamatis Zaharos and I'm the managing editor of Capital.gr and Kefali newspaper. I would like to thank all of you for participating in this summit. The next topic is one of the major problems the Greek tourism product is facing since the first tourist era in the 60s. Though the weather in our country is excellent nearly the whole year round, tourists tend to book their holidays only during the summertime. They probably have combined Greece with sun and sea and they focus mostly on the islands. Thus makes a more difficult decision for the entrepreneurs to invest in Greece and limits the revenue for those who already have tourist infrastructure in our country. In the last few years, bookings during late spring and early autumn have slightly increased. This year, the numbers are encouraging. More than 18 million visitors will have been in Greece by the end of the season, according to most estimates. Many, and for sure more than any other year, decided to visit Greece in September. Tourism remains the heavy industry of Greece, and it's well known that will be one of the main factors that will help our country to overcome the ongoing financial crisis. The main goal, though, is to extend the tourist period as much as possible. Greece has much more to offer to the visitors, but we have to admit that the lack of tourist policy during the past 20 or 30 years had a very disappointing result. Concepts like religious or agricultural tourism were unknown until recently, excluding Greece from a very big tourism target group. What we will try to explore in this panel are strategies for combating the 6-month season, and we will give examples of successful initiatives aimed at extending the length of the season and improve the business climate. Let me now introduce you our speakers who will expand upon this subject. Each one will have 5 minutes time to analyze the topic. At the end of the speeches, there will be time for questions and further discussion. I would like to invite Mr. Haris Loizidis, who is President of Cyprus Hotel Association, Mr. Thomas Wilms, Senior Vice President and Regional Director for Starwood Hotels in East and Central Europe, Mr. Jihad El Khouri, founder of Niki Beach Hotels and Resort, and unfortunately we don't have Mr. Iosif Parsalis with us. Gentlemen, please. Okay, Mr. Loizidis, you can start.
Distinguished guests, dear friends, good afternoon. Firstly, I would like to thank the organizers for their kind invitation to address this important summit. I will try to adhere to the allocated time and focus on the current state of seasonality in Cyprus, outline the main targets, opportunities and challenges in our effort to extend the length of the tourist season and mitigate the seasonality problem. In closing, I plan to outline the great prospects our region offers if we manage to overcome historic obstacles and achieve cooperation between our respective countries for the benefit of all. Since March, Cyprus' economy is under a reform program supervised by the European Central Bank, the European Commission and the International Monetary Fund, known as the Troika. In its July assessment, Troika concluded that the Cyprus program is on track and all the fiscal targets have been met as a result of significant fiscal consolidation measures underway and prudent budget execution. Even though the road ahead for Cyprus is long and hard, this is an encouraging sign for the island's economy. Tourism is considered one of the few sectors that can have a quick impact on boosting the country's GDP. Troika pointed out on the general seasonality issue that it constitutes the greatest challenge for harvesting the full potential of the tourism sector. Therefore, even though seasonality is a regional problem, in Cyprus, extending the tourist season has become a top economic priority. I don't need to explain to such a knowledgeable audience the consequences of seasonality on the huge investments of infrastructure, such as airports and ports, or on hotels and other tourist enterprises. At the same time, seasonality hinders the attractiveness of the sector for the youth when selecting their career path. Thus, extending the tourism season and mitigating the seasonality problem by achieving a more even distribution of the tourist arrivals throughout the year can significantly improve the performance of the sector and its profitability as well as its overall contribution to the GDP. I'm a firm believer in setting quantifiable targets. Otherwise, you will never be in a position to assess your performance objectively. In Cyprus, the main midterm target is to return to the seasonality status quo we enjoyed a few years ago, when the summer visitors contributed 75% of the total and the rest of the year visitors, the 25%. Unfortunately, this ratio has been overturned and today stands at 86 to 14%. To achieve this, we must manage to extend the current 6-month tourist season by 2 months at both ends of the season. In our opinion, and provided certain concrete actions are taken, achieving this target can have as a result in the next 5-year period the attraction to Cyprus of 3.5 million tourists per year compared to 2.5 million we have attracted last year as well as this year. Thus, the crucial questions are, how do we propose to achieve our target? And what is the model we consider realistic enough to be implemented under the current economic circumstances of Cyprus and at the same time ambitious enough to help us reach our objectives? I will give you an outline, very briefly, of the 6 pillars of the plan we propose. I must admit that in key elements of the plan, the new business-friendly, I would say, Cyprus government is disposed favorably. Number 1, adopting an open skies policy to enhance connectivity with non-EU countries. Number 2, simplifying visa requirements and adopt a user-friendly approach for visiting non-EU citizens. Number 3, motivating airlines and tour operators to extend their programs on an all-year-round basis. Number 4, assisting hotels to become more competitive during the winter season by reducing taxes and levies, labor and energy costs, and by facilitating financing to enrich the hotel product and range of facilities offered. Number 5, encouraging the local authorities to shift their program of cultural and other events in the winter season and enrich them. Number 6, speeding up the licensing process for a resort casino, additional golf courses, and dedicated spa centers. The 6-point plan will be complemented by dynamic and specialized marketing, which will target specific segments of each market whose motivation to travel goes beyond sun and sea. We have categorized this special interest tourism as follows: religious tourism, cultural and other events, sports and nature, business conference incentives, health and wellness, and senior citizens relating to the EU Calypso program. It goes without saying that the almost year-round good weather of the Eastern Mediterranean is our natural ally in this well-focused campaign to combat seasonality. Ladies and gentlemen, so far I have tried to outline a realistic approach, one that stands good chances of being implemented within a specific timetable to achieve very specific results. You will agree with me that our region has been blessed with unparalleled natural beauty and fantastic weather, but at the same time has been cursed with animosities that cause turmoil. I have heard very carefully the presentation of the Honorable Turkish Minister. I'm not a politician, we are businessmen. That's why I'm going to quote a businessman, Lee Iacocca, who said that the most successful businessman is the man who holds on to the old just as long as it is good and grabs the new just as soon as it is better. I believe that it's been some time now that the new is better than the old in our region. The time to move on, to settle all differences is long due. The new generations are pushing to move on, to envision the benefits not for each country alone, but for the region as a whole. Therefore, the biggest challenge and opportunity for the Eastern Mediterranean region is not just extending the tourist season by a couple of months, but realizing and releasing the great potential our area offers. Transform the region into a real magnet as a multi-destinational, encompassing a variety of diverse cultures, religions, customs, not only for our Northern European friends, but also for the most rapidly developing BRICS markets through the establishment and strengthening of cooperation between the countries of our region. Undoubtedly, the rewards for all our peoples are by far greater by resolving long, outstanding regional disputes and differences, like the Cyprus problem, the Greece-Turkey relations, whose prolongation does not offer any promise to anyone. Tourism can provide both the vehicle and the verification of peace, stability, and prosperity to prevail through common sense and mutual respect. Let us not underestimate that safety and security are increasingly becoming predominant factors in the choice of a destination by the more sensitive, more informed via the web, and more experienced traveler and tourist of the 21st century. It is high time the governments of the region join the wave of the 21st century and allow the business people to release the huge potential of this region. Thank you very much for your attention.
Όχι, ήσασταν just in time. Thank you, Mr. Loizidis. I would like to invite Mr. Thomas Wilms, the Senior Vice President and Regional Director for Starwood Hotels in Eastern and Central Europe. Please.
Sorry. So I have to be on time. So being German, that should work. Hopefully, because Tim Aniadis, always our area manager here in Greece, always reminds me on my punctuality, and I have to live up to his standards. So thank you very much to be here, Excellencies, Ministers, ladies and gentlemen. It's great to be here. I'm a typical tourist, a luxury tourist who loves Greece. And for the last, I think 5 years, I spent my family vacation with 2 grown-up children, always in Greece, you know, beautiful islands like in Mykonos, in Santorini, at the Blue Palace, obviously, in Rhodes, in Navarino, or here in the Astir Palace was already mentioned. I've stayed there tonight. And of course at the Grand Britannia or the King George. So all luxury hotels, and what a great business to be in, and what a great country to experience luxury, because you have here all you need, actually. You have the sun and the beach. This is only one piece, but you have the people. The people are most importantly to create luxury. They create experiences, memorable experiences. You have great food, wonderful wines. And so what do you need more? The question is only, why don't we come as tourists in November and February? These are the times where the shoulder season we could increase definitely business, because in August it's not so difficult to have hotels which are full. And this year, what a great year. Last year wasn't so good, but 2013 is an excellent year. As far from our hotels, I think we have peaks in many of these hotels. Of course, it's not 2008 yet, but looking at 14, we're at the budget times at the moment, looking at 14, it looks much better than 13 again. And I think this is a very good base to be successful in Greece. And looking all at the economics, I think the country has overcome the worst and are on the right track at the moment to be again there where it used to be in the big years, 7, 8, and in the Olympics. So we from Starwood, we have 9 distinct lifestyle brands. 3 we consider as the top tier of luxury. That's St. Regis, this is the luxury collection, and W Hotels. And we believe nowadays the luxury traveler is very different from the one years ago. And we try, and this is our job as branded lifestyle company, to look for trends. Where is the future going? And we have what we think discovered the white space of creating hotel brands for the new generation of global elite travelers in mind, whom are we calling Generation Luxury, and we highlight the X and the Y, the Generation X and the Generation Y. So most of them are younger than a few of us, and this is the trend with a lot of disposable income in younger years than it used to be during the baby boomer times and in that generation. The new traveler is multinational, and he is cross-geographically. Mobile jet setting, and they are more comfortable in moving across our portfolio of luxury brands. So one day they go to a traditional hotel, and then they go to a W to create lifestyle. They go with their son or children to a football game, also in non-luxury hotels, but they celebrate their anniversary and use their loyalty points, which were earned on the company expense, to create the special anniversary or experiences. 85% of our guests of St. Regis Luxury and W are Generation Y and Generation X born. So this is very interesting, a trend which was not in the old days. So these people born before 1960, 61, which means we must understand the new generation and their needs. And we call that the age of great change. With rising wealth around the world, and which are demographics which are connected more to the social media and to what's happening around us than it used to be. So technology, travel patterns, globalization, this is the key word. Of course, being a global company, I think the best way to get tourists into Greece is to join a global company which has, of course, access to China and India and all the new markets, and use the loyalty system to fill your hotels here in the country. Starwood has a robust pipeline. For the next 5 years, we will add 50 more luxury hotels to the global portfolio in 12 new countries. And over 90% of these hotels are in emerging markets. This is also very interesting. It's not the traditional Paris and London. These are now the new emerging markets. Of course, Brazil, there's India, and there are excellent resorts coming worldwide. And we have added also in Greece with 11 hotels running in this country. We are one of the biggest luxury operators here. In the last 5 years, we have doubled our portfolio in the luxury rooms, and like the beautiful hotel in Romanos at Costa Navarino, and thank you very much for the infrastructure. The highway is built, and now it's much shorter to get there. It's below 3 hours, depending on the traffic style, but it's now easy to reach from Athens and from the airports. Besides the already mentioned Romanos, we have the Gran Bretagne, we have the King George, we have the Mystique, the Vadema, the Blue Palace. The owner I just saw is in the room, which is very nice. Santa Marina, beautiful Mykonos. These are landmark hotels, and especially all in the luxury collection space. The brands are shining and the names are shining. We respect the family tradition behind it, and we give the framework around this. So, what is motivating us to come in February, in November to Greece? The most important thing, obviously, and I'm reaching out to all the people who can help us to create destination marketing, to have connections. Without the flight to Kalamata, without the flight to the islands, it is impossible to get tourism over there. So there are charters, obviously, and there are private jets. And for company events, this is all possible, but connectivity and destination marketing is key, obviously. Otherwise, tour operators will not put on flights, will not put on programs, And there's, of course, the group business and the meeting business, but without connectivities, there is no business that works for Athens all year round, which is good. And then, you have to reach your destination with maximum 2.5, 3 hours, but this should be the max, especially for short weekend breaks. Otherwise, there are too many options. It's a very fast-changing world, so time is key here. The cooperation with owning companies for us is very important. As a branded lifestyle company, we don't own any hotels here, but we manage. Sometimes they are owned by funds, sometimes they are owned by owners, by shippers, and our job is to manage them or to license them. So the cooperation with these owners is very important, and to make them at the end of the day happy. Owners like to have an all year round resorts, but on the other hand, we need to make the money for them. And there's always the trade-off: would you like to open all year round, or do you want to keep the money which you make in the good months and not burning it in the bad months? Exploring niche markets obviously is key, and there are so many brainstormings on niche markets. What is important, and spa was mentioned in my predecessor's speech on the Amazon. So the spa business is important. However, it's not something you would travel for. So golf is something which is new for this country, but golf, I think, is very important, especially for countries which are not that privileged with sunshine. Like, if you get connections from Sweden, you get golfers. Obviously, it's also not even more expensive to go to Dubai, but the travel time is shorter. And if you create the golf experience with the top luxury hospitality, this is something which really works well. Then the sports markets are more important. Like in Costa Navarino, it's ideal for all sort of racket sports, triathlon, running, basketball, hiking, biking is very important. And even football will come. So for sports teams and for smaller groups, and golf obviously is also a sport group, will that work in the future quite well. So the niche market could also be religious travelings, so religious travelers from Israel, from Middle East. So this is something which is also new to us, but which is very creative. So I'm looking for the panel. Maybe we can discuss this in more detail when we talk about that. So luxury is not created easily, but with the right combination of loyalty, of great service, great food and products, it is something to look forward to. And it's not enough to have just sand and beach. This is only the basis. The rest is human capital, and this is something we need to look out for. Thank you very much.
Now, last but not least, I would like to call Mr. Jihad El Khouri, the founder of Nikki Beach Hotels and Resorts.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My presentation will probably be a bit more informal. Probably most of you are getting bored by now. But let me say, when I was presented with the subject, how to overcome the 6-month season, I could have turned the title into, Is There Life After October 15th? Or better said, how do you attract a visitor to a rainy day on the Mediterranean? Quite a challenge. And we've been struggling with that for decades, basically, without any clear or definitive answer. Now, I'm an entrepreneur, and I come, therefore, from a more practical background. I have lived it on a day-to-day basis, managing one of the major resorts on the Costa del Sol in Marbella, Spain, which I think is the example of a destination that has been able to overcome this seasonality, and that we should take an example on. Basically, there are no secrets. This is not rocket science. You want to attract people in the winter season, you have to present them with something to do. Because if there is no beach and sun, or there is one day it's sunny, the other day it's not, you have to give them something to do. Golf, and the speakers before me have mentioned it, golf is an obvious one. On the Costa del Sol, we were privileged in terms of, let's say, space and geographical particularities, in that we had more than 30 golf courses over 100 kilometers of coast. which meant that our Northern European visitors in the winter season could come for a week and play on a different golf course every day without ever getting bored of playing the same course every day. SPA would go with it because a golf player wants to do something in the afternoon or has a partner or a spouse that doesn't like golf. So SPA is absolutely fundamental to be added to the equation to that package. Now, of course, this golf and SPA is not enough. This will drive the individual clients in the month of November, in February, in March. But the second, let's say, very important segment is the meetings and incentives that I think many people mentioned before. Obviously, companies that have budgets that want to organize sales directors meetings, product launches, have relatively large budgets. And it's not only about filling the hotel room, it's about the food and beverage, it's about the restaurants in the area that work, the shops. So it really brings an added value to the community at large. And we had lived a few car product launches that could actually fill your hotels for 2 months, 60 days in a row in these events. So meetings and incentives are absolutely essential. Now, how do we go there? Obviously, it has to be a common initiative. It has to be involving the public and the private sectors. One cannot do without the other. The public sector, as other speakers have mentioned, have to contribute with the airport authorities, helping on the let's say, the airline connectivity in winter, the landing slots, discounts, and so on. They have to contribute to the general infrastructure. They might be involved in building convention centers. They would have to be involved in the marketing of the destination and the PR events. They have to take the lead on it. And of course, they have to provide tax breaks and, let's say, social security maybe cuts on the winter work permits or contracts. Now, the private sector obviously has to be the investor, whether it is building golf courses, whether it is adding meeting spaces in hotels, whether it is participating also in the marketing campaigns. Definitely, this collaboration has to be extremely close in order for the exercise to succeed. So we still, though, depend on a totally, let's say, impossible factor to control. And that is the experience that we lived in Spain, in that when you talk about meetings and incentives, you become dependent on the source markets and the general economic conditions in these source markets. And as we have seen in 2008, the meetings and incentives sector, in the case of the Costa del Sol, disappeared almost overnight because companies were afraid to organize meetings in locations that were perceived to be frivolous, in hard economic times. So even that factor can have an influence. Now, as far as we are concerned, just to give you a quick background, I've talked a lot about Spain, but I'm no longer involved in that, and I'm putting my money where my mouth is in that I believe that the Eastern Mediterranean is the next success story. And we are actively involved in different projects, one being here in Spain, in Portugalete, with our partners at Dolphin Capital. Mrs. Katopi was here earlier. And we're building an all-suites hotel with them. They are, in fact, building it for us. And we really believe a lot in the future of the destination, but we are also inaugurating a hotel in Bodrum at the same time. So the summer is going to be interesting because we'll be opening a property in Bodrum and in Portugalete at the same time. And we have also projects in Hvar in Croatia for next year. So it is really a question of regional cooperation and regional synergies. So I think this part of the world has as many positives as you can imagine, but it lacks on infrastructure. I think this is where it really matters for the public authorities to come on board so that we can have a successful, let's say, maybe not 12-month season, but at least 8 to 9 month season. Thank you very much.
And now ladies and gentlemen, we have enough time for questions. I would like to place a question. Mr. Loizidis, is it worth for somebody to invest in activities that they are not related with the main future of our area? I mean, the Mediterranean Sea, the sun. Is it worth for someone to make hotels in another place of the country with no beaches, nothing?
Well, I think that the best for any potential investor is to assess the investment based on a 12-month basis. And you need to have the summer months strong enough to sustain the investment for the rest of the season. So I believe that it's worth investing in areas which are not necessarily attached to sun and sea, but at the same time you need to invest quite a lot on marketing, on finding different ways. For instance, a big market for the winter is the football teams, which come from the northern part of Europe for winter training. And these are groups of 40 or 50 people staying for 2-3 weeks, and they require a lot of things to stay. To give you an idea, in Cyprus last year, we had about 240 teams training for the winter season. And that was quite a lot of people, quite a lot of revenues, but it requires a lot of infrastructure to go with it. So there is a lot of different things you can do. One of my colleagues before mentioned also the fact that it's not enough for the hotels to stay open. You need to have the remaining infrastructure, restaurants, bars, the whole area to be active in order to attract tourism at this time of the season. So there is a lot of different things that need to be done, but yes, I think there is a good potential because always a relatively good winter can boost a very good summer season. Always a good winter season can attract a lot more people for the summer season.
Thank you very much, Mr. Loizidis. Gentlemen, you can place questions to each other if you like. I would like to ask you, Mr. Williams, is the environment, the investment environment in Greece suitable enough for big investments right now? Is it the environment? Is it suitable for big investments right now?
Yeah, that's a good question, and I don't want to have a political answer here. This is difficult for me to answer because we as Starboard are not investing, but we are working for investors. So we just signed a new hotel, which is the King George, which is next to the Grand Bretagne. So we signed a new deal, if you want it this way, and this is good. Sorry?
That's why I'm asking.
Yeah, that's why it's good. So and we're operating Astia Palace, so that there might be a change in ownership, as it was mentioned from from the speeches here. But it could be a very good time to invest because usually investors work with multiples, and the numbers in 11, 12 were not as good. 13 is picking up, 13, 14 will be better. So if you look at the pure multiple from the investment side, that might be a good upside because we are still not on the peak. So investing in a peak period is more difficult because then you pay too much for the assets. So that could be a good timing. And with the beach scenario, I live in Vienna, Austria. There's no beach, obviously, but there's still tourism. So so it's not all about the beaches. And I think it's creating with the investor, with the shareholder, creating something very special is the key.
Thank you very much. And I would like to ask you, Mr. Khoury, do you think that beyond the private initiative, are there any actions to be undertaken by the state in order to expand the thematic tourism?
About expanding
the thematic tourism, the conceptual tourism.
Well, on the when you say thematic tourism, you think of what exactly? I mean, is it cultural tourism or?
Yeah, whatever.
Yeah, okay. I mean, obviously, whenever you have, let's say, cultural offers around, because it's not in all destinations that you could find it, the way these initiatives or these sites can be visited or made available for the tourists, I mean, can actually make a difference in terms maybe also creating special events around these sites so that it's not only a static visit. You know, some activities can be created, whether using these sites for shows or for special events. That could be helpful. But you know, we are going here into very niche business segments which would have to be studied on a case-by-case basis, and the general answer is a bit hard to give. So to come back to my more general theme, I think it's really a question of infrastructure and help that the government can do so as to make the destination a place where you want to live, or you could live all year round, rather than just visit for a couple of days. And we did not mention something earlier which is very important. I think one of the ministers mentioned it, and that is the luxury homes, the residential, what I would call the residential tourism. If you have hotels, you have shops, you have restaurants, if you want to have people all year round, you want people to be living around. So you want to have residences that are built. A lot of hotels, of course, provide branded residences, but that's not nearly enough. You have to create a stock of houses, apartments that can be a vacation house, then turned into a pre-retirement house, and then a retirement house, so that people are there on a yearly basis and create this movement, they create this basic demand, so as to allow the entire community to be open, as was said before, to create this activity. So it's not only the hotel, but every commercial actor in the destination is participating. It's really a joint and common effort.
If I may add, I think that's very important. There is a tendency to sell residences and condominiums because it sounds very attractive financially. But there's a certain risk if these residences are not, are only used for 3 months, then it's the same situation like an empty hotel. So we have this very often in Switzerland, in the chalets in St. Moritz and Davos, and sometimes they stopped actually the sale of these residences because they all come for Christmas only and then for Easter, and that's it. So, and the people who live there, they expect the spa, the sports facilities, the golf, if you look at Costa Navarino, and of course restaurants and bars to open, because if you have something there, residents, you want to entertain, you want to have a certain lifestyle. So to find the right customer base is actually key. If it's just a third or fourth or fifth home for someone, these people will not be there very often. It sounds good in the beginning from the cash flow, but it also has to be, to keep the investment valuable, there has to be created a certain lifestyle.
And you probably need some help from the state in terms of transportation and security.
Absolutely.
Infrastructure is key. Yeah, infrastructure is key. You need shops. You want to go shopping. You want to go out. You need doctors. There is more than just the apartment.
Are there any questions? Αφού δεν υπάρχουν άλλες ερωτήσεις, θα κάνουμε 5 λεπτά διάλειμμα και θα συνεχίσουμε με το επόμενο πάνελ. Θέλω να καλέσω τον κύριο Δρακόπουλο για να συντονίσει το επόμενο πάνελ σε 5 λεπτά.
Kalispera, good evening. May I invite the panelists, please, to join us on stage. Professor, Mr. Paleologos and Mr. Doyle.
No, okay. Can I take this so you stay there? So we were planning to squeeze our panel in terms of time to save some time, because normally conferences run with a bit of delay, but I think we have more minutes than expected, so you will suffer a bit longer. The panel is about luxury, emerging markets, niche markets, and is a good mix of academic and the real business world. The sequence of the presentation just happened by chance, and we expect your participations. Some of you have to participate, because when we are off stage, you come and talk to me, producing ideas, making proposals, and then when it is to be on stage, then you disappear. So, but you won't do it today. So I suggest that we start, and I would like to invite Mr. Panos Paleologos, which is running fantastic company of boutique hotels in Greece and abroad, and he sits on the board of smaller luxury hotels worldwide. So, Mr. Paleologos, we're full of ears.
Thank you, Mr. Drakopoulos. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your kind invitation to contribute to your conference. Let's talk about what we are talking about. Let's talk about tourism as a globe. Globally, the tourism industry, worth an estimated 1.15 trillion last year, is expected to grow by between 3 and 4% in 2013, driven by up to 6% higher visitor numbers in emerging markets. According to the latest estimates from UN World Tourism Organization, in 2012 reached to 1 billion travelers. Most of the traditional tourism markets slowed down and took a dip for the first time in 2008 and 2009 due to the global recession. Tourism sees growth in Europe, the world's #1 tourist destination, slowing to 2% or holding steady at 3% as the region's debts and financial crisis rumbles on. Germany's Federal Tourist Association forecasts growth of just 1 to 2% this year due to the uncertain economic environment. About Greece now. Greece has long been a popular destination for people from Germany and Britain. It's now also an attractive holiday spot for an increasing number of tourists from China, Japan, Korea, and Eastern European countries. Well over 1 million Russians and another 1 million of Turkish travelers are expected to visit this year. The latest projections for the year as a whole put the number of foreign visitors to Greece to 17.5 million, with revenues totaling 11 to 11.5 billion euros. We are talking about the emerging markets. What are the emerging markets in tourism? Tourism growth in the future will come and will be led by the BRICS: Brazil, Russia, India, and China countries. While advanced countries provide the tourism base, and the tourism base is very important, future growth will lie in emerging markets. Emerging markets like China and Russia will continue to be the main driver of growth for international tourism, with international travelers projected to almost double by 2020 to approximately 1.6 billion. The most significant increases are expected to take place in markets like China, India, and Southeast Asia. Eastern Europe completes this picture, followed by the Latin America, and finally African markets. These markets are often referred to as emerging markets. Apart from the BRICS, Brazil, China, India, and Russia, let's refer to other important emerging markets. It's Turkey, South Africa, the United Arab Emirates, Eastern Europe, Belarus, Bulgaria, Czech Republic, Hungary, Moldova, Poland, Romania, Slovakia, and Ukraine. Let's see about Greece. Greece. Let's profile the Russians and Turkey visitors. The combined number of visitors from Russia and Turkey, emerging markets for Greek tourism, I think, is likely to reach 2 million this year, with all-time highs for both countries. The initial forecast for the number of Russian tourists this year stood at 1 million, but this now being revised to 1.2 million. Their number was up 37.6% in the January-May period, more than any other competitor country destinations such as Spain, Turkey, or Cyprus. In the April-July period, it was 252,900, exceeding even arrivals from Germany. Germany is a very traditional market from Greece. At the same time, visits from Germany were totaled at 222.70. This is also encouraging in terms of the projected revenues, as each Russian spends around 1,000 euros on average, while on foreign trips, slightly more than the average German tourist. When the average visitor to Greece the average in Greece lays around 560 euros. So it's not a matter of quantity, it is a matter of quantity also. A further increase up to 30% in the number of Russian visitors may be realized next year. The respective projection for Turkish visitor is up to 800,000, who may not stay as long as the Russians, but spend considerable amounts on food and drink. The combined number of Russian and Turkish visitors 3 years ago was about the half of what it is today. The growing trend has been greatly helped by an easing of requirements for visas. Turkish visitors, in particular this year, choose to celebrate the end of the Ramadan at destinations in northern Greece and on islands close to the Turkish mainland. A pilot program of easier visa requirements for Turkish tourists, who mostly came for 2 or 3 days, applies this year for the Deccanese island of Rhodes, Kos, and Castellorizo and Simi. Now we have found out more what we mean when we are talking about emerging markets. Let's try to find how we can attract visitors from those markets. First of all, we have to start with the product. Serving the customers, understanding needs and motivations. Travelers from emerging countries will have different patterns and will be more about sightseeing and itineraries that see places rather than staying by the pool or the beach for a couple of weeks. Serving the customers and their requirements. Emerging markets often have different needs from others. For example, Chinese visitors like warm rather than cold water, while Asians prefer rice for breakfast, and often Chinese food is a must. Many travelers from emerging markets do not speak English, so speakers of their language may be a requirement. How can we develop the demand? We have to do what every time somebody needs to do to create the demand. Create and raise awareness through public relations, branding, positive images being communicated across different channels. Above the line and below the promotions is also essentially mainly at the beginning to introduce Greece or another markets to these markets and encourage purchases. Political agendas is a must. Political support is essential, as often governments have a strong influence on where travelers choose to go, especially from some developing countries. And social media for building demand is critical, and understanding which media is relevant or forbidden for each location is of paramount importance. For example, Facebook and most of the Google suite is blocked in China, whilst the Renren and the Weibo are the dominant social media. In Brazil, Orkut is much bigger than Facebook. Facilitating conferences, meetings, and incentives is another way. This will not only drive business tourism, but will also attract visitors to experience the country with a view to return for leisure. Now, as far as it concerns the industry structure, things are important like accessibility by airlift is very critical. We all understand that. We have to encourage direct flights from emerging countries to Greek airports or Turkish airports or another country. Land and sea transportation is also critical for planning and the execution of trips. Information for planning is also critical to be reliable in multiple languages, updated, relevant, and helpful to facilitate the planning and purchasing of tourist products. Understanding distribution channels and key players. Most of the emerging markets, they use more traditional ways of traveling like maybe we are in a situation that few tour operators control the entire market. Understanding the key players and working with them can make the penetration more effective. Easing of requirements for visas is another must, and managed protests and airport strikes is critical for the image of every country. Now, as far as it concerns general good tourism industry practice, sustainability is very important. Satisfy the changing consumer, more experienced and demanding customers, demographic change, and also enhance competitiveness by shaping an adequate business environment. This is all very critical to start to have people from emerging markets. Now, as it concerns the small luxury hotels of the world, that it is a worldwide affiliation of luxury boutique properties, we are making surveys in order to understand what people from each country is looking that most of the people want, and we have to define what the understanding of luxury is in different parts of the world. Let me share with you very few statistics. When identifying the most important elements of a luxury holiday, 5-star facilities and authentic experiences were the most popular choices, 28% and 26%. Contrary to the norm, Canadian and Latin American respondents placed less emphasis on 5-star facilities and more emphasis on authentic experiences, 39% and 36%. A home away from home is the most important factor when choosing a luxury hotel, 30%. Is important to the Chinese people, 27%, and the Latin Americans, 22%. While the British and the Americans place little emphasis on the need for home away from home, only 10% and 11%. Perhaps by this they are indicating they are not more at ease when it comes to dipping out to their daily routine. A secluded beach resort is most people's idea of a luxury holiday, chosen by 43% of respondents. Beaches have less appeal for Latin Americans, however, with the majority opting for a state-of-the-art city center hotel is 36%. By all this, we have to understand that emerging markets are there. They seem to be the vehicle for the growth of the future. And we need to take a close look to the statistics. We need to follow the surveys. We need to understand what people from different parts of the world need. We must not forget that increasing the visitors from these emerging markets is not the case if we lose all the others. So, especially for Greece, and being here as a hotelier and representing small family hotels, I have to say that probably for my country, the most important of it is to offer hospitality with a soul. Even if we don't speak the language, even if we don't have rice in our breakfast, this is the way I was grown up in a Greek island, when the people did not speak English, but the laugh and the smile of a fisherman, the person who was serving breakfast couldn't speak English, but he was doing that with his soul and a lot of happiness, is enough to create the demand. And this applies to every color of people, no matter the skin, no matter the religion. We have to follow the surveys, we have to become more professionals. We are now a very tourism-developed country, but we must not forget that we have to provide hospitality with our soul. Thank you.
Thank you, Panos. From all you've said, I kept one part of your presentation saying that we have to assess, to find out what the customers want in order to be attracted here. And you started with the product and you went further down to the structure of the industry. I keep this point and I will come back to that at the end of the presentation. So, Professor, will you please proceed with your academic approach, which I hope it will not be not too academic, as we hear people of businesses. Thank you very much.
My students stay in class.
Perfect.
So. Excellencies, ministries, dear distinguished guests. Okay, I'll be talking about luxury travel marketing for emerging markets. I put it as a title, but actually the marketing strategies goes for all, not only for emerging markets, but if you have a good product and service, and if you have the segment, it really doesn't matter where it comes from, so that's what, remember, we were talking, so that will be how it goes. And, sorry, this goes like that. I don't want to kill anybody. Okay. No. Okay, red light. Okay. Thank you. Sorry. So, looking at the cloud of it, what's luxury travel cloud? Or what is affluent tourism? We might put it like that, the cloud. What's the cloud, by the way, in the viral marketing or viral electronic tourism? It's of the most repeated words. It's made of like the characteristics of what that segment is about. And when we look at that, we see experience, elegancy, simplicity, creativity, discovery, exploration of new things, search for the authenticity, local culture as food and beverage and lifestyle as it is, customized special unique packages, again, continuous concierge services going along with it, active tourists, experimentation and participation within that package, whatever it is, niche products according to lifestyles, and it's like very tailor-made niche, we see that. Whereas keywords could be like locality, health, ecology, looking good, feeling healthy, adventure, quality, and stories, interesting stories that the guest wants to be part of it. And again, we see the value where whatever the price you are paying for, the guests are looking what it comes from it. And then being open to new ideas, optimization of mobile and digital technologies, and design and unusual and chic architecture. Thus, the new demands in our profile of affluent tourism seems like that the adventure tourism is one part that's growing in demand, sports as the other, sustainable ecologic tourism, and here we are talking about agro-tourism, organic farm tourism, that part also goes in there. Finding yourself sort of travel, who am I, what am I doing, what does the world stand for, etc. Good life, wellness, as we mentioned, peace of mind probably goes hand in hand with who am I issue, and causes. Thus, when we look at the demand profile, now probably you have guessed it. So the cloud and the segments that are growing up in the affluent tourism, by the way, affluent tourism is the fastest growing segment of all types for the last 2-3 years, even not against the crisis, but maybe due to crisis. That's another topic. So when we look at that, we see the segment have interest in discovering new things, new destinations, new types of tourism, new places, etc. And they're really looking for more privacy, less ostentation, a quieter, more discreet style of luxury is in trend. They are sustainable, they're environmentally conscious, now we know that. There's also growing interest in off-the-beaten-track destinations. They are very much emotionally linked to local values. They want to learn about the local culture. They are independent travelers, they're into the social marketing things, they are using internet and mobile technology, they are buying and purchasing things like that. They have growing anxiety about health and safety, as probably all other segments are, generally demanding for better quality, more value for money and flexibility in their travel packages again, more stressed out, therefore they are looking for relief and convenience in any kind of business or recreational packages that they buy, and as we said, they are more technologically friendly. Okay, looking at the suggestions, what could be the suggestions? Well, offering personalized experiential luxury to build loyalty. Actually, the study shows that it goes up to 55% of building the segment for it. Plan once-in-a-lifetime experiences for guests, very important for emerging and also already existing markets. Offer the exclusive experiences that money cannot alone buy it, like Visa as, but it really works. Continually look for new ways to personally delight each client and offer opportunities to participate. be the part of the local culture. We'll be seeing examples of it. Innovative managerial strategies that really work for this group, and also optimizing internet and social media. If we want to sell and make profits out of it, that's the thing we cannot really keep beyond. Discovery of more local tastes, different cultural sites, heritage, monuments, and things like that. They make then they'll come. The luxury travel is after that. Apply creative tourism. What is that? Anything. Since I wrote those here, they're not creative anymore. We created it. Creative is something new, something which really works for your place, your destination, your hotel, your pluses, your advantages, whatever they are. You know it much better than I do. But as an example, these are from, I'm from Izmir, very similar to Selanik actually in Greece, and that's what we are selling as creative tourism products for luxury travel groups. Like creative active culture tourism we're selling. Agritourism production, agritourism products we're selling to France and Sweden and Norway actually. Cooking local food. They are very much interested in gastronomy and wine tourism, and also they want to experience a bit of archaeology. So one package is not made of only health tourism. Okay, there are spas and thalassotherapy, etc. But also one day they're going to Ephesus, and then the other day, they're also digging in the archaeological sites. Okay, we protect the sites, etc., but they're with the students and all. Okay, we have the practice places for our university students in archaeology, and they really love it. And then the other day, they go into the kitchen and cook very simple Turkish soup, for example. They love it, and they pay some like 10 times more than a normal tourist, normal 3S, let's put it that way, or even 3Es now, are spending. And they are happy, they come again and again. Carpet weaving classes, painting on ceramics, volunteering archaeology travel, but not only one, making up a few of them together according to that group's needs and wants. Co-marketing and partnership marketing, especially in the times of crisis, really works for synergy, for the affluent group. And again, under affluent segments, we have niche groups, responsible travelers, green travelers, having stories related, tailor-made luxury travel industry products, as we talked, work very well for them. And also we see groups that are not optimized at all as luxury travel. For example, lesbian and gay groups. They are there, there's this huge potential, or women or children. As a separate special luxury travel, their needs are different. If we can organize packages for them, probably it would be profitable. And psychology applications for segmentation basis works. Applying advanced analytics, integrating mobile usage in your technology, we talked about that, sustainable products, and serving totally new products. There comes innovation and creativeness. It really works for the group. I start with an example from Athens. That was actually to all market, but I found it very interesting, and I know that a few friends of mine belonging to affluent group liked it. There were these bike tours and etc. There are lots of slides on that. You are selling it, therefore probably I cannot teach you. You can teach me in that sense, but that was nice. Okay. For example, the world's most spectacular tasting rooms. That was an innovative product. On Wow restaurant, we have in New York and Canada, and that's in London. Ice hotels now everywhere, but it was an innovative product when it was brought on the market 10 years ago. Team hotels, teamed rooms, any kind of rooms may go. And that's from my country, Titanic, no, that's Concord Hotel, sorry. They have also Titanic one. They have Wow Cramplin Palace Hotel. I really don't know about the copyrights of these, but anyway, they sell. Milan tour with Ferrari. I mean, any kind of idea. And that's my university. We're selling not only affluent group, but affluent group is one of it. We're selling education tourism. And even in there, we're not selling, as I said, hospitality. If you look at that, I mean, the buildings, the architecture is so unique, the art, design. And I mean, we're selling campus before we sell. I mean, our education and academic level is really high. I'm not saying anything against that. But first, we show that. It's really nice. There are pools everywhere, and there's music all around the campus, and they're really spending a lot on the image. So it sells for the luxury travel, even in education. So what are the things the marketing people will do? What could be, you think, will make off the crowd now? The first slide was about the market, the segment needs. And as marketers, what are the things that we can offer? We can offer unique experiences. We can emphasize elegant simplicity, simple things. Specializing in creative, innovative tourism. Just some examples that I've tried to give. Apply co-marketing. Be partners with different destinations. For example, Cheshme and Sakis, Karos in Greece, I think. They made this partnership. And that's the island very near to Izmir. Greece and Turkey, they made the partnership, and the number of tourists, and actually affluent ones also coming with yachts, not cruise, but the yacht tourism, has increased quite considerably. Offering active cultural tourism, offering products for niche travel, hobby travel, offering authenticity, locality, selling locality, what else? Yes, it's offering tailor-made high-quality products for special groups. That's the important thing. Like gastronomy, wine tourism, dark tourism, some examples, archaeological tours, bird watching, festival tours, etc. And, yeah, I'm finishing off. An example from my city, that was the first town, town actually, belonging to Izmir, which got the first Turkish countries as Citoslav from Italy. They haven't built a huge hotel there. If they did, the affluent tourists wouldn't have come. Because as we saw, affluent market or luxury travel group is looking for sustainable things, looking for culture, is looking for local culture. Whatever he or she has in the home, he or she is not interested in that. They want to experience something different for a week or two because they are away from home. So what they did was they really protected the area. Izmir is the third biggest city in Turkey, and it's growing a lot. Now we are having also huge apartments and things like that. But this town has protected itself. And because it's a slow animal, the figure is like the Citoslav, Seferihisar, and they have the certificate, and now they have given the certificate in 75 other little towns in Turkey. The theme was based on being a slow city. You're away from your rush, and it's like you relax there. Organic food and local food is sold there. You cannot find anything from France or Greece. Okay, we love it. Then you have to come to Izmir for a 5-star hotel to eat or drink that. In that town, only locally produced products are consumed. Sustainable tourism is their vision, and it markets itself as sustainable destination. And as you can see, that is the ad that they are using. Very all similar, fishermen's sales, as you can see. That is the ad. It sells. It really sells to that group. They have not huge mass market of tourists. They have little groups who are very happy. They come to that place again and spend a lot of selling. And finally, by finishing off my verse from the industry, Klaus Sandlinger, CEO of Design Hotels in 2011, stated that, and I really loved it, the industry needs hybrid thinkers and hybrid solutions. And for luxury travel, again, we need that. But this industry is not sufficiently innovative and creative to deliver, he said. Till up then, we've done something in maybe global marketing issue, but not in the sense of luxury travel. So we really have to work hard. Thank you very much.
Professor, before you leave the podium, will you please go back to second or third slide when you presented the new models, the new demands for tourism?
It's finished though. Could you please put it back?
You go backwards from... Yep.
This one?
Yeah, no, the second or third one, when you have a new demand.
First one?
Second or third.
Oh, okay.
Because you're talking about the new demands for tourism.
Sure.
I want to make sure that you have gastronomy there. If not,
This
please.
one?
No, go back. Here.
Okay.
Peace of mind, causes, wellness, good life, adventure, sports, nature, who I am. Well, gastronomy could be in a part of few of those, but I think it deserves a separate icon. Huh?
Which one?
Gastronomy.
Oh, yes. Yes.
Okay, so next,
totally.
next
Wine
presentation,
and
please make
and
sure.
actually wine, we did a study on safaris and in Izmir also, the luxury travel. And okay, I mean, there are different issues in there, but wine was the growing trend. Perfect. Wine, separate from gastronomy. Gastronomy is on one trend, I totally agree, so two maybe. If you think it's okay, maybe two more squares in there. Yeah. Wine and gastronomy.
Perfect. Now, one more question. How do you define dark tourism? I've seen somewhere reference dark tourism, so
dark
I don't want to put things in my mind, so
dark
please.
Dark tourism is terrible. Okay, it's not a thing for me, but there are different, I mean, we're all different. So in history, okay, I'm going to give an example from today. You probably heard about the Gezi things. It's a big park in Istanbul, and our students were trying to protect it. And the government wanted to put a shopping center there. So there came this, let's say, I mean, the police is always putting gas bombs there, and students won't leave, the green people, Greenpeace. But mainly they are students of universities, seriously. This generation is very sustainable conscious. And then what it comes like, I was like, oof, tourism is going bad this year, etc. No, in Istanbul, especially the Taksim area where all these struggles were going on, the hotels have 100% occupancy, and you know how they are selling the product? Japanese are the main first group. Do you want to be part of the history? Because that will be the history, one part of history of Turkey. And now it's alive. They want to experience it. And it's so funny. There's this sort of struggle. I wouldn't call it war, but sort of struggle. And Japanese people, tourists, are trying to, and police is there with the gas bombs and everything, and they're saying, hey, picture, please. Seriously, they are with their gas masks and everything coming out of plane. That's a very good example of dark tourism. Dark tourism is visiting the places where people have suffered, and you want to experience the feeling. We have a four-season hotel in Istanbul where it was a prison. Seriously, prison. They haven't invested a lot. They try to keep it as the original thing. So for 2 days, 3 days, you stay in a cell, sort of, historical cell. I wouldn't, but
so
cells.
Is that term acceptable in the academic world?
Yeah. Dark tourism is a...
Do academics agree
Bohalis
here?
is there, so probably he would, as the best academic in the whole world that I know of.
Perfect. We'll come back to that. Thank you, Professor.
Thank you.
Now let's move to the third speaker, Chris Doyle, who is going to show us what is the marketplace for adventure and luxury and emerging markets, and we'll meet.
Hello. I've just heard quite a bit today about what this region has in store for tourism development. And I've got just a few moments here to help put some perspective around it on what the future of tourism might look like. And I'll start with a quote from the Secretary General of the United Nations World Tourism Organization, Taleb Rifai, who spoke at the Adventure Travel World Summit last October, where he said, adventure tourism is what tourism should be today, and definitely what tourism should be or will be tomorrow. And he said that based on the fact that traditional tourism, the ways of doing traditional tourism, are in fact collapsing in many fronts, and also in the context of actual sustainable tourism, tourism done right, that benefits cultures, the people, the culture, and the environment. So the first question most people ask of the Adventure Travel Trade Association, and by way of background, we are a global trade association. We're based out of the United States, but our representation is truly global. We have more than 90 nations represented We have nearly 1,000 members around the world, and the lion's share of those are going to be tour operators. 600 to 700 are. Many of those are in the luxury sector. Historically, adventure tourism was often described as kind of the granola backpacker, the folks who would just go do it on their own, maybe backpack and trek, eat granola and nuts to survive. But in fact, this entire model, or this entire category, has actually surfaced as one of the most promising in the future of tourism. The key question is, what is adventure travel? So adventure travel, and this was, the description was defined by consumers and by trade over an entire year research period back in 2005. And it was framed around 3 core categories. The first is the physical activity. So we're talking about the kayaking, the climbing, the bicycling, the hiking, the physical component. Here in Europe in particular, it's often referred to as activity-based tourism, okay? The next component is cultural immersion, cultural exchange. And there are many sister terms to adventure tourism. You've heard it called ecotourism. You might have heard it called specialty-based tourism and so on. But the cultural aspect of adventure tourism is probably one of the most prominent circles that you're going to see here. And that includes things like agritourism, wine tourism, art, music, archaeology, heritage of a destination. That's what we mean when we talk about cultural tourism. The third circle in this graphic illustration is nature-based tourism, another term used here in Europe to describe adventure tourism. It's where these 3 things intersect that we call adventure travel. And to be clear, adventure travel comprises both hard adventure, so perhaps more of the aggressive activities that you might see in Red Bull commercials, although that would be very fringe even for the adventure travel industry. But this might include mountain biking. It might include mountain biking in the mountains around here in Greece. That's one part of adventure tourism. That's the hard part. But this would require very specialized skills, especially the speed mountain biking. Another aspect of adventure tourism, and in fact makes up about 80% of adventure tourism, is soft adventure tourism. And this is where we go out and do activities, have immersive cultural experiences, and we interact with nature in authentic experiences wherever we go. And yet we want to come back to our warm and comfy bed at night, and we want a beautiful glass of Chardonnay, and we want that spa treatment. This is adventure tourism, and this is where the lion's share of the tourism industry is headed. So let me just put some context around this, because I heard quite a few messages this morning from the ministers, and I regret that they're not here to hear this. Adventure travel matters because, and we heard a little bit of this morning, it's a resilient sector. It rebounds faster. We've just heard the Japanese example. But in troubled regions, whether it's natural catastrophe, whether it's political unrest, adventure travelers live and breathe these activities, whether it's hobby-based or whether it's just a new experience that we want to have. The key component of adventure tourism is that it typically involves a transformative experience. If you think about adventure tourism, what might be adventure tourism for one person, for example, in the United States where I'm based half the time, going to get your passport is an adventure because most of us don't have passports. So you have a big market, in particular in North America, that would be very eager to come and explore Greece and the Eastern Mediterranean, Turkey, and so on. Adventure travel typically pushes us beyond our physical limits. It pushes us beyond our cultural understanding limits, perhaps getting in situations that we're not super comfortable with, which leads to better understanding, increased tolerance. All of these factors are super influential in the future of tourism. probably the most important line of this entire slide, in particular for the ministers, is that adventure tourism is a driver of economic development, in particular in rural environments. So we know through empirical research that the adventure traveler leaves approximately 65 to 67 cents on every US dollar in the destinations visited. That contributes directly to the GDP of every destination that is a tourist destination. In contrast, mass tourism, and I heard we've got a new port coming in for another many 300 plus meter boats, those tourists will be leaving about 15 to 17 cents on every dollar in your destination. It's a different traveler. The adventure tourism market just 4 years ago was measured at 89 billion US dollars, and that only measured international departures from the Americas and Europe. Today, it's now at 263 billion. Very, very sharp growth. We saw a slide just a moment ago from a fellow panelist that shows 3 to 4% annual growth. This is a very high double-digit growth in 4 years. The great thing about adventure tourism is it's inherently focused on people and on planet. And what people forget about this particular sector, it's also focused on profit. And we actually encourage people to put profit first in the context of true sustainable adventure tourism development so that we can positively protect and enhance culture and nature. So, just so that you know our background at the Adventure Travel Trade Association, when we develop adventure tourism, here are just some core pillars that we focus on. I will not detail them here. You can do your homework on your own, but we do support the tourism ethics. I heard it mentioned in a couple presentations through the UNWTO. We advocate and protect for the protection of children worldwide. We support the Global Sustainable Tourism Criteria principles, which also have been adopted by the UNWTO. And you'll hear from Kostas Chris, a colleague of mine who's with the World Travel and Tourism Council, who's involved with this work. And then our own principles within the private enterprise sector, although, and that's the lion's share of our organization, but we also work with heads of state around the world, tourism ministries, to influence tourism policy that actually supports the very principles that will sustain all of your businesses for the foreseeable future. The ATTA in 2006 put together the Adventure Tourism Development Index. Many of you in this room are probably familiar with the World Economic Forum and the Tourism Development Index. Simply put, that study, or that work, which is really powerful, really compelling, is truly based on dollar investments in destinations and infrastructure development, whereas the Adventure Tourism Development Index, which the ATTA, our organization, in partnership with the George Washington University, put together, it took that World Economic Forum model and it flipped its head. And it doesn't rely so much on infrastructure. It relies on environments that are conducive to conducting business, in particular with smaller entrepreneurs and destinations. It focuses on destinations that are truly supporting sustainable development, not window dressing, okay? Destinations that are focused on its people. I heard it from the ministers, and if that's the case, and it sounded very much like Her Excellency's list of key things, it reflects this almost identically. So done right, Greece in particular, based on her comments, is going to be ideally situated. There is full background on everything that I reference here, and I would be willing to share it with the organizers of this event, and I appreciate you having the ATTA here. So, since I'm in Greece, I'm pursuing a couple ancient Greek philosopher approaches. This is called Dare to Disagree, and I do have to read this just a little bit here. So one of the things that I knew of governments and tourism ministries around the world is that more is the way to do it. Increase volume of tourists. And I dare to disagree. I think that's a misguided focus. Sure, we need growth, but the most appropriate thing to do is think about what kind of growth are you after? What source markets do you want to pursue? How are you going to educate those new travelers coming into your destination to protect and respect your golden egg? I mean, you're in the Mediterranean here. Of course everybody wants to come here. But they want to come so much that they're loving this destination to death. There is so much volume here. We need to figure out a way in this region to disperse it, to make sure that the people that we have coming here stay longer, which is the adventure traveler. They spend more, which is the adventure traveler. And this is in context to the luxury market, because many of the adventure travelers are, in fact, a luxury client. And what we're doing by focusing on more is that we're pouring fuel on the capacity issues. So when we bring in more and more mega cruise ships of I don't know how many people fit on those boats now, who come in and they take that walk on that one street and buy a bunch of items that were actually manufactured in China or Indonesia or whatever, where's that money going? So we need to find ways to do precisely what my colleague here on the stage said, and that's to look at partnership opportunities throughout your industry, wine, culinary, art, etc. Move people in small groups to go impact the rural communities throughout the Eastern Mediterranean. And of course, by focusing on numbers, we're straining all the resources here. We keep seeing big, and by the way, I'm not criticizing what's going on here so much as I am criticizing the concept globally of mass tourism at the expense of your own culture, of your own environment, of your own people. So this is not a story only about Greece. We are seeing this all over the world. We're just trying to encourage a different viewpoint on this. So move away from the short-term gain capital investment that is about return now. We're seeing the mergers and acquisitions worldwide, and it's all about growth and proving to the market that we can earn extra margin, right? So that we can earn profit. We know that we have to exist with that. That's why I put symbiosis here on the next slide. It's about making sure that we do it right. So short-term profit, we understand, because we got to survive, but we need to be looking way down the road. So sustainability, again, real gains in sustainability, not window dressing for marketing purposes. And I won't browbeat this one, but I think you understand what I'm referring to here. When we take half measures, when we pursue the short-term gain, it's a zero-sum game. You will destroy the destination. There is no other ending story. None. So, this is the Plutarch strategy, which is be a good role model. So in a world where we're already over 1 billion travelers, and we expect by 2030 there to be, I don't know, we're going to lose. So what do we have to do? I'm going to go to the bottom line here. Plan and pursue a 50-year vision, but do it in the context of being a good role model. So if you look way down the horizon, to borrow from our Japanese neighbors, very, very far away from here, but who have it figured out from that 50-year vision standpoint, what do you want to be? What will your legacy be? This room, in developing a 50-year vision to capture the younger people who are going to want to pursue travel, and how are you going to get them to come here? You will get them to come here if you start here and value the people who are in the industry, you educate them, you create platforms for their success, and you protect the cultures. So when you're looking at new brick markets and such, I would spend time making sure that when you invite them in, you don't do it at the expense of your own culture. I've already seen this happening in many destinations around the world where there's so much volume coming from certain destinations, it's actually influencing the very fiber of what's being served, of how people are being served and such. Here in Greece, be Grecians and don't ever give that up. In Turkey, be Turkish. Don't ever give that up at the expense of the traveler. Money is not worth it. Understand, value, and protect your specialized assets. All of your cultural assets, that archaeological to present day, and your natural assets. I spent 6 weeks between here and Turkey just a few years ago on my own, just exploring the region. I'm coming back another 6 weeks, for another 6 weeks holiday. And then I'm going to come back again and again and again. This is the center of civilization worldwide. It always has been. And I want to keep coming back and exploring. But if we pursue mass tourism, we're going to be in a world of hurt, and I will go elsewhere. The common luxury, one of the key luxury things, I'm staying at this hotel, and my luxury wasn't going to the spa downstairs. No offense to the hotel here. My luxury was taking a 3-mile run and finding a private cove and swimming just 2 hours before this gathering alone. And when I looked out, I saw one ferry going across, but otherwise I had a beautiful experience. That's the luxury we're protecting in this world. Again, drive economic potential to rural communities. We talked about that. Pursue the high-value traveler. I will just repeat. The adventure traveler stays longer, and they spend more, and they're a much more thoughtful traveler. They respect local culture. Again, strike balance, symbiosis. So, in pursuing the 50-year vision, I would look at what is the brand vision for the Eastern Mediterranean. Really, really think through what the rest of the world will perceive you to be. Beyond an extraordinary golf and yacht destination, what's the, beyond yacht and golf, what's the real brand vision you want this destination to have? Deep, deep down, 50 years from now, that ought to be what you concentrate on and then work to enhance that experience. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chris. Allow me a comment before opening the debate regarding your today's luxury experience. You have enjoyed your running and swimming around the coast here, but I'm afraid that your contribution to the local economy has been made through this hotel here, not only by swimming there.
Understood.
Perfect, thank you. So I think now we have, we have something like 20 minutes for debate. So initially, if there are any questions, please, we'll start with questions and then we move to any other comments, statements, or positions. Are there any questions from the audience? There must be some questions from the audience. No questions from the audience. Now, I will ask some questions then to the audience. We're talking about emerging markets. And when we're talking about emerging markets, what comes to our mind is the BRIC. This problem with the BRICS. Brazil, Russia, India, da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. I see some people from Starwood there. Well, Stefanos went out. And I want to ask them, what is the major clientele they have now in their hotels? In Costa Navarino now, what is the, this is Michel, right? Can I say correctly? Perfect. Michel, the general manager of Costa Navarino. Michel, please tell us, what is the market now in October and a part of November?
In October, we have the Gulf market, which is mainly from...
Which country is this?
It's from Northern Europe, Sweden, Germany, Switzerland.
It's not BRICS?
No.
Oh, no. So
but we're going to have end of October days, public holidays, some Greeks coming too.
Okay.
Overall, the BRICS countries are still, for us, quite new, considering the infrastructure we were talking about. But it's more something perhaps for Athens with my colleague Michael here from Astia.
Yeah, the Greek market still maintains to be the...
Hello, Mr. Metaxas from Astri Palace. Resort next here.
Hi, everybody. The Greek market still maintains to be the highest market overall at the Astia Palace. Obviously, it changes because of the seasonality that we have on the property. The Russian market, the Middle Eastern market is a growing market. And again, the US market still maintains to be the highest market following the Greek one. Again, with the seasonality, that changes a little bit, but that's the overall picture of it.
Yep. The point I want to make, and I have a discussion before with the panelists so they're aware of this, when we're talking about emerging markets, we only think in geographical terms. However, we must talk about product terms. People from Germany, traditional market for Greece, Sweden, traditional market for Greece, Britain's, but there are some market segments we have never touched. Golf now, which is the luxury part of it, and maybe adventure travelers from the same countries, the Germans, the French, the Norwegians, whatever, which we don't touch them. Instead of, we're trying to go far away because we believe this is the solution for tomorrow. Dimitrios, you want to intervene, you have it, Mike.
Yes. We've been talking about, my name is Dimitrios Boucharis from Bournemouth University. We've been talking about luxury market all morning. Nobody has actually defined what luxury is. And a lot of people are thinking of luxury. When they're thinking about luxury, they're thinking about a 5-star hotel or whatever stars of whatever it is. But I would like the panel to reflect what actually luxury is. For our friend there, luxury was to swim alone for 2 hours. So we really need to look into luxury experience and what actually makes luxury.
Right. Who wants to provide an approach to the definition of luxury?
I can just provide some quick context to my comments about luxury. And again, I will repeat, it was no disrespect to the hotel because I want to come back tonight and use the spa. I ran during the day, and tonight I'm drinking wine and I'm using the spa, to be clear. So luxury, from the adventure tourism standpoint, you know, we are not the experts in luxury. We're experts in adventure tourism. So I'll leave that to my colleagues here to define. But we, in the adventure, the luxury segment of adventure tourism, we're talking, for example, like these are just anecdotal examples, but where people can call like 2 weeks ahead in advance and say, yeah, I'd like to take my 2 kids, my wife and her parents, and we are going to go to Africa. I've got about 100K to spend right now, and I would like a bespoke experience, highly tailored, et cetera, et cetera. They will go out, the adventure tourism provider, and they will go out and find some of the most extraordinary experts. They might be rhino experts or cheetah experts. They might basically put up an extraordinary, truly luxury tent safari for that family on their own. So when I look at adventure, can you tell where my frame perspective is? When I think of luxury in the adventure tourism sector, that's what we're talking about primarily. But we also have boutique hotel providers around the world, essential to the adventure tourism packet, especially when we're going to remote destinations where you can find extraordinary accommodations and then build upon that the adventure experience. But it's to the nines. It is absolutely catered. I've heard some pretty crazy stories also about, from the brick markets, the expectations of those particular travelers. And it includes the full-on helicopter everywhere treatment and things that you can't possibly, well, I couldn't possibly imagine until I've heard the experiences, but it's pretty elaborate. So it runs the gamut, but that is the smaller portion of the adventure tourism sector.
Professor, can you provide a quick academic approach to luxury things?
As a marketing professor, what I would put it as, that, well, it doesn't work mine. Being as a marketing professor, how I would describe it is a tourism type where this sophisticated, very high educated group looking for unique experiences, unique things, adventurous in style, trying to learn, trying to be the part of the world, a sustainable, ecologically cautious people are looking for. I mean, I'm going backwards. That segment wants that type of tourism. I would call it then luxury tourism. I mean, affluent group, affluent marketers, let's put it that way. Affluent segment. So probably you wouldn't accept that, but I mean.
There is a theory saying that if you want to focus to your market, put some time on your product. Can we see please the slide I requested from the presentation of panels? And before discussing that, I want to make a point that luxury is not only a part. Let's say in Greece we have a bunch of, I use that one. We have a bunch of fantastic hotels which are worldwide competitive, Elunda. Have you tried to walk between Elunda Mar and Elunda Beach? No way. No way. There's a small bad street full of rubbish and stuff like that. It's a real adventure there, but not the ones you enjoy. It's from the other side. It's the ones you say, take me to the Hilton at the end. So the product is by far the most important. Can we have the slide, please? Oh, yes, we do. So, Panos, can we expand a bit? Because we're talking about luxury, and we have to land sometimes in airports, Heraklion Airport. I see Manolis here from Crete. I guess some other people here. It's not really a luxury experience. You pay 5,000 euros for a suite in Elunda Beach, but you have to go through Heraklion Airport. Well, you have the experience of waiting 2 hours outside under the sun for check-in and VIP rooms and limousine service. We go for luxury tourism. And these guys are crazy. They go to sell out in the market's luxury. What's the luxury there? What's the luxury in transportation? What luxury do we offer when we have the problems of information, the planning? What else you have put Panos there? We don't play with the distribution. We don't, visas. I mean, why to pay money for advertising in Russia or in China when you don't manage the visa issue problem? The big increase we have from the Russian market this year is part of the Egyptians, part of the nice price, but mostly part of the easiness of procedure of issuing visas. And some of you already know that the private sector, through SETE, subsidizes a lot of the payroll cost from local students in cooperation with tour operators who send people in Greece to facilitate the whole thing. And then, well, this dark tourism, I don't think that managing protests and airport strikes. I mean, it's not a question of tourist marketing that one. There's nothing you can do, but you still try to sell luxury to that. And at the end, you have to sell it on a very high price. Otherwise, if you don't pay it high, don't consider it luxury. So, audience positions on that, please. Nobody wants to talk with us. I don't know why. Panos, will you please explain? Oh, Dinos for the skakis. Dinos. Don't miss it.
I couldn't wait any longer. Very tempted. I can define luxury. Flying into the second most expensive airport in Europe after London Heathrow, that's Athens. That's if you can get a flight. I know you cannot get a flight during winter. So the question is to the professor, how would you be facing a situation if Istanbul was the second most expensive airport in Europe? And what effect would that have on your tourism development? Thank you.
And the practice is totally different. As well, I see it goes quite well. I mean, the higher the prices, the more the demand. So, I mean, what I can see is really against the theory, but I really have no justifiable answer to that. But I mean, it really goes up, and it's like I'm coming from Izmir to Istanbul. It's a 1-hour flight, and in order to get the gate, again, I have to wait an hour. I mean, let alone being expensive. But I mean, the demand goes up, and in Izmir, everything is easy and very cheap, and no tourists are there. So I really don't know how to answer your question. Very good question. We should work on that. Sorry about that. Thank you.
Next question, please, from the audience. Other set of members.
You have one more.
Oh, Vicky.
Thank you. It's Vicky Karadzavelou from Travel Daily News. George, you mentioned some time ago, you mentioned that there is a strategy, and we can follow as Greece, as a country strategy to develop the different kinds of tourism, luxury tourism in the mature markets, so to attract more visitors, of course. But I believe that there is two kinds of strategies. One is this, and the other is that we have to develop the emergency markets with a traditional product, so to support our traditional products, because people from Asia, let's say, recently Travel Daily News, Open Travel Daily News Asia, and we work in this part of world. It's Thailand, Vietnam, and around Asian countries. And these people like the traditional product of Greece, that is the classical tour, that of course Germans and the mature markets decline in this kind of tourism. So I believe as a country we have to develop and follow two strategies, not the only one. Thank you.
Fully agree, Vicky. If you can recall our proposal for the new model for Greek tourism about the new markets was existing markets, new products, Germany, Italy, Gulf, and new markets again with new products and old products as well. So, any other questions? No questions, so it's okay. It's 20 past. I think it's time to thank the panel. Thank you all for your attention and to invite the next moderator, Mr. Zaharos, for the coming panel. Thank you very much.
May I have your attention, please? To be honest, I'm not that friendly with the persons of the tourism because I don't know their faces, so I can't do what Mr. Drakopoulos just did. But I have to go on to the next panel. My name is Stamatis Zaharos again. I'm the managing editor for Capital.gr and Kefalio newspaper. And next we will discuss about a fundamental issue regarding the quality of the tourism product in Greece. It is commonly accepted that in an aggressive competition environment, quality is a major factor for customers' final decision. Though tourism temporarily contributes in Greek GDP by more than 15%, quality has started improving only in the last few years. Greece has very few tourism schools, and many of the people who work in the industry are partially trained or they have no training at all. Naturally, this affects the quality of service, and it's a very nasty experience for someone who have traveled hundreds of miles to visit a country where nothing is like described or expected. A dissatisfied visitor is the worst detraction for Greek tourism, and as the number of tourists is increasing, we have to be very careful about it. In the last few years, external factors affected our neighboring competitors, giving Greece the chance to welcome more visitors than any other period. These factors will be eliminated in the near future, and Greek tourism industry will have to compete on equal terms. Having in mind that most of our competitors in southeastern Mediterranean have lower labor and construction costs, Greece has to overtake them based on better and more luxurious services as well as more educated personnel. In our panel, we will discuss the importance of education in the tourism industry and its impact on the quality of service, which is what we are all looking for, of course. I would like to invite Professor Ray Iunius, Business Development and Marketing Director of the École Hôtelière de Lausanne, Professor Harry Kokosis, President of the Hellenic Open University, and Mr. Paris Tsartas, Rector in the University of the Aegean. Each speaker will have 5 to 7 minutes time to analyze his topic. At the end of the speeches, there will be enough time for questions and further discussion. Please, gentlemen. Hello. Thank you. Mr. Iunius, you can start, but I can see him analyze.
Well, I was informed that I have a half an hour, but I can.
Okay.
Okay.
You can have half an hour if you like.
Okay. Kalispera. Don't be worried, it's the only word that I know in Greek, and I have a big pleasure to be here with these colleagues and to speak about hospitality and, if it's possible, education. Speaking about hospitality, I was yesterday in a downtown in Athens to visit a famous palace, Acropolis, I think. It's a 5-star. What a ruin. There's no roof, no lobby. Work is in progress, but I was very disappointed. It's in downtown, nevertheless. No elevator. Well, speaking about the past, let's speak about the future and to see some trend in hospitality and what will be at the base of the educational market. Then, ladies and gentlemen, we are in a war. Yeah, it's a war of talent. It's a shortage of skills. It's extraordinary. Population is growing. By the way, when I was a kid, the global population, it was 1.5 billion, 2 billion. We are 7 billion today. You realize what a chance we have in hospitality? 7 billion, and nevertheless, we are looking for talent. And if you look in Greece, in these fantastic countries, in services, I was a little bit amazed because I have the feeling that the average is 16 years old. I don't see where are they young. By the way, I was in a table, it was a lot of young people, they disappear, probably because we speak now about education. It doesn't matter, but we'll do our best to do something also with this average and to find skills, to find talents, because, on our opinion, this is the most important things. Everybody agree with this. All the VP, HR in hospitality, they agree about this. Not the top manager, because, you know, they are coming from the finance world, and this is about figures. The human capital, it's a cost, not an investment. Maybe you can switch a little bit and to try to find, to ensure the future, because the future, as Thomas Winans from Star Wars, he mentioned, the future is Y generation. It's a fantastic generation, this Y generation. Believe me, it's something great. They have no clue that once upon a time was not a button in the car to open a window. They are very amazed about this. I have a whole laboratory at home. I have a daughter, 14 years, and a boy, 16 years. I'm learning a lot from them. And they are something amazed about my generation and the past. They have the feelings that the water is coming just for pet. They never discover that the water is not just in these plastic bottles. They have no clue about a cassette. I don't know, there are people on my generation. This was the music in my time. Then they discover the history, that it was a big war in Berlin who split the world in two camps. How lucky was you Greek people? Huh? It was in 2 minutes that was decided in Yalta, you know, between Churchill, Stalin, and on a hygienic paper, and you switch on the good camp. Don't complain about a 2 years crisis. I'm born in Romania, we had 50 years crisis, okay? We was in the wrong part of this hygienic paper when we put Romania in the left, Greek in the right side, okay? You are lucky, believe me, and you are still lucky. This is the music today. My son, he tells me that that's music. Okay, I try to understand, okay? Rap music, wow, fantastic. Well, but he never understand, what did you done? Why I spend on my night, you remember, with the first step on humanity, a big step for, and when you was on the moon, what useful? And nobody will believe me in this Y generation that I didn't have internet. We was happy, no email. In the weekend, no email. Look at Achilles, he's looking in his email now. This is crazy. We are working more than in the past. No? And this generation have no clue about this. They are used with this. Connectivity is the most important thing. In your hospitality hotels with no connectivity, there is no future. This is a brand. You know, in my generation, a Mercedes and a Bentley was a car. Today, my son is asking me, what, are you stupid? This is a waste of energy and everything. But if you look at this Mini, it's more expensive than a Mercedes by kilo, you know. iPad, and that's a new brand. We have to pay attention. We have to prepare our market to this generation. It's a fantastic generation. They care. They really care about everything. They care about the environment. They are generous. If you have no clue about social responsibility, if your company is not sharing what it's doing with the society, there is no future. They will never accept to work for a company, have no social responsibility, and this is extremely important. My generation, we want to be politically correct about the green hospitality, green tourism. They don't know another kind of hospitality. They don't know another kind of tourism. Everything is natural, have to be sustainable. And as I mentioned, they have the feeling that everything has to be shared on the internet, and everything has to be digital, and that's a must today. Education. Education as a pull process, because in fact, we are supposed to speak about education, sorry about this more. Then what we have to do, of course, and if we are not looking at this generation, if we are not looking at the consumer, we are not able to follow the trend in hospitality. And if we follow the trend in hospitality, we can design program for these kids. It's exactly what we are trying to do at EHL. Then the best things, I think, that will be to show you a small video. We have a fantastic IT digital team here. I'll ask them just to switch a little bit on YouTube to show you in 30 seconds what we are trying to do at EHL. Can you help me, please? Thank you very much.
EHL lesson number 327. These are students. They are too young and too beautiful to be smart, and that is why they want to study. On this planet, out of 7 billion individuals, only 151 million are students, and only a tiny percentage of those will become part of the grand family of the École Hôtelière de Lausanne, better known as EHL. Here are EHL students. While they study, they will have to shed their hip and trendy clothes and put on something a little more presentable.
Mais c'est trop pas la mode à Paris, quoi.
Yes, but this is not Paris, this is Switzerland. Here you will find banks, clocks, mountains, chocolate, and EHL. EHL was founded in 1893 by Jacques Chumé. The same year, Guy de Maupassant died, Mao Zedong was born, New Zealand achieved full universal suffrage, and the New York Stock Exchange crashed. That did not stop people coming to Switzerland for their vacations. For only there can you find the world-famous Swiss sense of hospitality. The Swiss sense of hospitality is a subset of savoir-être, the knowledge and practice of rules of politeness. Out of 7 billion individuals, of which 151 million are students, only a select few will learn the required savoir-être to become the hospitality leaders of tomorrow. For EHL is not a cooking school, it is a management school. Here, students will not learn how to cook tomatoes, but how to make them attractive for the clients. Today, EHL teaches over 1,800 students from almost 90 different countries how to make tomatoes attractive and please their clients. In 120 years, EHL has trained over 25,000 students. In 120 years, the world has known the liberal, democratic, Soviet, cultural, sexual, February, October, August, spring, jasmine, and velvet revolutions. But EHL is still the #1 hospitality management school in the world. It is not #1 for the sake of being #1. It is #1 so that you can be #1.
Thank you. Can we switch back? Yes, thank you very much. Then, what's education and hospitality? I don't know else how to tell you, but I give you the example with my institution that we are striving to be the premier worldwide reference in hospitality education. The premier, the first, is very important because you saw that we have more than 25 alumni in the world. Famous people, they are managing the industry globally. I am very happy to have even here in this room our chapter leader. Then John Anglos, by the way, he proved what EHL education because he was Secretary of State in the Ministry of Tourism, and he still brings together our alumni here in Athens. Then, in fact, that what is important, it's important to remain a benchmark. And as academics, we are very, very happy when somebody else will try to benchmark us and to copy us. It's one of the fields where competition, if they copy you, that means it's a good sign. In the same time, reference, that means that we create educational system in hospitality, a very particular system, and I will explain what it's about, but not, it doesn't matter which market, but in hospitality education. That is something extraordinary. It's extraordinary because in order to have talent, the first thing that we have to do is to select them and to have passionate people. The passion is something extraordinary. And if there is no passion in hospitality, nobody will come. Because, let's be honest, hospitality is not paying so much. Hospitality means long days of work. Hospitality means long weeks of work. Then if there is no passion, no way to do it. Education is something really fantastic. It's one of the first jobs of the humanity, and to remain the most selected things that can happen. And leaders, not doesn't matter what leaders, but we are trying to educate responsible leader for tomorrow. This is what we are trying to do. Maybe we can do it, and we are based everything for a dual system. That means that we strongly believe that a manager will be a good manager if he done all the job, then he shouldn't have to manage in hospitality. That's why our students, they are starting with 1 year internship, 6 months in the school in different point of sales, because we have 6 restaurants and a very nice infrastructure. Another 6 months will send them in the industry to work, and after they are back, they are continuing with 2 years academics. Another 6 months that we send them to work in administrative domain, in hospitality, and not just hospitality, and after they are coming back and they are doing their diploma project, and they achieve their studies with 4 years being already operational. The dual system is extremely important because it's a mixture, because the pure academics, university, and the vocational. We are not a vocational school, as you saw in the movie. We are a professional school. It's very tricky in English. A professional school is also a medicine school, or a conservatoire, it's also professional. And professional is a very nice word, and it's something really that gives more value to this system. As I mentioned it to you, we are not just training people, we are not just creating a learning platform, we are trying to educate people. And this is our secret in Lausanne. We are educate people. That means that we are a school for life. We are not a school for job. That means that we care about the whole life of our students. We prepare them, as I mentioned, to be responsible leader, and not just in hospitality. More than 50% of companies hiring in Lausanne, they are not from hotel business, they are from luxury market, they are international, they are global companies as Nestle, Procter & Gamble, Unilever, and so far. Hospitality today, it's a big question, because we based our education on what's hospitality today. Can you give some song, please, volume? Well, it's a mute field. Okay? Unfortunately, it's happened sometimes. In 1910, in Switzerland, in order to clean up a room, it was 30 minutes. Today, it's a half an hour. Don't look like this, I have her telephone number, I can give to you after. Then, that's a big difference. Can you give me another example with another industry with such a fantastic progress? Huh? From 30 minutes to half an hour. Fantastic. What we give to our guests? Wow, fantastic, what a nice furniture. Or some hoteliers, they tell us we have a plasma. Well, everybody have a plasma at home today. Yes, but we have a jacuzzi. Well, a lot of people, they have jacuzzi today. 50 years ago, a room in hospitality was a model. Nobody had at home something that find it in 50 years ago. Today, is it the case? You know, stationery in the room, very nice. Letter, pure letter, very nice. When did you send last time a letter from your hotel room? Who needs any more of this? Have a look in a minibar, what you can get today. Is still what the client needed? No, the guest, he needs an experience. That's why we are speaking about an experience economy. You know, we have people here from the OTA, the online travel agent. Ask hoteliers, they really love them, okay? This is a new war in hospitality. We learn everybody, and in the past, in the marketing classes, you remember, it takes 5 times as much effort to attract a new customer if you don't keep your loyalty to keep your customer and so far. Yeah. But what you do now with TripAdvisor, how do you manage this? You saw on the reception desk here in this hotel what they have? TripAdvisor, not the 5 diamond, not leading hotel, not everything. There are 4 bubbles in TripAdvisor. Then how can you manage this? This is a new challenge. What do you have to teach at the school in order to prepare to this social media, to this new generation? How can you create an experience? You know, if you go in Latin America and you are buying coffee beans, today the coffee beans became commodity. They are in the stock. You don't need to do something great. You can buy it at $1.50 a kilo. But if you transform in a product, oh, that's great. You can multiply by 3. And this is very clear. This is rational. We know what to do. But if the coffee beans, and that became a product, became a service, and after a brand, a Starbucks, you multiply by 20 because you provide something emotional, you provide an experience. It's exactly what we have to provide in hospitality, what we have to provide in education. That means that, in fact, if we take the former service economy and we look at the experience economy, the service became an event. The intangible things have to become memorable. The flexibility was important in the service economy, but today, customization is the key word. It's no longer a supplier, but a good GM in a good hotelier today, it's a stage director. You know Bill, he mentioned? No, I'm not speaking about Bill Gates. I'm speaking about Bill Shakespeare. He said that the life, it's a stage. Yes, today, hospitality is a stage. We are putting people on the stage, and we become stage director. The client is no longer a client, it's a host. We don't have just to answer to the need, but we have to build a personal history. We have to tell story. If we are not able to tell a story about Greece, about tourism, about our property, we cannot attract clients. The suppliers, they become completely different. They have to do fine-tuning in order not to have just a service delivery, but to create this fantastic experience. An experience that means that what we try to do, to transform a client in a guest, and a guest in a brand ambassador. In fact, when the luxury companies, they are coming to recruit in our school, and the private banking, and when I ask him, why are you coming to recruit here? They are telling us for attitude. We want attitude. We can train somebody in finance, but we cannot train them to have the right attitude. Then we are speaking about hospitude. Attitude from hospitality, hospitude. It's a real science, the guestology today. That's a real science. You know, in San Francisco, it's the biggest incubator in the world. It's a dynamic. In the Silicon Valley today, it's something fantastic. The first things and a venture capitalist, they ask you, where's your client? What your client want? That's the first thing, before the concept. This is what we have to teach. To never forget, then in the market, they are client, and we want to transform this client in host in our hotels, in host in our tourist destination. In fact, maybe let's try to see Switzerland also. That's the way that the Swiss tourists, they want to promote Switzerland. As you can see it. Can you help me to switch to the next? Thank you very much. And to bring innovation. Because there is one thing that is important today more than any time. It's innovation. Can we teach innovation? I don't know. Can we teach somebody who is 1.70 m to be 1.90 m? I don't think so. But we can encourage innovation, we can help young people to become more innovative, and we can become, in a way, to convince our colleagues from hospitality that innovation is not wrong, it's something fantastic. And in order to be innovative, we have to be creative and to have ideas. The problem with the ideas, we don't know how and what we have to do for these ideas, you know? Think to yourself, when did you get ideas? Maybe in a bathroom? Or when you go to sleep? Or when you do nothing, you just think? Or maybe you play something, music? Or even you rest? Or you make some sport? Well, 97% of ideas are coming from this activity. You realize this? 3% is coming at work. We have no idea when we are working. Bad news. Now, Apple, they've done a study. They look at the brain of the students in the classroom. You know the graphic? It's flat in the classroom. Nothing is happening. The same way that you watch the TV, okay? And if we are doing our job, we are fantastic, we are great, we have a fantastic creativity. 3% of our ideas are coming from there. Then why? Why? Because we don't have just one brain, we have 3 brains. I not speak about the reptilian brain, but the brain is split in 2. One brain who manages everything, and the other brain who is creating ideas. The problem, and the manager, is kill the other brain when we are working. And that's a big problem. And we have to do something to encourage the other brain to take over, to have some more idea. And if you are creative, I think that you can observe these ballerines and see switching from right to left. You don't see it? Where is your creativity? It's a conference, it's flat, the brain, yeah. But believe me, she's switching, yeah? No? Nobody can see it? Okay, I'll put on the internet and I'll let you make some exercise. Maybe you'll see that she's switching, yeah? Not just in one direction. You know what is this? It's a picture of an idea. In the Polytechnical School in Lausanne, there is a multidisciplinary team. They are working on a blue brain project with different competence, different facilities, and they insert an idea in the computers. They are trying to simulate what's happening in our brain in the computer. That means that the first time our brain, it studies itself, and probably this idea will continue to work in the computer even if we are passed away. Then idea is something fantastic if there is the right moment. And if you want to encourage idea, you have to stop doing what they are doing to make some break and to, there are no break in the program today, but everybody take a break when he can and do something else, Do different things, jogging, play something, instrument, paint if you have new ideas, wear different clothes, laugh. It's very important to be creative, laugh, because ha ha ha, it's very similar to aha. Huh? When you have an idea, this is very important. And try to do this, And if you think that you get it, have a look here, look very carefully, choose a card, don't say to anybody, and I'll tell you, with our creativity from Lausanne, I will make this card disappear at 3. Then take your card, think to your card, and 1, 2, 3, your card is no longer here. Thank you very much.
I have to thank Professor Yunus as well. Professor talked about something that I often missing when I visit hotels in Greece and abroad, which is common sense, and we have the time to talk about it later. Then I have to call Mr. Haris Kokosis, the president of the Hellenic Open University.
Well, after this very stimulating presentation, I could say nothing more, but try to set up what exists in Greece in terms of opportunities and what are the critical issues and questions that come to mind when one starts to reflect on the future of professional tourism education. Because, of course, you demonstrated the state of the art and the benchmark. So we have to see how, in our case, how we adjust, how we adapt, how we stimulate change in the existing system, and how do we introduce the obvious and the innovative, and which will take us into ahead. At the moment, there are various kinds of opportunities for professional tourism education in Greece, vocational schools, institutes for vocational training, which are addressed to people beyond the high school age, and advanced schools of tourism education, which have a long history, and actually they have been based on the experience of École Hôtelière de Lausanne from the past. At present, yes, okay. At present, there are three levels of opportunities for this education, as I said earlier, so I will just go a little bit fast with my presentation, because we heard a lot of interesting things about what we should do. So this is the existing system, one in Rhodes, one in Crete, and to enter these schools, you have to go through national examinations. And of course, it's a complicated system. The idea is to focus on people who are able professionals in the hotel management sector, which includes everything from F&B and hospitality and hotel management, which are the two basic traditional elements of hospitality management. There are different issues that have been of interest, which is the professional rights and the advantages, etc. But this is something which is there, and it has to change and adapt to the world which is changing around us. And there are opportunities to do this. Since the world is changing, we have to think fast about how we change our schools. So I'll just go forward to the issues, rather, which we have identified. Okay, sorry. Needs of the market. The world is changing, and we have to follow these changes. We know that educational systems have a time lag. They have 3-5 years. So it's a matter of creating attitudes, like the previous speaker has said. We have to create attitudes which help people to offer services, but also adjust in the future and adapt to the changing conditions. And the market is changing for many, many reasons. First of all, the way we perceive tourism and our travel. We move to different types of lifestyles, and think about how our lifestyles have changed in the last 10 years or 20 years, and how the tourist of the 60s and 70s and 2000 is compared with the tourist of 2020 and 2050, which is coming. We're more individualists. We seek the experience of places, so there is a need to differentiate the product. Competition is increasing, globalization. So we have to take this into consideration when we design our professional school professional tourism education programs. Then these changes, of course, have implications for the tourism sector itself. In terms of structural changes, that means how the businesses and what type of opportunities exist in the various sectors, in the various types of business exist around tourism. And of course, in terms of the new products that emerge. And then we have to reflect again what is the role of the public and the private sector, which has changed dramatically in the last 20 years or so. All these changes affect the way we look at education, and education is changing too. First of all, even outside of tourism, education systems change. People demand flexibility, personalization, and of course there's an increase in a dominant role of accessibility to information, via the internet and social networking. That means we have to rethink our modes of learning, the way we teach people whatever we want to teach them. Second, we have to reflect the role of education and vocational training, and which is something that was put very elegantly earlier in terms of the École Hôtelière de Lausanne. You said it's a professional education, which is bridging the two and taking advantage of the two, but it's not always obvious how we do this and how we do not replicate higher education or lower vocational training. And of course, one of the things that is ahead of us is, since we have increasing a rapid change of conditions around us, people need to adapt continuously, so they need to have access to lifelong learning opportunities. So they enrich their skills, they change their skills, they adapt their knowledge. So we need to reflect on training and lifelong learning programs. And of course, since there is a new way of looking at the way we receive information and we process information, distance learning and e-learning are critical aspects. And then we have to see how we provide, what is the role of schools, what do we expect. The previous speaker, Professor Yunus, said already, it's a matter of creating attitudes, of making people think about what their role should be. And this is very critical. And of course, if we focus on professional tourism education itself, there are issues of structures, flexibility, mobility. That means following up various levels, from vocational schools to professional schools to higher education if someone wants. We have to make sure that these opportunities exist. It's a matter, in the end, of identifying a system that transforms knowledge to capacities to skills, a system of regulating professional education, ensuring the quality of education and accreditation, because all these are important elements anymore because of globalization and the opening up of markets and the necessity to be able to work from one place to another, recognizing the skills and the professional experience that exists. These are critical issues for every professional education school. And of course, there are some key questions. Okay, about hospitality management. It's a broad concept. We know the F&B and we know the hotel management part. How about the new types of tourism? Adventure tourism, spas, and do we need to train people? Do we need to educate people how to work in these kinds of services? And how about related products, related roles? Tour guides, for example. We see France is moving towards making tour guides a higher education program. Universities are assuming up the role. In other places in Europe, we see local level initiatives and regional level initiatives, like it was in Italy in the past. So there are all these kinds of policy questions that have to be dealt with. And this is just to reflect and demonstrate to you what is the current situation in Greece in terms of thinking about the future of professional tourism education. Thank you.
I have to thank you, Mr. Kokosis. And talking about attitudes, Andreas Papandreou, who was former prime minister, for those who don't know him, has said that Greeks won't be the waitresses of Europe. And I think that this phrase has haunted the Greek tourism industry. I have to call now the last speaker, who is Mr. Paris Tsartas, the rector in the University of the Aegean. Mr. Tsartas.
So, good evening. I will try to be very brief, not just because I'm the last, but if I remember right, the organizers told us to have a presentation for 5 to 7 minutes. So this is what I'm trying to do. The international experience, which has to do with tourism education, has two different schools. There are not just schools, there are schools of thought. And there are schools which have to do with tourism policy, which have to do with the tourism product that we give, and also which have to do with quality. The first school has to do with a system which can train people becoming from employees to a hotel, and also train people to become a professor. The second school just stops in the vocational training and the tourism schools. So the first system has to do also with the countries which, one way or another, give more quality product because they have this type of system. You cannot have a good product, you cannot have a quality product in tourism if you don't have a system of different types of tourism schools, of universities, or of PhD students, and have a good product. If you have the second school worldwide in 200 different countries of the world, you don't have a good product. One of the best examples is Greece and Turkey. Since we heard a lot of things about Greece and Turkey this morning, both do not have a good system of tourism education. The successful examples have to do with this systemic dimension. To have a kind of system of tourism education of somebody can go from school to school. He can begin from a tourism school and end up gaining a PhD. So the problem here is, and this is essential, the interconnection with the business sector. Let me underline that when we talk about business sector in tourism, from the educational side, we do not talk about just the private sector. Business for us has to do with the private sector and its different types of employment, employees, whatever. It has to do with local governments. It has to do with the state. So when you produce people from tourism schools, you produce one way or another people who are educated to do different things. This is why we need frequent changes in the program's curriculum. And this is one of the things that is not very, very easy. You cannot change very frequently the curriculums of tourism schools. Proper education leads to a strong and competitive tourism product. This is one of the things that we, in many cases, we do not really believe. You cannot have a very good product, although you may have resources. Greece is also one of the bad examples in that, if you don't have a proper education system. If you want to have a competitive tourist product, which means that you can be competitive in times of crisis, you have to have a system of education. I will pass all the, let's say, Greek examples here. In Greece, we have different types of schools. We do not have a university program in tourism solely. We have master degrees, we have PhD degrees. We do not have a system of tourism education. Let me give you now the example of what we can see with some different examples of what we can talk and underline as good examples and bad examples of what the tourism education system can do. First of all, you can easily have somebody who works in tourism without knowing really nothing. The example of Greece is one of the best. We have 1,500,000 people working in the tourism sector, in all different types of this sector, and only 300,000 people have tourism education. The keywords here are a specialist in tourism and somebody who is educated in tourism. If you combine these two keywords, you will find the answer in all the examples which continue here. 30 to 40 years ago, nobody was talking about special interest tourism, state or private. Nobody believed in special interest tourism, and now we're talking this morning about adventure tourism, about ecotourism, about luxury tourism. We have 40 different products of special interest tourism which need different people who are educated in them, who will provide this type of employees, who will provide this type of entrepreneurs. The tourism education system. A tourism education system which can see forward, can see 20 years ahead. And this is what it was done. It was these tourism experts 40 years ago who began saying that we should see also this type of niche markets. These types of niche markets now are very growing fast markets, very luxury markets, very good in money markets, and we need them. Beside the massive tourism product, we need also these niche markets. If we didn't have tourism education, we wouldn't have these markets also. Sustainable tourism policy. Nobody also really wanted sustainable tourism policy 30 years ago. Why? Because it has to do with a different framework. Sustainability means that you have to have measures. Sustainability means that you have to have legislation. It means that you cannot do whatever you want. So this is one of the cases where tourism education, and when I'm saying tourism, I'm talking about tourism experts, said that this is the framework of the future. And now everybody is talking about sustainability in tourism policy and development. We need it, but 30 years ago, nobody wanted even to discuss about it. Curricula in tourism schools and departments. It is one of the problems, as I said, that we are facing very often. How can we change the curricula from some, let's say, concrete tourism school, which provides tourism economics, marketing in tourism, or business in tourism? How can you provide from this curricula, how can you be more specific and have people who will do spa, who will do luxury tourism, who will be educated in gastronomy? This is one of the problems that we are facing, and of course the answer is also education. The answer is having a vocational program. Not all types of employees, not all types of people working in the tourism industry need to go to a tourism school or a tourism university. Tourism motivations. People were laughing 30 years ago when the first researches were done about tourism motivations. And also, some of the people who are experts in tourism were laughing when the first Japanese tourists started traveling in the States, and they did not end in the Mediterranean, and they did not want to go to the water. They did not want to swim. They just want to go around doing cultural tourism. You cannot have a good program if you don't know the motivations of tourism. This is where research and tourism education comes. E-tourism applications. It began as a tool for marketing. And this is one of the things that we cannot do without. Now we need, in all aspects of traveling in tourism, e-tourism applications. If you see the types of different products, you will see now that we have also research in tourism. So to conclude, you cannot have really a good product in tourism. You cannot have quality in tourism if you cannot have trained people in tourism. It doesn't matter if he wants to become a cook or if he wants to become a professor in tourism. The different schools are here to provide everything. The problem is if you have a system of tourism schools, if you have a system of tourism education, and through this system have a good quality of tourism product. Thank you very much.
I have to thank you to Mr. Chartas. Mr. Yunius, as I said before, common sense is what you were talking for. Is there something beyond that in tourism education? What is it? Because whatever you said was something that has to do with the common sense. I mean, to have a stationery in a hotel room, there's no need to have it nowadays, but nobody is taking the stationery and throw it outside of the window. Why is that?
It's a very tricky question. It's true that common sense, it's mandatory. But common sense is mandatory in anything what we are doing, not just in tourism or in hospitality. We have to build on the common sense, and in the top of the common sense are coming the knowledge. You know, you can have a very good common sense to do some very clear things, but it will take some time to learn from your common sense, from other people's common sense. If you are studying, if you have some different skills that you are winning in an educational process, you can arrive much quickly and better. But I have to agree with you that the base on any education system, and because I like to, as the rector mentioned, that yes, everything is systematic, it's a system, it's based on the common sense, and sometimes in our school, we are working against the common sense.
But you have the experience as well, and that's what you are doing.
Experience is very nice, but we don't have time to get experience. We have to provide an experience to our guests, but in order to win experience, we need a life, and we have such a big bills at the end that it's much better to try to, you know, to jump and to win transforming knowledge. But I don't know in tourism, because hospitality, it's a little bit different, you know. We are speaking about economy in general. Tourism, it's a part of the economy. It's economy of tourism.
Big one for Greece.
And hospitality, it's a part of tourism.
Yes.
Then hospitality, it's management. Economy, we don't know about tour operator. We don't know about the guide. By the way, I believe in a faculty of philology or history, they can provide a much better curriculum for guides than hospitality or tourism. But it's something else. Probably even at the ministry level, it's also a matter of common sense, but everybody has to have it.
Gentlemen, you know Greek tourism sector very well. I believe that there's a lack of common sense and education as well in the Greek sector. Why so?
Well, there are various reasons that one can think. One is that there is an institutional setup which is not very amenable to provide the flexibility and the adaptability which is necessary for any educational program. The second is that the market, that means the employee side, is not always sensitive or aware of the potential of the utility, rather, of having people who are real professionals. Actually, this is what the first presentation demonstrated, is a matter of attitude.
Yes.
It's a matter of attitude at the institutional level, at the enterprise level, and at the school level.
As well as the cab drivers and...
Essentially, also destinations and all that. This is something that it's common sense. We discover, we know it should be that way, but it's not certain that we have the capacity to know how to make it, translate it into, and transform it into an educational program.
The Greek paradox is not very Greek and very paradox. It has to do with different countries all over the world. Some of them are very touristic, also like us. What I mean is that we have many countries with tourism without a good educational system in tourism.
They're based on something else.
They are based on the fact, or they believe, that tourism policy has nothing to do with education, which is a very wrong, let's say, way of thinking. This is the case also with Greece. I strongly believe that tourism education has to do, of course, from hospitality, that means hotels, let's say, but also it has to do with development. And this is some of the examples that you mentioned. Everything needs to be seen as a system. The good examples that we have, which is France, the United States, England, says that you have to provide all types of people working in all types of different levels in tourism, in different aspects of tourism. What we do not believe here in Greece, and as I said in many other countries also, is the fact that tourism is not just the private sector. Tourism education has nothing to do just with the private sector. It has to do also with all aspects of development. This is why we need research. And this is when we have a good educational system. These three countries that I mentioned have good educational systems in tourism, give a lot of money and a lot of effort in research in tourism. And this is something that we need to do also. If you don't have good research, you cannot have a good educational system. If you do not have a good educational system in tourism, it's quite a paradox would be to have a good product. You do not have a good product. You have too much people coming. This is the case also in Greece and Turkey, because you have resources. You have a good image. The fact remains that you do not have good product and you do not have good quality. So if you want to, let's say, have a better quality, you have to understand that you have to have a much better educational system. And stop, and let me finish by that, stop, let's say, saying that one of the things that tourism education has a problem is theory. We need theory. If we didn't have theory in tourism education, we wouldn't have the niche markets that we now have. We wouldn't have the different products that we now have. It needs to be approached by a research and a theoretical approach from the beginning, and then you'll have a product. You cannot have a tourism education also without having a good relationship with the market. But the market, as I said, is not just the private market. It has to do also with local governments, with the state, with everybody which is working around tourism and tourism development.
In Greece, when you are expressing something like this and you are a professor in a university, you're a kind of an outlaw or something, isn't it?
That's
you are bandits, yes.
But I would like to make just follow on that. We're just raising the issue that beyond the core professional education, which is the hospitality management, which is at the heart of these tourist services, it is necessary perhaps to focus on professional education or in other types of services, and also in tourism management, which is something else, and tourism policy, which is the government's side as well. I think this was the point of the presentation.
I just felt the frustration from the rectors, and in a way you're hiding that the state have to encourage. Then let me tell you something in my experience, and the role of state, in my opinion, is to give us the legal frame, okay? But have to come from the business. What the business cannot do, and a private school cannot do, the vocational education. Why? Because think to the parents, they cannot afford on these kids to pay a vocational school very expensive, because it's expensive education, because it's not paying back. Then you need to qualify people, and here at the vocational level, here it's a role of the state, probably. But at the management level, you know, if you are building a new property, it's the opening project. It's a big project, and people who know a little bit in hospitality, there are a lot of tension, emotion with the architect, with the developer, and everybody. But if you forget to start at least 6 months before to hire your people and to train them, You'll open and you realize that nobody can work for you. Then it's something normal. Education, it's a demand from the business side and have to be something natural. And it's very clear that better the educational system is developed, better you have the result. But coming back to your question is common sense. I think that a very good school are not teaching what is the top, the best practice and all this. We are learn how to learn. That's the base of everything. If our kids, they know how to learn, they'll win. Because what can we do today? You know, it's enough to take your tablet and you Google everything and you have the answer. We cannot provide any more information. We are a guide in this world. That's the key issue. What will be the future university? What will be the future faculty in which, as a professor, we deal with everything that's changing? It's a completely different way. You know about MOOC. I don't know if you find out about massive online oversight system with 120,000 students online, and it's a whole debate. At the end of the day, hospitality education, it's a part of online, but it's a part of face-to-face. It's a part of common sense, but it's a part of to teach the best and to let these young people to learn. I'm had the privilege to come here, thank you very much, with my wife. We came from the airport to this destination, and my wife showed me, look on the beside the expressway, what a pity all of these PET plastics, okay? We are speaking about sustainable development. This is a base. And this is because we are not making the relation between sustainability and profitability. That's the first thing that education has to do, is not to be politically correct, to see and to understand what's mean profitability. It's the end of the way. You are in a better position in Greece to know what means this issue. It's finally, yes, you are right, a good research, it's fantastic because it will drive all this, but at the base, it's a university have to change a little bit the behavior, to understand that hospitality is not low and tourism, it's fantastic, then you can have a PhD, and you can have a PhD today also in hospitality. You can have a PhD in everything, in nursing. It's not a problem. The problem is the whole system in which it's working hand in hand with the industry. And here I finish with this. It's a big debate. Usually a university is a research institution. The role of a university is to enhance the knowledge of the humanity. The role of a management school is to bring solution to the industry. And here we had a lot of tension. The faculty, the pure faculty said, I don't want to be corrupt about the industry. And people from the industry, they never read an article. That in fact, this is a big problem today. It's a fantastic gap between the best universities, and you have to judge. You know, I think that a university, what we are producing today is faculty. We are producing professors. C. Richards, you mentioned, not myself. Then we have to produce specialists, we have to produce responsible people who can change our world.
There is space for everybody. There is space and room for everybody. I mean, you need to have from vocational schools to hospitality, of course, schools, to private sector in tourism education, and to state sector in tourism education. There is all international examples shows us that there is a place for everybody, a system. So this is the case. You need to have a system. The paradox is not just if you have or you do not have education. The paradox is that in countries like ours, you can still be one of the 10, 12, 15 countries of the world in terms of every year, let's say, people coming,
Guests.
the numbers
Yes.
of people coming. But the fact remains that you do not have the tourism policy that you have to have as a tourism country.
Talking about the state, it is very difficult for me to understand why, in such a touristic country as Greece, governments for the past 20, 30 years haven't invested on creating a system of education for people who want to work there. Isn't it strange? Haven't, yes.
Yeah. It's, if I can ask...
I referred to a phrase by Andres Papandreou before.
Okay, it doesn't matter. The problem is not Andres Papandreou. I can give you an answer which hasn't had to do with tourism. If you have a sector like that, which in a country like ours, for 40 years now, not the last 5, gives the money that it gives and the employment that it gives, how come that you only have a tourism ministry just 6 to 8 years now? And we had a minister on agriculture, we have a minister on marines, everything, 40 to 30 years ago. And we don't have agriculture anymore. We don't have really industry, but we have tourism. We don't have a ministry there because it means it seems that we don't need it. We don't have tourism education as a system. It seems that we don't need it.
Or we don't like it, probably.
Some people don't like the fact that when you employ somebody who comes from a school, you have to pay for him. You have to pay because he is better. You don't have to pay all the time more money, but you have to pay somebody who is qualified. And this is why he will produce a better product.
Mr. Kokosis? I think we have to recognize that there are various reasons behind it, and it's not an issue now to discuss why the Ministry of Tourism, etc. Tourism is a multi-sector, multi-branch activity, so it is naturally every other ministry or every other actor
should help tourism.
Has a role and affects tourism itself.
It is our core business, to be honest.
You cannot, in a modern context, have a supra-ministry which coordinates everybody else only vis-à-vis tourism. So obviously, plus that since in the last 20 years, we have seen a dramatic shift worldwide from a dominant role of the private sector, of the public sector in many sectors in terms of policy, towards a more regulatory and setting up a framework within which the private sector develops their own initiatives. Actually, this is why in tourism education we have a large number of private schools that deal with training, vocational training and professional training. And we try, but the world is changing fast. And as I said earlier, we have to find ways how to bring all these actors, all these initiatives, all these opportunities into a coherent system which has a flexibility and also has, it's a system. It has rules of relationships and structures, etc. And I think we have to recognize that.
When you choose your job, your future job, and you choose your future studies, and you choose a business school, wow, that you can arrive as CEO in a bank and so far.
That was 20 years ago.
Yeah, no, even today you make a lot of money. You, in the top of the hotel chain today are people coming from finance. Okay?
You were talking about the generation Y.
Hold on, I'm coming, yeah? The problem, if you look at the crisis, who creates the damage is not the tourism. And you are coming back to the basis, it's tourism and agriculture. People remember, wow, we have a very beautiful country, let's do something for tourism, okay? But sometimes when it's too late, my opinion, and I know that the rector, it's a state university, it's a public university, of course. This is usually in a public university, you ask to the state because he finances you, okay? I'm coming from a very liberal country. We have no clue about what the state is doing. And as a Belgium, you know, they have no government and everything was okay. Then, in fact, I come back to the economy. The economy, it's leading, is driving. The state, less he's involved, better it's for everything for education. So this is our conclusion. Probably, well, when the state is deeply involved, sometimes can produce also damage. But everything is a matter of compromise. What you are asking from, we need a regular system. Of course, we need a legal system. We don't need the state to come with such a frame that we cannot develop anything. Because if you want to be an entrepreneur, and you need entrepreneur today, a lot of entrepreneurship, you'll broke the law. That you have to broke it each time. You don't have to ask for the government, do you agree with this or do you agree with this? You change and after you'll see if it's possible. It's very difficult for a rector. I know what it means. But nevertheless, if you create a pressure on the government and if you show the right direction, and by the way, you are very lucky. I saw your minister, and I think that she's a very clever lady. The only problem usually is something else. And here we have a problem in any countries. Then where this kind of education have to be? In the Minister of Tourism, in the Minister of Labor, in the Minister of Education. Here it's come the problem, because you say, no, vocational, okay, you, the Minister of Tourism, you can take it. Business school, no, this is education. This kind of school, no, this is a labor. If you have a good team at the government, and if they align on the purpose not to divide the territory, you can arrive at a very good conclusion. That's why we find a solution, our solution in Lausanne, that we are not a vocational school, we are not pure academics, we are a business school in hospitality.
Gentlemen, can we stop for a minute, because we have to ask the audience if there are any questions. Yeah, there is a question over there. Can you please announce your name and...
So, thank you very much.
Can you tell us your name, please?
My name is Dinos Franceskaikis, Discover the World Marketing. I must say that this morning I learned a lot. And the best quotation, I think, was from Henry Ford, that whatever doesn't offer a practical solution is hallucination. Now, another comment I want to make is that 20 or 25 years ago in Switzerland, I realized that the cantons have their own marketing budget, and they all go seeking tourism, and they compete against each other. And if they don't make the target, they lose their jobs. And that was 25, maybe 30 years ago. So, bravo. Excellent job in Switzerland. The other comment I heard today, later on, by you guys, was the politicians should do the legal framework. I would like to add, and then step back, for God's sake. Because this is the problem in Greece. The politicians are involved in our feet, and they don't let us do the work. You heard Yorgos Drakopoulos saying before, between the Elunda Mare and the other Elunda luxury hotels, there is a dirt road, right? So people paying to stay in a 6-star luxury hotel cannot walk to the other hotel, because the government hasn't, or the municipality or the state machine, hasn't done its job. Now, this is our biggest problem in Greece. Too much theory and not enough work on the ground. And I'll tell you another one. This is a quotation from another Papandreou, 25 years ago. Her name is Vaso Papandreou. She said, to raise the level of quality of tourism in Greece, you must raise the level of the whole country. You cannot raise the level of a compound and lock the tourists in a compound without raising the level of the people. Awareness, not plastics on the road, and so on and so forth. Thank you.
Has anyone something to reply? Any other questions? Nobody? Okay, so in that case, I have to thank you all. I have to thank you, gentlemen, and I have to call Mrs. Maria Hapsula, which is the editorial director of Gastronomos, to present the next panel.
Λίγο δύσκολο μου το έχετε κάνει. Hello, good afternoon from me too. It's time to talk about food. I think we've heard a lot about education, tourism. Let's talk about what will bring tourism in Greece. Trying to gain more and more returning customers, visitors in Greece, especially nowadays, is a very difficult project, one that needs every effort and power we have. As I see it, it is the only way for our economy to survive and recover. It might be our only option. And when we talk about tourism, we don't talk about beaches, sun, and a bed to sleep on. It's about relaxation, value for money accommodation, cultural interest. It's about getting to know the place we are visiting, to get to know the people, their traditions, their gastronomy. It is about transportation, open museums, because a lot of tourists come to Greece from the other side of the world, and they find the Acropolis Museum closed on Mondays in August. And some people find this normal. It has to have a healthcare system that operates so that they can really enjoy their vacation without worrying about anything. Now, about the Mediterranean diet, in Gastronomos, we believe that this is not only a diet, it's a way of life. Basing our gastronomy on the exceptional Greek products, we have olive oil, we have great wines, we have a great variety of cheeses, etc. And combining them with traditional ways of cooking, presenting them as our unique suggestion with a modern touch, this our visitors will appreciate. They will have something to remember, and hopefully they will come back for it. The Greek breakfast movement was the first step. Now we have to follow it. Everybody has to follow it. At Gastronomos, we give our annually quality awards to those in the food industry who produce fine products. We reward decent people, people of creation, that despite the adverse conditions, persist and insist on quality. With their work, they produce the wealth of our country through agricultural products and livestock. Conscious of their responsibility, with respect for the environment and for humans, always striving for the best, they make us proud of our country and convince foreigners to see another dimension of Greece, very different from the one usually displayed. Whether they're a single person, a small family business, or a larger company, they respond positively to economic challenges, and with ideas, innovation, and tradition, they win the battle not only in the domestic market, but often through exports. Either with personal or collective effort, as cooperatives, they give a valid answer to today's problems. So, in our opinion, in my opinion, we have to strengthen and promote our agricultural production to provide producers, winemakers, and all of those who are involved in the food industry with the appropriate supplies, both economically and strategically, to satisfy every taste and requirement, making the visitor's stay remarkable. So, all of the people working in this business, businessmen, editors, producers, chefs, winemakers, we have to unite in a strategy in order to promote the Greece of our dreams, the Greece that we want to become. In our discussion, we're going to start with Mr. Rouvalis, Angelos Rouvalis, with a lot of history and great history in winemaking, coming from Bordeaux in 1989, I think, Mr. Rouvalis? I guess so. has a lot to say to us about the winemaking, and I think very interesting. Please. Ο κύριος Ρούβαλας θα μιλήσει στα ελληνικά, αν μπορείτε να γίνει μετάφραση.
Πέρασε η ώρα και θα σας δώσουμε το τελικό χτύπημα με αυτά που θα πούμε. Αξιότιμοι συμποσιαστές εδώ λοιπόν στη σημερινή ημερίδα, ταξιδεύοντας με τις αισθήσεις στη Μεσόγειο, σημαίνει ταυτόχρονα, δεν μπορούμε να το αποφύγουμε, και ένα μακροβούτι στην ιστορία αυτής της πανάρχιας θάλασσας. Ακόμα και η αίσθηση της γεύσης, θα συμφωνήσουμε όλοι ότι έχει ένα πολιτιστικό υπόβαθρο, που είναι αφενός οι κοινωνικές παράμετροι και αφετέρου η μνήμη. Η μνήμη όμως μιας συγκεκριμένης γεύσης συνδέεται και με γεγονότα ανεξάρτητα από την ίδια τη γεύση, όπως πολύ ωραία μας παρέδωσε με λογοτεχνικό τρόπο ο Προύστ στο έργο του «Η αναζήτηση του χαμένου χρόνου». Η κουζίνα, λοιπόν, πριν απ' όλα είναι μνήμη και γευστική μνήμη. Τα πράγματα, λοιπόν, στο θέμα μας είναι δύσκολα και δεν θα μπορέσουμε να το προσεγγίσουμε σωστά αν δεν δούμε ότι, παραδείγματος χάρη, ότι η μεσογειακή διατροφή σημαίνει προϊόντα της Μεσογείου, τα οποία με τη σειρά τους διαχρονικά εξαρτιόνται από το κλίμα και το έδαφος, δύο παράγοντες όμως πολύ αυστηρούς, όπως θα φανεί στη συνέχεια, για τη ζωή των φυτών της Μεσογείου. Το ίδιο ισχύει και το μεσογειακό τρόπο ζωής, τα κύρια χαρακτηριστικά της ζωής αυτής διαχρονικά. Ο καθοριστικός παράγοντας που οριοθετεί τη Μεσόγειο είναι το κλίμα της, τόσο ιδιαίτερο που πήρε και το επίθετο μεσογειακός, που είναι και το πρώτο σκέλος της σημερινής μας ημερίδας. Το κλίμα αυτό οφείλεται στη νότια γειτνίαση με τη Σαχάρα και στη δυτική γειτνίαση με τον Ατλαντικό ωκεανό. Τη θερινή περίοδο, ο ξηρός και καυτός αέρας της Σαχάρας τυλίγει όλη τη Μεσόγειο και δημιουργεί τις ξάστερες νύχτες που δεν υπάρχουν αλλού πουθενά στον κόσμο και τη γαλανή διαυγή και λαχταριστή θάλασσα που απολαμβάνουν οι τουρίστες μας. Τον ίδιο όμως καιρό τα ζώα και τα φυτά, η ξεραμένη γη, ζουν περιμένοντας το νερό. Το νερό αυτό δεν θα έρθει παρά μόνο όταν στην φθινοπορεινή ησημερία επιτρέψει στον Ατλαντικό ωκεανό να εισχωρήσει στη Μεσόγειο με τις βροχές του από τα δυτικά προς τα ανατολικά. Και αυτό στην ιαρινή ησημερία και πάλι από την αρχή. Τι σημαίνει αυτό? Ότι οι δύο βασικοί παράγοντες της ζωής στη Μεσόγειο διαχωρίζονται. Όταν έχουμε ζέστη δεν υπάρχει νερό και όταν έχουμε νερό τα κρύα έχουν φτάσει και απαγορεύουν την λειτουργία των φυτών. Η ζωή λοιπόν στη Μεσόγειο ήταν πάντα αυστηρή, βασιζόταν στη διατροφική τριάδα αμπέλι, ελιά, αμπέλι και σιτάρι και το τελευταίο δεν ήταν πάντοτε εξασφαλισμένο. Η λιγοστή βλάστηση που υπάρχει συμπληρωματικά δεν επίτρεψε ούτε επιτρέπει να τραφούν μεγάλα ζώα βοηδή και μένουν μόνο τα αμνοερήφια με λίγο κρέας. Αυτό δημιούργησε στη Μεσόγειο μια παράδοση διατροφικής εγκράτειας, την οποία θα έχουμε στο νου μας όταν δούμε και τα επόμενα θέματα. Ακόμα και στα γιορτινά τραπέζια ή στα θρησκευτικά πανηγύρια και τα σύγχρονα, τα προσφερόμενα εδέσματα είναι λιτά. Ο άλλος καθοριστικός παράγοντας που επιτρέπει στη Μεσόγειο να ακτινοβολεί ακόμα και επί αιώνες στον υπόλοιπο κόσμο είναι η ιστορία της. Γιατί κάθε σημερινό της στοιχείο είναι τεκμήριο και συνδέεται με την περασμένη ζωή της. Είναι μια διαρκή συνάντηση του παρελθόντος με το παρόν, ένα αδιάκοπο πέρασμα από το ένα στο άλλο. Η Μεσόγειος είναι ο κατεξοχήν χώρος κίνηση. Δρόμοι παντού, θαλάσσιοι και χερσαίοι, και η ναυτιλία μας και αυτά που συζητούσαμε πριν είναι η συνέχεια αυτού του πράγματος, που εξασφαλίζουν την επικοινωνία σε ένα δίκτυο πολλών πόλεων, μικρών, μεσαίων και μεγάλων και σε πλήθος νησιών. Γιατί το σημαντικό για τον άνθρωπο της Μεσογείου είναι να επικοινωνεί με άλλους ανθρώπους. Ποτέ μόνος, αλλά σε ομάδα, ανεξάρτητα από το μέγεθος, 1000 περίπου άνθρωποι που ζουν φτωχικά στη Μεσόγειο αρκούν για να φτιαχτεί μια πόλη. Μας λέει ο Μπροντέλ, αυτός ο ιστορικός γεωγράφος, στον οποίο βασιζόμαστε για να καταλάβουμε την διαχρονικότητα της Μεσογείου. Ως συνέπεια των ανωτέρων, να κάνουμε αυτό το μικρό βήμα, λοιπόν, ως συνέπεια των ανωτέρων, την πολυτέλεια και την ποιότητα των υπηρεσιών στη Μεσόγειο, αυτή που καλούμεθα να προσφέρουμε στη Μεσόγειο, δεν πρέπει να την αναλαμβανόμαστε ή να την προβάλλουμε στην κατεύθυνση του υλικού κορισμού, της υπερβολικής κατανάλωσης, ούτε της κλειδής. Αλλά η πολυτέλεια θα είναι στην κατεύθυνση των εμπειριών και των βιωμάτων, της ανακάλυψης του πολιτισμού της Μεσογείου, της ποιότητας των προϊόντων της και την αυθεντικότητα της γαστρονομίας της. Λέξη ελληνική από τον 4ο αιώνα η γαστρονομία σήμαινε τότε και σημαίνει ακόμα αφενός γνώσης για τον τρόπο παρασκευής, αλλά και για τον τόπο προέλευσης ενός προϊόντος. Ο άνθρωπος, ο ταξιδιώτης σήμερα που ενδιαφέρεται για τη γαστρονομία, είναι τόσο άνθρωπος της απόλαυσης όσο και άνθρωπος του πολιτισμού. Δίνει σημασία στις παλιότερες μαγειρικές, στην εξέλιξή τας, στη γνώση των προϊόντων. Χωρίς καλό προϊόν, μπήκα στα χωράφια του Λευτέρη, αλλά δεν ήταν από την αρχή στη συγκητής. Χωρίς καλό προϊόν δεν υπάρχει καλή κουζίνα. Η αναζήτηση του καλού προϊόντος είναι συχνά δυσέβρετη. Τα πολλά σύγχρονα φρούτα και λαχανικά έχουν καλή όψη, αλλά είναι άνοστα πολλές φορές. Τα βιομηχανικά προϊόντα από τη μεριά τους είναι υγειονομικά ασφαλή, αλλά έχουν τυποποιημένη γεύση. Οι γενετικά τροποποιημένοι οργανισμοί, ούτε κουβέντα, δεν έχουν γαστρονομικό ενδιαφέρον. Απέναντίας, τα παραδοσιακά προϊόντα, τα τοπικά προϊόντα κινούν με επιτυχία το γευστικό ενδιαφέρον του σύγχρονου καταναλωτή. Είδαμε πως τα προϊόντα της Μεσογείου είναι το αποτέλεσμα μιας δύσκολης επιβίωσης των φυτών, και εδώ βαίνει αυτό, και μιας επίπονης εργασίας των κατοίκων της Μεσογείου σε απότομες πλαγιές, σε άγωνα αδάφη, σε ηφαιστειογενή νησιά, αλλά γι' αυτό είναι εξαιρετικά νόστιμα. Το αμπέλι που αναπτύσσεται σε τροπικά κλίματα είναι αϊθαλές, βλαστίζει όλο το χρόνο, αλλά χαμηλή ποιότητα. Αντίθετα, στη Σαντορίνη, η φάβα, το ντοματάκι και το αμπέλι αναπτύσσονται σε ένα στερημένο ηφαιστειογενές έδαφος, με μικρές αποδόσεις, είναι ικανά όμως μαζί με τα προϊόντα της θάλασσας να στήσουν μια ολόκληρη τοπική κουζίνα. Το ίδιο συμβαίνει με τα ορεινά προϊόντα και τα ποικίλα μικροκλίματα της χώρας μας, οφειλόμενα στην πολυσχηδή γεωλογική της διαμόρφωση. Προϊόντα με ιδιαίτερο χαρακτήρα, νόστιμα και αξιοποιήσιμα στην τοπική κουζίνα. Καθώς η αγάπη και το ενδιαφέρον για τις τοπικές κουζίνες και την παραδοσιακή διατροφή αυξάνει τις τελευταίες δεκαετίες, η αναζήτηση των τοπικών προϊόντων έχει αρχίσει να λειτουργεί αναζωογονητικά για την ύπαιθρο, υποσχόμενη μια βιώσιμη ανάπτυξη. Πέρα όμως από αυτά, η μεσογειακή διατροφή αναδείχνεται στο βέλτιστο τρόπο υγιεινής διατροφής, στηριζόμενη στα δημητριακά, τα φρούτα, τα λαχανικά, τα όσπρια, τα ψάρια και σπανιότερα μικρά κρέατα, πάντα με την καθοδήγηση του ελαιόλαδου και με τη συμμετοχή ενός προϊόντος που, όντας διαχρονικό στη Μεσόγειο, έγινε πλέον παγκόσμιο και που είναι ταυτόχρονα τρόφιμο, φορέας καλής διάθεσης και στοιχείο πολιτισμού των Ίνων. Το κρασί είναι το κύριο ποτό της γαστρονομίας σήμερα. Με τις διαφοροποιήσεις του, ακόμα και γειτονικά αμπέλια παράγουν διαφορετικό κρασί, τις ποιοτικές του παραμέτρους, τις αποχρώσεις στην προσωπικότητά του, ανακαλεί μνήμες, προσφέρεται για συζήτηση, ανυψώνει τη γευστική απόλαυση του φαγητού. Ταυτόχρονα δημιουργεί καλή διάθεση μέσω του αλκοόλ που περιέχει όμως σε μετρημένη ποσότητα. Συνεισφέρει στη διατήρηση θαυμάσιων αμπελοϊνικών τοπίων και δημιουργεί πολύ ενδιαφέροντα και επισκέψιμα εινοπία. Είναι βασικό στοιχείο του μεσογειακού τρόπου ζωής, καθώς ενθαρρύνει την κοινωνικότητα και το διάλογο, ενώ αντιτίθεται στη μέθη και την υπερβολή. Ο άνθρωπος της Μεσογείου πίνει λίγο-λίγο από το ποτήρι του και σνομπάρει τους άξεις τους πότες του βορρά που αδειάζουν μόνο ρούφι τα σκληρότερα ποτά. Σε ολόκληρο τον Όμηρο, οι Αχαιοί πίνουν πολύ κρασί, αλλά ποτέ κανείς δεν βρίσκεται μεθυσμένος. Μόνο ο Όμηρος, μόνο ο Κύκλοπας, ο οποίος και καταστρέφεται. Το ελληνικό κρασί, αναφέρομαι λίγο στο κρασί ως πρόεδρος του Συνδέσμου Ελληνικού Ίνου, θα μου το επιτρέψετε. Τελειώνω όμως. Το ελληνικό κρασί έχει κάνει μεγάλη πρόοδο τις τελευταίες δεκαετίες. Η αυθεντικότητα του επώνυμων εφαιλωμένων ελληνικών κρασιών αναγνωρίζεται και εξυμνείται από τους διαμορφωτές της ζήτησης στο παγκόσμιο κοινό. Οι δικοί μας, οι New York Times, το φετινό Μάιο, προτείνουν στους αναγνώστες να προσπεράσουν το μοβάτο πινό γκρίτζιο και να έρθουν στον κόσμο του ασύρτικου, του μοσχοφύλερου και του ροδίτη. Καθώς, λοιπόν, η ελίτ όλων των χωρών που είναι τουριστικές αγορές, αλλά και οι πολίτες των παραδοσιακών μας αγορών είναι καταναλωτές και μέτοχοι της συνοικής κουλτούρας, ο ελληνικός τουρισμός και η ελληνική γαστρονομία έχουν αποκτήσει ένα σημαντικό πλεονέκτημα από την ιστορία του ίνου στη χώρα μας και από τις εξελίξεις στο ελληνικό κρασί και δεν μένει παρά να αναπτυχθούν σε όλο το εύρος τους πολλαπλές συνέργειες μεταξύ των δύο τομέων, από την εκπαίδευση ως τα επισκέψιμα ενοποιεία και τα wine spa. Σας ευχαριστώ.
It's a little awkward to speak English among Greeks, but it's okay. Let's hear the next speaker, George Partesis from Kokomat, the largest success story in Greece. Make our dreams better and our sleep even better.
Good evening, everybody. My name is George Pertesis, and I represent here Mr. Paul Morfidis, who couldn't make it to be with us today, even if he was waiting for that, and I'm sure that he would enjoy this summit. So, I will tell you the story. I will start with the story of Kokomat that started 24 years ago, and it was an era when the mattress was a part of the bed, and the bed manufacturers was giving that for free. So at that time, Mr. Paul had a dream to create, to make a bed out of natural rubber and seaweeds. The years passed, 24 years later, everything has changed, and the thing that is fundamental is that the mentality has changed. And nowadays, we all start believing in that the real luxury is going back to the basic. And our motto in Kokomat is sleep on nature. The lifestyle of Kokomat is unified with the authentic hospitality, and it's almost a trademark for us, a trademark attitude, I would say. Throughout the world. You know, we have 60 stores around the globe, 30 of them are in Greece, and 30 are from Soho to Beijing. My field is the Kokomat hotels, and came as a result of the processes. The hotels sell sleep, and good sleep brings more business. So the happy guests brought more business to the hoteliers who invested in a good sleep. Our clientele is consisted of more than 1,000 hoteliers who are using the Kokomat products, sleeping products, and this number grows bigger and bigger every year. Now, the Kokomat hotels started with, the concept of Kokomat hotels started with Kokomat Hotel Nafsika. It's located in Kifissia, has 22 rooms, and that gave the idea of creating a new concept, a hotel concept. We refurbished the building from A to Z, and we tested actually and created and tested a hotel formula. That hotel formula today is a part of is a franchise. We sell it to hoteliers who want to make a place like this. The base of this, the core of this is the best sleep, of course, and the authentic hospitality. The authentic hospitality that is based on, that is offered and by shiny, happy people, people who enjoy, serve and offer without expecting anything. This may sound a little bit cliché, that that we make people feel home, but actually this is the core of hotel business, the core of tourism, to make somebody feel home away from home. The Kokomat Hotels and Resorts, this part of Kokomat, in which I'm the director, runs 3 hotels, Nafsika, Kokomat Residences in Antwerp, in Belgium, and Kokomat Eco Residences in Serifos. 2 new projects will come out in 2014, both of them in Athens. And we work as an affiliation group with 15 more members. And for these hoteliers, for these hotels, we are a marketing tool. They use our let's say, community, the Kokomat community, to increase their business. This is our story. It is based on a product, I mean the mattress, that reaches the most intimate moments of our life. This product is the core of hospitality. Hospitality, the authentic hospitality, is that we are all looking for. The luxury for us in Kokomat is to use the one and only privilege to sleep on nature. I will not tell you anything about natural rubber mattresses or bed linen or furniture design. Just that in a Kokomat hotel, we tend to sleep well, wake up refreshed and full of energy, enjoy a meal of high nutritional value, and all these with a big smile, big and unpretentious smile. Thank you.
Okay. Now, more fine wine from Domain Gerovasiliou. Evangelis Gerovasiliou with a big success story. Behind him will come and join us now.
Good evening. I am the founder of our family-owned estate, Ktima Gerovasiliou. Ktima, by the way, means estate in Greek. First and foremost, I am a winemaker. In '81, I started working our small private family vineyard with the crazy vision of elevating Greek varieties to the global position I always thought deserved. I am going to talk to you about wine and its place in the Mediterranean diet. I will also talk to you about the Mediterranean spirit, the Mediterranean way of life, which is such an important part of our estate. I believe this spirit makes its way into the wine where we produce. After all, we are Greek, we are Mediterranean. This leads me to the key point that I want to make today. The Mediterranean diet is more than a dietary system. It's a way of life which embodies and reflects the Mediterranean spirit. Earth and the product of the earth, and the culture. The two things that drove me to winemaking in the first place. My love on the earth and my respect and appreciation for the culture of wine. As a young man, I found myself studying first agronomy and later winemaking in Bordeaux. The first vine I planted were Malagousia, a long-forgotten indigenous Greek variety. I was curious to see what the result would be. I was not disappointed. I found my identity. A wine with a unique character, fresh, with a complex bouquet. The perfect wine to accompany the Mediterranean diet. Today, many winemakers in Greece produce Malagousia, and almost everyone drinks Malagousia. It has become a star in international markets, and I am very proud to have played a central role in the Malagousia revolution. This philosophy of cultivating wine which suits the Mediterranean diet is the cornerstone of our strategy at Ktima Gerovasiliou. We focus on Greek varieties as Malagousia, Assyrtiko, Mavrotrágano, Mavroudi, and Limnio. Limnio is an ancient variety first mentioned by Aristotle in the 4th century BC. We also cultivate international variety, but always to produce wine which suits the Mediterranean diet. In recent years, the Mediterranean diet has fallen under the international spotlight, not just in Western Europe and USA, but also in places as far removed from the Mediterranean as China. Along with this, there is a new interest in Greek wine. It's amazing to think that not too long ago, Greek consumers and therefore Greek winemakers were turning their backs on our century-old tradition winemaking. In this rush of xenomania, people were demanding Cabernet, Merlot, Chardonnay, and all sorts of foreign varieties. Greeks have rediscovered their strong culinary tradition, and along with it, their strong wine culture. This is important. I have always felt that Greek will perform better in global market if they dig deep inside and rediscover themselves. We live in a country full of rich tradition, and I am glad to say that one of these traditions is the wine. I spoke about the Mediterranean spirit. Let me elaborate. Wine needs knowledge, deep knowledge based in tradition. Wine needs innovation, finding better ways of doing the same thing, or finding better ways to make something better. But most of all, wine needs passion, love, care, respect, and responsibility. These are the human values. And these are at the core of our business, shared by everyone who works in our estate. This is the Mediterranean values. And these are the main reason why Greek wine is becoming what Greek wine should be. Thank you very much. Δεν έπαιξε.
Another man of the hotels, Mr. Tsitouras, Dimitris Tsitouras, the Tsitouras Collection Hotel, is a collector himself. He didn't intend to be a hotelier, as I know, but that's where life brought him. Mr. Tsitouras.
Πώς θα το κάνω αυτό για να μην εργάζεστε κανονικά.
Έχετε κάποιο...
Έχω, ναι. Ladies and gentlemen, the organizers have assigned me the title Traveling with the Senses. And I want to make it clear that I'm not talking about 5 physical senses. In this field, in this I feel that the Tsitouras collection has succeeded. I want to talk about our sense of human value. It is the second time today, after the Ministry of Turkish, referred to Martin Luther King. Sometimes I feel like Martin Luther King when he spoke his famous phrase, "I have a dream." Τι πατάμε, γιατί δεν εργάζεστε. Πείτε μου εσείς. Εντάξει. Πήγε. Τι σας είπα. Όχι, δεν πρέπει να... Technical problem. It's another. Okay, thank you. Okay. So, I too have a dream. It is that tourism, which among other is seeing, approaching, and understanding other people better, can improve outlook on life and our awareness of environment and make us more careful to preserve it. What I want to stress here is that the environment includes people. I was thinking earlier that I may be the oldest person to speak here today. It is also true that I have been in the high-level tourism industry for a quarter of a century, having created Greece have created Greece's first boutique hotel, which together with the Tsitros collection style, is one of the most interesting enterprises in the world, as a number of media and people have pointed out. Greek tourism, and by extension, Mediterranean tourism, is not just sunsets, seas, and wine, and everything else that has been promoted in the 21st century, and is unfortunately continuing into the second decade of 21st, the same thing. The Mediterranean also has a lot to offer in the field of human relations. Finally, for me, I have the feeling that the 21st century must be a revolution for tourism, that we start to speak about revolutionary tourism. What I mean by this is that we need to think about renewing our product, mainly in terms of the quality of human contact, which means that tourism must have a high level of quality, of course, even in its less expensive versions. We all know the feeling of opening our hearts to people we don't know on trips. I must confess that it is difficult for me to define the principles and rules of this renewal. The same thing happened to me when I was setting up the Tsitros collection. At the time, I didn't think of rules and principles, but afterwards realized that I have used both, even though I could not have defined them in advance. Tourism today seems to be based primarily on the revenue factor and the recording of numbers. In this way, it has become yet another contributor to environmental pollution, and large sum of money will be required to restore the balance. I'm talking about a low-intensity tourism that would add and not subtract resources. So the 22nd century will find the Mediterranean more innocent and more creative. An example I would like to cite here, the two highlights of the Mediterranean tourism, Venice and Santorini. Neither of them is the same as it was 20 years ago. And if they continue in the same direction, they will be both very soon be exhausted. Here, it is important that we make opportunities available rather than imposing solutions. If luxury tourism means to provide the product in an attractive wrapping with the sole ultimate purpose of maximizing profit, the renewal will fail. The kind of renewal tourism I have in mind compromises awareness of the pressing problems of the ecology and our understanding of globalization as including everybody. Globalization changes things with every passing moment. It is time to concentrate on the local future. So to finish, to close my small speech, I'm open to collaborations with people and groups who have similar ideals of tourism. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for your attention. And now I will hand over the microphone to the well-known and friend, the chef Lefteris Lazarou, who will talk about flavors.
I don't have a job to do here. Mr. Lazarou doesn't need an introduction. Everybody knows him. The only Greek chef awarded with a Michelin star has a lot to say, I think, about Greek cuisine. Mr. Lazarou is going to speak in Greek, please.
Καλησπέρα σας. Είμαι πραγματικά ευγνώμων για τη σημερινή πρόσκληση. Την περασμένη εβδομάδα βρέθηκα προσκεκλημένος στην Ισπανία. Η Ισπανία, όπως γνωρίζετε, κατέχει σημαντική θέση του ευρωπαϊκού τουρισμού και δίνει πολύ μεγάλη έμφαση και σημασία στη γαστρονομία. Μάλιστα, η ισπανική κουζίνα προσέλκυσε 5.600.000 εκατομμύρια επισκέπτες το 2012, σημειώνοντας αύξηση της τάξης του 4% από το 2011. Οι τουρίστες που εκτιμάται ότι δαπάνησαν 6.400.000 για φαγητό και κρασί, 10% αύξηση από το 2011. Σύμφωνα με την έκθεση του Παγκοσμίου Οργανισμού Τουρισμού, το 88% των ερωτηθέντων θεωρούν ότι η γαστρονομία αποτελεί στρατηγικό στοιχείο του προορισμού τους. Αλλά εμάς δεν μας ενδιαφέρει η Ισπανία, αλλά η χώρα μας. Η ελληνική γαστρονομία έχει διαγράψει μια μεγάλη ιστορία με ιδιαίτερα χαρακτηριστικά που βασίζονται στα αγνά και μοναδικής ποιότητας προϊόντα της ελληνικής γης. Για την ακρίβεια, ο Αρχέστρατος ήταν εκείνος που το 330 π.Χ. έγραψε το πρώτο βιβλίο μαγειρικής. Και εμείς τι κάνουμε? Εμείς λοιπόν σερβίρουμε γκούντα και μοτσαρέλα σε πολλά ξενοδοχεία. Προωθούμε πλαστικό μαζικό φαγητό. Αγαπάμε το φθηνό και ξενόφερτο φαγητό και δεν δίνουμε έμφαση στην ιστορία που έχουν να πούν οι πρώτες ύλες και οι ταβέρνες. Και οι ταβέρνες της περιφέρειας, στη μεγάλη τους πλειοψηφία, παρέχουν φαγητό κακής ποιότητας και μη επαγγελματικό σέρβις. Δεν είμαι πεσημιστής ούτε θυμωμένος. Απλά μετά από τόσα χρόνια στον χώρο της δημιουργικής ελληνικής γαστρονομίας, νομίζω ότι δικαιούμαι να κάνω διαπιστώσεις. Όλοι μιλάμε για μεσογειακή διατροφή. Τι όμως περιγράφει ο όρος μεσογειακή διατροφή και τι είναι τελικά το φαγητό? Η γαστρονομία για έναν τουριστικό προορισμό. Η κουζίνα μιας χώρας είναι ο καθρέφτης του πολιτισμού της. Το φαγητό έχει πάντα ένα κεντρικό μέρος της ταξιδιωτικής εμπειρίας, προσφέροντας όχι μόνο ενδιαφέρουσες νέες γεύσεις, αλλά και μια εικόνα για τα ήθη και έθιμα του τόπου. Είναι γνωστό ότι το φαγητό είναι η νούμερο 1 ψυχαγωγική δραστηριότητα για πολλούς ταξιδιώτες. Η μεσογειακή διατροφή κατέχει μια θέση άειλης πολιτιστικής κληρονομιάς της UNESCO. Η πρόταση να συμπεριληφθεί η μεσογειακή διατροφή στο σχετικό κατάλογο της UNESCO υποβλήθηκε μετά από κοινή πρωτοβουλία των κυβερνήσεων της Ελλάδας, της Ισπανίας, της Ιταλίας και του Μαρόκου. Κι όμως, Ελλάδα, μια συνεχή απώλεια μεγάλων ευκαιριών. Ενώ λοιπόν ο ανταγωνισμός κάνει τα πάντα και δημιουργεί νέα δεδομένα αναφορικά με τη γαστρονομία και το γαστρονομικό πλούτο της χώρας τους, εμείς είμαστε απόντες. Γιατί απλά δεν εκτιμάμε τον πλούτο μας. Αυτή είναι η κατάσταση, αλλά τι πρέπει να κάνουμε? Τα πράγματα είναι απλά, αγαπητοί φίλοι. Αρχικά να εκτιμήσουμε τις δυνατότητες που έχουμε. Γιατί άραγε η βιομηχανία και η πολιτεία δεν έχει στείλει μια επιστολή στήριξης στα εστιατόρια της χώρας μας που έχουν διακριθεί για τη δουλειά τους? Γιατί δεν υπάρχει θεσμοθετημένη συνεργασία όλων ημών που διακινούμε τη γαστρονομία με τον νεό του? Υπάρχουν άνθρωποι που αγαπάνε την Ελλάδα και τη γαστρονομία της, αλλά πολλές φορές παραγωνίζονται εξαιτίας της άγνοιας και της αμάθειας. Αγαπητές φίλες και φίλοι, την 1η Ιανουαρίου έχουμε μια πολύ σημαντική ευκαιρία. Την ελληνική Προεδρία της Ευρωπαϊκής Ένωσης. Είναι μια εξάμηνη δυνατότητα να προβάλλουμε την Ελλάδα για τη σεζόν που έρχεται. Σε χώρες όπως η Γαλλία, η Ιταλία και η Ισπανία, οι μάγειρες ήταν οι μηχανές που τράβηξαν το όχημα, γιατί κάποιοι κατάλαβαν πως η υπεραξία των προϊόντων έρχεται μέσα από τη μαγειρική τέχνη. Πριν από περίπου 10 χρόνια στη Δανία δεν πήγαινε κανείς να φάει. Το μόνο που προσέφερε η χώρα αυτή στην παγκόσμια γαστρονομία ήταν τα ανοιχτά σάντουιτς και η παστή ρέγκα, τα οποία βρίσκει κανείς και στις υπόλοιπες σκανδιναβικές χώρες. Από τότε όμως που το όνομα ανακηρύχθηκε το καλύτερο εστιατόριο στον κόσμο και προβλήθηκε το κίνημα της αρχαίγονης χοαϊκής, θα την έλεγα, γαστρονομίας, η οποία μελετά το φαγητό ως ιστορία και ως τόπο η Δανία με τη νέα δανέζικη κουζίνα, έγινε γαστρονομικός προορισμός. Δεν μπορεί στην Ελλάδα, σε μεγάλους αρχαιολογικούς χώρους και γύρω από αυτούς, να μην προωθούμε τα ελληνικά προϊόντα. Δεν μπορούμε σε μεγάλα μουσεία να σερβίρουμε σνακ με ευτελή προϊόντα. Η αλυσίδα πρέπει να είναι η ακόλουθη. Οργάνωση ελληνικού προϊόντος, χαρτογράφηση μοναδικότητας, προώθηση οργανωμένη και εθνική στήριξη όλων των ελληνικών επιχειρήσεων, παραγωγών, ξενοδόχων και εστιατόρων και συνεχή προβολή. Και επειδή το σημαντικό είναι οι προτάσεις από αυτό το βήμα, καταθέτω επίσημα την πρόθεσή μου, μαζί με τους συναδέλφους μου, να βοηθήσουμε κατά τη διάρκεια της ελληνικής προεδρίας. Όχι για να γίνουμε πλουσιότεροι, άλλωστε γι' αυτό φροντίζει το Υπουργείο Οικονομικών και το ευχαριστούμε. Αλλά για να γίνει η χώρα μας πλουσιότερη, για να λάμψει ο ελληνικός γαστρονομικός πολιτισμός. Στη χώρα της φέτας, του χαρουπόμελου, της ελιάς, του ελαιολάδου, του παξιμαδιού, του γευστικού ψαριού, του μελιού και του εξαιρετικού αμπελώνα, ας αναλλαγιστούμε το κακό που κάνουμε όταν στο τραπέζι σερβίρουμε και τοποθετούμε λευκό τυρί, μπαλσάμικο βιομηχανοποιημένο, ψωμί και πλαστικές μαρμελάδες. Η Ελλάδα είναι ένα σύνολο από μνήμες που ορίζουν οι μυρωδιές, οι γεύσεις και οι άνθρωποι της. Αυτή την Ελλάδα θέλω, την Ελλάδα που γεννήθηκα, την Ελλάδα που αγαπώ. Σας ευχαριστώ πολύ.
Το βίντεο. Το βίντεο του κυρίου Γεροβασιλείου μπορούμε να το έχουμε στην οθόνη, παρακαλώ. Okay. You're all very successful people in what you do, everybody. I want to ask you now that in Greece of the crisis that we're through, how has this? How did you do it?
Είναι ένα πρόβλημα η κρίση στην Ελλάδα. Είχαμε ένα δεδομένο πριν την κρίση που πραγματικά είχε δημιουργήσει έναν πληθωρισμό ο οποίος έπρεπε να φύγει από τη μέση και αφορούσε τόσο το lifestyle όσο και τις αρχικές επενδύσεις που χρειάστηκε να γίνουν σε εινοποιία, σε εστίαση, ακόμα και σε εκπαίδευση, για να ανέβουμε ένα σκαλοπάτι ποιότητας. Τώρα είμαστε υποχρεωμένοι να προσαρμόσουμε τιμές στην καινούργια πραγματικότητα.
Καταρχήν να σας πω ότι η κρίση ξεκινάει στο κεφάλι μας μέσα. Θέλω επίσης να πιστεύω ότι αν η πολιτεία, το κράτος, καταλάβει κάποια πράγματα, γιατί ζούμε σε ένα ακριβό κράτος. Και εκεί ξεκινάει ένας φαύλος κύκλος. Πολλά πράγματα, ξέρετε ότι με μια στρέβλωση πάνε να διορθώσουν μια προηγούμενη στρέβλωση. Και εδώ είμαστε όλοι οι επαγγελματίες, καταλαβαίνουν πολύ καλά τι εννοώ. Μπορούμε να ξεπεράσουμε πράγματα μέσα από τη δική μας διάθεση και βέβαια μέσα από τη βοήθειά τους. Γιατί τους νόμους δεν τους ψηφίζουμε εμείς, τους ψηφίζουν εκείνοι. Άρα, αν λίγο τα πράγματα μπορέσουν να λειτουργήσουν και να πιστέψουν σε αυτό που κάνει η ελληνική βιομηχανία, η βιοτεχνία, τα πράγματα γρήγορα θα αλλάξουν προς μια κατεύθυνση καλύτερης ψυχολογίας. Που αυτό μας λείπει αυτή τη στιγμή.
Πολύ. Αλλά δεν νομίζω ότι φτάνει, αρκεί μόνο η πολιτική βούληση, γιατί ο καθένας στο χώρο του, δηλαδή και εσείς γνωρίζετε πολύ καλά ότι οι ΣΕΦ φέρνουν μεγάλη ευθύνη για το που έχει φτάσει το φαγητό στα εστιατόρια αυτή τη στιγμή. Δεν το χρεώνω σε εσάς, στο χώρο σας.
Κάντε το λίγο καλύτερο αυτό. Δηλαδή, τι εννοεί τα ακριβά εστιατόρια.
Όχι στα ακριβά εστιατόρια. Γενικά στα εστιατόρια, η ποιότητα του φαγητού δεν ανταποκρίνεται σε καμία περίπτωση στις τιμές.
Ξέρετε, πολλές φορές έχω δηλώσει ότι ακριβό είναι αυτό που δεν ευχαριστιέσαι. Ακόμα και αυτό που αγοράεις €1, το δαγκώνεις και το πετάς σε σκουπίδια, είναι πανάκριβο. Άρα λοιπόν δεν θέλω να κολλήσουμε σε αυτά. Να συζητήσουμε για άλλα πράγματα. Να συζητήσουμε πόσο κοστίζει για να έρθει ένα κρασί από τη Μακεδονία στην Αθήνα. Σε μια χώρα που δεν έχουμε δρόμους, διαλύσαμε το τρένο και βάλαμε νταλίκες. Εγώ θυμάμαι παιδάκι, ψώνιζα με τον πατέρα μου στην Αγία Γιάννη το Ρέντι. Που φτάνε το τρένο από την Ορεστιάδα και φτάνε στη Καλαμάτα. Άρα κόστος μεταφορικό πολύ φθηνό.
Με παρεξηγήσατε, δεν ήθελα εκεί να φτάσω. Το θέμα ήταν με βάση τον τουρισμό. Οι άνθρωποι που έρχονται στην Ελλάδα δεν τρώνε καλά, αντικειμενικά. Υπάρχουν 5-10 εστιατόρια στην Ελλάδα που μπορείς να φας καλά και δεις στην Αθήνα.
Μα το είπα σε αυτό που διάβασα.
Το είπατε. Αλλά δεν θα έπρεπε να γίνει μια λαρούς γαστρονομία, ας πούμε, στην Ελλάδα. Δεν θα έπρεπε εσείς να ηγηθείτε αυτής της προσπάθειας.
Πόσες σχολές κρατικές υπάρχουν που σπουδάζουν τα παιδιά, ενώ θέλουμε να έχουμε ένα μεγάλο τουριστικό πακέτο, ενώ λέμε ότι η χώρα μας είναι προορισμός. Πέστε μου ποιες σχολές μαγειρικής τέχνης αυτή τη στιγμή δημόσιες υπάρχουν.
Καμία.
Ευχαριστώ.
Κύριε Γερβασιλείου, να σας ρωτήσω. Κάνετε ένα μουσείο ίνου, έτσι δεν είναι? Ναι. Φτιάχνετε το μουσείο ίνου. Έχετε φτιάξει ένα μουσείο ίνου. Είναι πόλος έλξης για τους ξένους?
Κοιτάξτε, εγώ πιστεύω στον αγροτουρισμό. Είναι μια μορφή εναλλακτικού τουρισμού που μπορεί να προσελκύσει επισκέπτες στη χώρα μας όλο τον χρόνο. Ένας από αυτούς τους προορισμούς είναι ο γαστρονομικός και εινολογικός, μάλλον θα έλεγα ο εινοτουρισμός. Και φυσικά να συνδεθεί με τη γαστρονομία. Σε αυτό το πλαίσιο, η παραγωγή της Βορείου Ελλάδος διοργάνωσαν τους δρόμους του κρασιού, στα πρότυπα άλλων δρόμων του κρασιού διεθνών, που υπάρχουν όπως στην Καλιφόρνια, στην Αλσατία. Και έχουμε αρκετά επιτυχία. Το θέμα είναι όμως να αναπτυχθεί το σύνολο των ανθρώπων που ασχολούνται με το κρασί, επαγγελματικά, και να μην έχουμε αυτή την προχειρότητα που πολλές φορές έχουμε, ότι λέει κάποιο εινοποιείο είναι επισκέψιμο και πάει κανείς και βρίσκει μια πολύ απλή κατασκευή. Δύο βαρελάκια και δύο πράγματα και το θεωρεί είτε μουσείο είτε χώρος εκθέτηση. Πρέπει να έχουμε μια σοβαρότητα. Πολλά εινοποιεία αυτή τη στιγμή στην Ελλάδα έχουν κάνει πολύ μεγάλη προσπάθεια. Βασικά τα εινοποιεία δουλέψαμε τα πρώτα χρόνια στην ποιότητα του κρασιού, την οποία αναδείξαμε και σήμερα αναγνωρίζεται παγκοσμίως. Το επόμενο στάδιο είναι να οργανώσουμε τα εινοποιεία μας να είναι επισκέψιμα και αυτά θα προσελκύσουν κόσμο. Εγώ ήδη δέχομαι το χρόνο περίπου 10.000 επισκέπτες για το μουσείο. Ένα μεγάλο μέρος είναι μαθητές των σχολείων οι οποίοι έρχονται και κάνουν εκπαιδευτικά μαθήματα. Έχουμε 2 ανθρώπους που ασχολούνται γι' αυτό. Επενδύουμε πάρα πολύ στο μέλλον και στην εκπαίδευση των νέων, γιατί πιστεύω ότι η Ελλάδα θα μπορέσει να δει την πραγματικότητα όταν η βάση μορφωθεί.
Δείχνουν ενδιαφέρον οι νέοι.
Πάρα πολύ ενδιαφέρον. Τα παιδιά ενδιαφέρονται πάρα πολύ για όλα τα πράγματα και ειδικά για την οικολογία που μαθαίνουμε ουσιαστικά, γιατί μέσα από τα εκπαιδευτικά προγράμματα που κάνουμε, δεν κάνουμε προπαγάνδα για το κρασί. Κάνουμε προπαγάνδα για την οικολογία. Αυτό είναι κάτι που χρειάζεται η χώρα μας σαν δεύτερη μορφή, διότι αυτή η πανέμορφη χώρα, θα έλεγα, ότι δεν τη χάνει του σεβασμού από εμάς όλους, γιατί αν λέμε το μέλλον της Ελλάδος είναι η φύση και ο τουρισμός, το οποίος θα έρθει για να γευθεί και να απολαύσει αυτή την όμορφη θάλασσα, τον όμορφο ουρανό, τον καθαρό αέρα και φυσικά να γευθεί τις γεύσεις που δίνει αυτός ο ευλογημένος τόπος.
Ωραία. Οι κύριοι των ξενοδοχείων. Πώς τα πήγαμε φέτος από τουρισμό?
Η Σαντορίνη πήγε πάρα πολύ καλά. Θέλω να σας πω το εξής, το οποίο δεν το άφησα ίσως να το καταλάβουν. Εγώ ήμουν ο επαναστάτης του τουρισμού. Πιστεύω στις επαναστάσεις. Τις επαναστάσεις τις κάνουν λίγοι, τις εκμεταλλεύονται πολλοί. Ο κύριος Λαζάρου, όλοι, μάλλον εδώ οι παρευρισκόμενοι, το ξέρουν πολύ καλά. Μιλάω λοιπόν ότι το προϊόν της Ελλάδος, έτσι όπως έχει λανσαριστεί, πρέπει να δοθεί διαφορετικά. Να το δει κανείς τελείως διαφορετικά. Αυτό πιστεύω. Και νομίζω ότι θα γίνει. Γιατί ήδη πιάνουμε κόκκινο.
Συνεχίζοντας αυτή τη σκέψη, νομίζω πρέπει κανείς να επιμείνει ότι το μεγάλο εθνικό σχέδιο είναι το μεγάλο εθνικό προϊόν είναι ο συνδυασμός προϊόντα ποιότητας ελληνικής γης, πολιτισμός, τουρισμός. Αν αυτό να το καταφέρουμε να το κάνουμε το εθνικό προϊόν που θα ρίξουμε όλο μας το βάρος, δεν βρίσκω πέρα από αυτό άλλη εναλλακτική λύση, δεν σκέφτομαι. Ευχαριστώ.
Παρακαλώ. Θα μας πείτε λίγο... η επιτυχία του κόκκοματ έχει ξεφύγει από τα όρια της Ελλάδας εδώ και χρόνια. Θέλουμε και χαιρόμαστε πάρα πολύ που είναι ελληνικό προϊόν σε εισαγωγικά.
Και εκτός εισαγωγικών.
Και εκτός εισαγωγικών. Στο εξωτερικό πώς σας αντιμετωπίζουν, πώς αντιμετωπίζουν μια εταιρεία ελληνική αυτή τη στιγμή?
Θα έλεγα πάρα πολύ καλά. Και θα χρησιμοποιήσω σαν παράδειγμα το άνοιγμα στο Βερολίνο, το οποίο έγινε την άνοιξη που μας πέρασε.
Ωραία εποχή.
Για κάποιο λόγο πιστεύουμε ότι είμαστε σε πόλεμο με τη Γερμανία, εσωτερία εδώ, αλλά εκεί συμβαίνει κάτι εντελώς διαφορετικό. Το κατάστημα από τη στιγμή που άνοιξε αποτέλεσε πόλο έλξης για τους Γερμανούς. Τα επίσημα εγγένειά του γίνανε 2 μήνες μετά το άνοιγμά του, ας πούμε, και ήταν πραγματικά πέρα από κάθε προσδοκία. Και η λειτουργία του από την ώρα που ξεκίνησε μέχρι και σήμερα. Αυτό για την Ευρώπη, ας πούμε, το παράδειγμα. Θα φέρω αντίστοιχο παράδειγμα στο Σόχο, στη Νέα Υόρκη, στο οποίο επίσης το κατάστημα, και αυτό αποτελεί πόλο έλξης γιατί ξέρετε τα καταστήματα είναι ανοιχτά στο κοινό. Δηλαδή μπορούν να γίνουν μέσα εκθέσεις, μπορούν να γίνουν παρουσιάσεις, μπορεί να γίνει γευσηγνωσία. Και εμείς όλο αυτό, αρκεί να υπάρχει μια καλή ιδέα από κάποιον και ο χώρος διατίθεται, γενικά. Οπότε λειτουργούν έτσι. Και βέβαια πάμε και στην άλλη πλευρά του κόσμου, στην Κίνα, στο οποίο τα καταστήματα ανοίγουν το ένα μετά το άλλο. Αυτή τη στιγμή έχουμε 13.
Μάλιστα. Άρα το success story το δικό σας βασίζεται πάνω στην ιδέα, σε μια καλή ιδέα, αρκεί?
Βασίζεται πάνω σε ένα όνειρο και το να αυτά τώρα που λέω είναι τα λόγια του κυρίου Ευμορφίδη που θα έπρεπε, που ήταν η εκείνον η πρόσκληση. Λοιπόν, μεταφέροντας τα λόγια του, ελπίζω να μεταφέρω σωστά, ότι το όνειρο, μάλλον όταν πιστέψεις στο όνειρό σου, μπορεί να γίνει πραγματικότητα.
Άρα μπορεί να βγούμε από την κρίση, αν πιστέψουμε όλοι σε αυτό.
Θα πω αυτό που είπε ο κύριος Λαζάρο, ότι η κρίση είναι στο μυαλό μας. Και αυτό είναι επίσης είναι κάτι που το πιστεύει η κόκκοματ.
Ωραία. Αν υπάρχουν κάποιες ερωτήσεις, does anybody have a question?
Καλησπέρα σας. Είμαι η Χρύσα Βουλγαρίδου, η διευθύντρια του Σοφοκλέου SKAI.gr και της Free Money. Αυτό που θέλω να ρωτήσω, τα νούμερα είναι καλά και στον τουρισμό και στις εξαγωγές, όχι όσο στον τουρισμό, αλλά σχετικά καλά. Από εδώ και πέρα που πάνε καλά, πού πιστεύετε ότι είναι οι δυσκολίες, στην ιδιωτική πρωτοβουλία ή στην πολιτική πρωτοβουλία?
Σε ποιον απευθύνεται η ερώτηση?
Σε όποιον θέλει να απαντήσει.
Δεν θα πάψουμε να λέμε ότι το δημόσιο έχει μεγάλες ευθύνες για τους θεσμούς όπως λειτουργούν στην Ελλάδα και οπωσδήποτε η ανανέωση των θεσμών είναι απαραίτητος όρος, κατά τη γνώμη μου, για να προχωρήσουμε σε επόμενα βήματα ανάπτυξης ουσιαστικής.
Θέλω να σας πω το εξής. Να σταματήσουμε να μετράμε αφίξεις και να πιάσουμε τους τζίρους. Στην Ελλάδα μπορεί να λένε ότι είχαμε αύξηση του τουρισμού όσον αφορά τις αφίξεις. Για το τζίρο θα σας πω σε κανένα μήνα. Τι πουλιά πιάσαμε στα ξενοδοχεία και στα εστιατόρια, όταν θα βγουν τα νούμερα. Γιατί είναι τραγικά. Δεν είναι έτσι όπως ακούγονται.
Και πού πιστεύετε ότι οφείλεται αυτό? Είχαμε αφίξει και δεν είχαμε τζίρο.
Θα σας πω μια παροιμία. Σε μια χώρα που μας έχουν κοπανίσει, μάλλον θα σας πω το εξής. Πριν από 1,5-2 μήνες ήμουν στο Μόναχο και συνεργάστηκα με 15-20 μαγείρους, Μπαβαρούς. Τους ρώτησα αν αγαπάνε τα ελληνικά προϊόντα. Μου είπαν πάρα πολύ. Τους ρώτησα αν αγαπάνε την Ελλάδα, αν τους αρέσει η Ελλάδα. Μου είπαν εξαιρετικά, μας αρέσει πολύ. Τους ρώτησα αν αγαπάνε τους Έλληνες. Μου απάντησαν όχι. Έχουν μια τέτοια εικόνα για μας. Γιατί αυτοί τους έχουν δώσει τα τελευταία χρόνια. Τους έχουν πει ότι είμαστε τεμπέληδες. Αν γυρίσετε γύρω-γύρω την αγορά, θα δείτε ποιοι είναι τεμπέληδες. Εγώ δεν έχω δει κανέναν δηλαδή, πατριώτη μου. Άνεργο ναι, τεμπέλη όχι. Τώρα, το ότι έρχονται στην Ελλάδα με ένα φθηνό τουριστικό πακέτο είναι γιατί δημιουργήθηκε μια κατάσταση τα τελευταία χρόνια που θεωρώ ότι ήταν αστημένο. Προσωπικά εγώ. Δεν μπορώ να σας πω περισσότερα πράγματα. Όταν θα βγούμε έξω για καφέ μπορούμε να τα πούμε.
Μ' ακούτε? Να απαντήσω για το τζίρο. Φραντζισκάκης Δίνος, συγχαρητήρια σε όλους σας. Αισθάνθηκα περήφανος σαν Έλληνας. Ο ΕΟΤ σας έχει συμβουλευτεί ποτέ? Δεν περιμένω απάντηση. Να απαντήσω για το τζίρο. Οι τζίροι, όπως ξέρετε κύριε Λαζάρου και όλοι σας, πού γίνονται? Στη Μαδρίτη, στη Βαρκελόνη, στο Παρίσι, στο Λονδίνο. Εδώ που γίνονται? Στη Μύκονο και στη Σαντορίνη. Γιατί δεν γίνονται στην Αθήνα? Θα σας πω εγώ. Γιατί έχουμε ένα αεροδρόμιο το οποίο υπολειτουργεί. Λειτουργεί με μία σύμβαση η οποία είναι, θα έλεγα, αντισυνταγματική. Απαγορεύει δεύτερο αεροδρόμιο σε ακτίνα λιγότερο από 100 χιλιόμετρα. Η κοινοπραξία που το λειτουργεί ή έχει μειοψηφία των μετοχών. Το ελληνικό κράτος έχει το 54% και δεν τολμάει να αλλάξει αυτή τη σύμβαση την ώρα που έχουν κλείσει 89 ξενοδοχεία στην Αθήνα, χιλιάδες ξενοδοχοϊπάλληλοι είναι στο δρόμο, ο Σαρονικός έχει κάτσει εντελώς, η Έγινα, ο Πόρος, οι εταιρείες που ερχόντουσαν στο παλιό, τα Charter, η Monarch από την Αγγλία κλπ. Έχουν σταματήσει. Οι γερμανικές, η Condor, η Air Berlin δεν ακουμπάνε εδώ, γιατί είναι το δεύτερο ακριβότερο αεροδρόμιο στην Ευρώπη μετά το Heathrow. Και τι κάνουν οι δικοί μας? Λένε πρέπει να ισορροπήσουμε την κατάσταση. Και πάει η κοινοπραξία και τους λέει κάναμε 64 εκατομμύρια ευρώ κέρδος, πάρε 30. Και νομίζουν ότι κάτι κάνουν. Γι' αυτό λέγαμε πριν, οι πολιτικοί πρέπει να κάνουν πίσω. Να φτιάχνουν τις υποδομές και να φεύγουν. Μακριά να μην τους βλέπουν. Αυτοί χαλάνε τη σούπα. Η Αθήνα, ο τουρισμός δεν φέρνει λεφτά γιατί δεν λειτουργεί η Αθήνα. Δεν έχουμε πτήσεις από Αμερική το χειμώνα. Η Ολυμπιακή μας τελείωσε. Δεν υπάρχουν πτήσεις. Έχουν φύγει οι εταιρείες. Οι Ιαπωνέζοι για να μπουν στην κρουαζιέρα πάνε στην Κωνσταντινούπολη. Και έρχονται τράνζιτ εδώ. Γιατί από Ασία δεν έχουμε αεροπορικές συνδέσεις. Και ήρθαν οι Ιαπωνέζοι tour operators και το είπαν στη Λούις. Και τους λένε, θα μπαίνουμε στα πλοία σας, αλλά από Τουρκία. Είναι εδώ ο Ανδρέας ο Στυλιανόπουλος να το επιβεβαίωση. Ευχαριστώ πολύ και συγγνώμη γιατί...
Χαίρομαι που συμφωνούμε όμως με πολλά πράγματα.
Ονομάζομαι Πάρης Λουτριώτης. Είμαι επαγγελματίας του yachting, τουριστικά σκάφη αναψυχής, της κατηγορίας μέχρι 20 μέτρα. Αν θα δείτε τη ζάντα από την οποία δώσατε σήμερα, έχει ένα υπέροχο πανί. Η παράδοσή μας είναι ναυτική χιλιάδες χρόνια τώρα. Σας άκουσα όλους με προσοχή και βλέπω στο πάνελ επαγγελματίες. Βλέπω επιχειρηματίες. Φαντάζομαι και η αίθουσα στο 90% είναι επιχειρηματίες. Μήπως θα ήταν μια καλή αρχή εμείς οι επιχειρηματίες, οι επαγγελματίες μάλλον, όλων των κατηγοριών, να μπούμε μπροστά κάποια στιγμή. Γιατί η πολιτική, όπως ανέφερε ο κύριος πάρα πολύ σωστά προηγουμένως, καλό είναι να κάνουν αυτά που πρέπει και να απομακρύνονται. Εμείς είμαστε αυτοί που πρέπει να λέμε τι πρέπει να γίνει και αυτοί απλώς πρέπει να νομοθετούν. Δεν ξέρω αν έχετε καμιά ιδέα. Εμένα η ιδέα μου θα ήταν ίσως να γίνει από τώρα μια αρχή, να το σκεφτούμε καλά και να βρούμε τρόπους να οργανώσουμε εμείς πράγματα, να κάνουμε εμείς προβολή, να κάνουμε εμείς το σχεδιασμό και αν η πολιτεία θέλει να μας ακολουθήσει, έχει καλώς. Εάν δεν θέλει, ας κάτσει στη γωνιά της.
Είμαστε καλά. Θέλει κάποιος να απαντήσει στον κύριο?
Αυτό θα ήταν ευταίο, αλλά δεν υπάρχουν οι ιδιωτικοί πόροι για να επενδύσουν τα χρήματα που χρειάζονται σε τέτοιες κατευθύνσεις. Το δημόσιο είναι απαραίτητο. Δυστυχώς.
Να πω λίγο εδώ ότι θα μιλήσω για τον κύριο Τσίτουρα, γιατί εκείνος δεν μίλησε πολύ για τον εαυτό του. Ότι όταν εκείνος έφτιαξε το ξενοδοχείο του στη Σαντορίνη, στην Καλντέρα, στη Σαντορίνη δεν υπήρχε τίποτα. Οπότε το να λέει ότι θα κάνει επανάσταση στο μέλλον την έχετε κάνει ήδη μία φορά, άρα η δεύτερη φορά είναι...
Αισθάνομαι ότι η επανάσταση έρχεται στο προϊόν το τουριστικό για την Ελλάδα, παιδιά. Το αισθάνομαι. Δεν μπορώ να το προσδιορίσω, αλλά το αισθάνομαι. Έχουμε πιάσει κόκκινο. Σε πάρα πολλά σημεία. Τα θίξαν όλοι εδώ. Το προϊόν θα αλλάξει. Και πιστεύω θα αλλάξει προς το καλύτερο. Και να θυμηθώ και το δάσκαλό μου τον Τζαρούχη, θα πάμε μπροστά γκρεμίζοντας και όχι χτίζοντας.
Στο χέρι μας δεν είναι να αλλάξει προς το καλύτερο.
Αλλά έχουμε ανάγκη το δημόσιο για την παγιβολία, διότι είναι μπροστά μας.
Κάποιος άλλος? Αν έχετε κάτι εσείς να προσθέσετε.
Καλή δύναμη.
Καλή δύναμη σε όλους. Καλή συνέχεια στο συνέδριο για αύριο. Ευχαριστούμε.